ready to deal with this, and I just don't think they have the positioning to be aware of it, but it may not matter. Raffin gets the quad kill spray down, gets the ace on top of it.
Are you ready for mind-blowing CrossFire action? The second season is here, and you better put your helmet on. A massive prize pool and spots to the regional finals are at stake. Starting from June the 1st, 8 ambitious teams will have 7 weekends, fully packed with intense fights. Who will top the leaderboard and secure spots for the playoffs?
Man, we have only one goal: win all matches.
We will do our best to secure the playoffs.
And who will be eliminated?
The last season wasn't easy for us, but we remain positive and we want to give the best show for our fans.
It's time to break the ice for us and show what we're truly capable of.
Tune in on the 1st of June and support your favorites.
Hello everyone and welcome to more CrossFire West League action. Of course, we were here yesterday. We caught our 4 best of 2 group games and we're here for 4 more. And honestly, yesterday was quite entertaining, so I'm looking forward to seeing what we have to watch today, Jordan.
Yeah, look, I mean, yesterday there was some surprises, I think, in particular. Obviously, Swamp getting the 2-0 dub over GB. That was one that kind of caught us off guard a little bit. Everything else more or less went to plan, at least as far as the results were concerned. But the way that some of those matches played out was probably a little bit more worth a conversation. So we'll see whether or not that's going to continue through today. Will there be any more upsets? Will there be some tighter matches? Or are we going to have a bit of a cleaner day today? We'll have to obviously wait and see. But bearing in mind, we've just finished the halfway point of the season. So this is kind of where things are shaping up at the moment, and essentially you could look at that and more or less extrapolate maybe where it's going to be sitting at the end of the season. You double all those scores and assume all the same results happen again. It'll be LCK and 3BL once again quite handily above the rest of the pack, and then a little bit more wishy-washy in towards the middle of the pack with unKnights, Lazarus, Anubis, GV kind of taking games off of one another on a fairly regular occasion. And like I was sort of saying yesterday, Swamp and TBI down toward the bottom. In saying that, though, there is a little bit more of a conversation now maybe to be had about Swamp having been able to get that win yesterday, and if they can back that up today, maybe they kind of join that like chase pack in a sense and make it kind of a 5-team middle of the pack, if that makes sense, and sort of leave TBI in the dust down there on 8th. But it'll be something that we get to kind of carry on with today and see how both of those teams are going to be able to perform.
Exactly, and as we said, I mean, Lazarus, of course, is their first opponent. That's going to be our second game today, Swamp versus Lazarus. So we have unKnights versus Anubis first, and talking about that sort of middle ground standings in the group, like we were mentioning. unKnights, of course, they were 7 points yesterday. They won their matchup 2-0 eventually. It was quite a close run thing in the end, and obviously that props them up to 10 points now and actually puts them 3rd in the group. It's very busy, as you say, from 3rd to 6th at the moment. So if they're able to find a victory over Anubis, then that would absolutely cement it. But if Anubis find the 2-0, then they'd jump up above unKnights, right? So there's quite a lot on the line on this first best of 2.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, actually, just looking down the list there, I think that, look, I'd be thinking that there might be actually some fairly one-sided matches today. 3BL, TBI definitely should be a one-sided matchup. GV, LCK, based on how those games played yesterday, I'm not too much faith in GV. Lazarus, SG, don't know. We'll see if SG can bounce back again and see how they can go. But this first one, I think this could be pretty close. Like, of the matches today, to me, on paper, this probably looks to be, I would say, the closest. Now, I would typically favor unKnights in this matchup. I do think pound for pound they're maybe just a little bit better in a macro sense than Anubis. I feel like they have a better idea of how they like to play the game out. They bring this quite slow style, and that typically works for them. But we do need to see the individuals firing in this matchup, and I don't really get the feeling that we got unKnights at their best yesterday against TBI, and they were, to be fair, able to handle them pretty comfortably, 10-6 in both of those maps, but it didn't really feel like unKnights were at their peak form. We didn't really see Alucard popping off in particular, and he's always quite a focal point for this roster. Whereas on the other hand, I thought Anubis really did force LCK to work hard. So if individuals are missing for unKnights, Anubis shows up in the same way as they did yesterday. I can see this one being a competitive series, but in my opinion, if unKnights is able to reach the level that they normally do, I would probably be leaning towards unKnights here maybe a 2-0. I don't think it's necessarily a comfortable 2-0 against an Anubis who have been getting better and better as this season have gone on. But I would still stay, in my opinion, that unKnights are the favourites coming into this match.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I was particularly impressed with Doom yesterday. I think he had a number of really important entries. I think there was a couple of rounds where he won a couple of clutches in a row. Then he had a 2K entry, and he was multi-fragging for days. It felt like Doom. He played really well. So I think for Anubis, he might be maybe a win condition for him, and maybe Jaguar saw some good stuff from as well. To step up and try and deliver. unKnights, so we know what they're capable of course. We mentioned yesterday they were I guess languishing in a way toward that lower portion of the leaderboard until their win, propping them up to third place, of course, now. Pietro wasn't great individually, I think it has to be said, but the likes of Beck, Alucard, I think actually Kiko as well, there was a number of occasions where all three of those were fragging pretty equally across the board, right? And it was quite impressive performances, especially from Beck, that I can remember. So I think him and Alucard will be my two players to watch in this particular matchup. And as you so rightly said, it wouldn't surprise me in the slightest if this first group stage game today is actually probably the most competitive of the entire day. But of course, that remains to be seen.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think there's a lot of implications on the scoreboard for, on the group stage, like on the group stage leaderboard. I guess you call it scoreboard as well. Based on how this match actually plays out, obviously unKnights in third at the moment, but if Anubis were to win it, they would equalize the scoreline with unKnights. Lazarus obviously have to come into that conversation as well, given they're up against Swamp. You'd look at that and say, well, that should be a match that Lazarus would be able to win pretty comfortably. So they stand to potentially leapfrog unKnights if unKnights do drop the ball here a little bit in this matchup against Anubis. And just taking a look at the result of their last meeting, it was a 1-1 scoreline. So game 4 of the entire season, week 1, it was their very first matchup, unKnights and Anubis. They played against each other on Port and Black Widow. 10-6 on Port goes the way of unKnights, 10-3 goes the way of Anubis on Black Widow. So a fairly straightforward split really as far as that one is concerned. And maybe there's a world where we do go for another 1-1 split here. I don't think that's like completely out of the realms of possibility, to be quite honest, and kind of does tie into maybe whether or not either of these teams is really going to show up with an extra level today, or if we're going to be seeing, maybe, again, a bit of a languishing unKnights come through and an Anubis that's slowly but surely sort of working their way in. It is kind of hard to sort of make the argument that Anubis comes in as the favorite, right? When we're looking at unKnights and how they played toward the back end of last season, right? They were able to beat LCK in the semi-final. They were able to push 3BL in the grand final, and they did ultimately lose it 3-2, but those are really impressive results for a team like unKnights. But I don't know if, they've come into this season with quite that same gusto. They've been dropping maps to Anubis, to GV, and some of those results, even the one against Lazarus, it sort of makes you raise your question mark a little bit. So I don't know that we're getting peak unKnights still at the moment. But again, if we do get that peak, that team that, was able to challenge the top 2 teams in the region pretty handily in the playoffs of last season, and they come back today, then yeah, it'll be a bit of a handful for Anubis.
Yeah, I mean, looking, of course, we only have 2 teams left who are unbeaten, of course, this season, right? And in 3BL and LCK, unKnights have had quite a lot of ties, the most ties so far in this group stage this season. So, yeah, it should be pretty interesting to see if they can maybe build on another victory coming in here, of course. We're waiting for the last player. He's now in the server, and we're about to go live on map 1.
Right, jumping into it, and first blood will be drawn by Alucard, and if that's a sign of things to come, it'll be a good day for unKnights. In saying that, maybe Master has something to say about it as well. Alucard also dropping to about a third of his HP, and so overall the exchange is not good for unKnights. Anubis out of the gates strong.
Interested to see how Doom looks early game. As I said, he was pretty solid yesterday. Enjoyed watching the amount of multi-frags he was putting forth for his team. And I think it's fair to say that for unKnights, Pietro was a little bit off in terms of some of his angles he was holding, and some of his sprays were a little bit whiffy, sadly. For his first duel to come in today, Design has got him locked in the corner between the door and the window, and Design will reposition to a tighter angle to play a little bit safer. Of course, he does have to be wary of the fact that someone could be making their way through the door, and in the end he does try and fall back, but he times his shot nicely.
Yeah, clean shot from Design. Looks like Anubis are bringing to bear that same kind of individual firepower that we saw yesterday against LCK. And unKnights a little bit slower out the gates. Not so much necessarily in terms of the gameplay, because again, that's very much in line with expectations for this team, but just in terms of the individual aim, it's not really come together apart from that nice initial shot from Alucard. Even there, not able to really follow up on it. And HC is able to catch Jaguar. It's actually back down to the 2-on-2 now. Bit of a chance in this one for unKnights. They've taken control of the A site. C4 still making its way across. It's kind of going to come down to HC here to maybe make a play. Alucard is quite low. HC needs to find a nice timing for a peek. If he can isolate a 1v1 here or get a nice bit of wallbang through this wall. Maybe get the info gathering through from Alucard, just bopping his way up and down there, playing Mr. Potato Head. But the Mr. Potato Head has been found out, and so HC has to get the job done solo, which will not happen, and Anubis chiming in with that first round quite comfortably in the end. We might have a little bit of a pause here.
Yep.
As we get back into the server, there was a player that DC'd for Anubis.
Yeah, quick technical.
So, off to a good start.
Yeah, classic. What can you do? Wonder if when we see TBI later on today, if we're going to have some more antics on the player cams. That was the most entertaining part of some of their games yesterday, sadly, as it didn't go too well for them.
I imagine we will. Every time I've seen them play, they've been pretty
Animated.
ready to go. Let's just say, yeah, animate is a great way of putting it. Not really the case for Anubis. What time it is over there?
Yeah, true. I mean, I think a good example as well would be for Swamp, right? Because their second game up today. What would it be for them in the US? Maybe 8 a.m.-ish for some of them, perhaps?
4 p.m. in Egypt right now, so that'll be the case for Anubis.
There we go.
Yeah, but I tell you right about the Swamp lads. They have to get up pretty early for this. It's 8 a.m. now, so probably by the time they have to play, it'll be maybe 9:30. I'd say the latest. Generally, it takes about maybe an hour and a half to get through a couple of these maps of Crossfire. So probably get up at 9, get a bit of warm up in. Still pretty early days, but then again, you know, here's me at 10 past 11 starting the day for myself, so
yeah.
I don't know if anyone has any reason to really complain more than I do. So if I can do it, I'm sure they can do it, but to be fair, I don't have to be quite as focused as they do necessarily in the server, so give them some slack. They played well yesterday, and they'll be able to run it back again today, hopefully, and put together a really good weekend for themselves, which would be fantastic. You know, it gets them back in that conversation, but that's something that we'll touch on a little bit later on tonight, or this morning, depending on where you are in the world. Got to focus in on unKnights and Anubis again, as Anubis have managed to get all 5 back into the server. So we're ready to go for yet another round, which unKnights will take relatively slowly. They clear out pillars, now looking to clear out A long. And they've just left one player over toward pillar, one player over toward mid, to keep an eye on whether or not there'll be any pushes coming through from Anubis.
Oh, Jaguar spotting some information. Wants to stay aggressive, wants to stay looking for the opening. He will eat a nade though, which doesn't help. But not put him off. As you can see, he's continuing to push deep on this one. He hears maybe a couple of the opponents of his walking away, running away from this, and Jaguar could have some great timing here. It's a calm tap on the first, lovely spray onto the second, and Jaguar cheeky opening 2K.
This is looking like a very good start to the day for Anubis. Beck is able to chime back in with one, and that actually puts quite a lot of pressure back onto Anubis. Design is essentially solo holding B now, and he's kind of desperate for a rotation to come in from his teammates. Maybe not quite as desperate as I thought, as he's getting the job done himself. That's too easy. And if that is how it's going to go today, well, unKnights might be facing a 0-2 loss themselves, because those first couple of rounds have looked really clean from Anubis.
Yeah. I really love Jaguar's idea there. I mean, so often I feel like for these sort of maps and this just game in general, that like defense is very commonly the way to go. But he understands. He realizes what's going on there. Very, very fast aggression in the following round, though. Talking about defensive on the on that particular bomb site. Well, they try and hold back, but doesn't work for them. Jaguar and Doom will drop immediately. And unless Design gets something magical here, which I don't think is going to happen, Knights will probably find their first round.
Well, let's not count out something magical. Design held the B site 1v3 solo, so he might be able to conjure something up again here. This will be a tough angle for Dipsy to fight, right? Beck should swing up for the trade. Won't actually do it, and all of a sudden we're back to 3-on-3. Beck down on the low ground. He doesn't have any agency in this position, and we're back now down to a 2-on-1, and there you go. There's that magic that you were asking for. Wow. A 3v5 retake. Anubis putting unKnights in the ground at the moment.
Yeah, look at this opening. Once you get those two frags to completely open up the site, you feel like this it should feel like it's done, but this slightly easier site to retake, of course, and Anubis make it look really, really easy. Knight struggling to start here.
Man, it's not looking like a good day today for unKnights, but I guess we're only three rounds in, so let's not get too antsy just yet. It's been a couple of nice sort of clutch moments, I guess, from Anubis as well, and you're going to get those every now and then. It's not really the way that you are going to be able to rely on winning rounds, and if you consider that maybe Anubis have won, quote-unquote, a couple of clutches with 1v3 hold on B, that's not going to happen every day, and also a 3v5 retake, that, again, is not something that you can bank on. Maybe unKnights are still kind of putting themselves in good spots. They're just not executing on that yet, and eventually it will come. Doom a little over-eager for that fight into mid on his own. Let's go down. There's a lot of damage, and Design might be able to set himself up for success alongside Dipsy. It is a good crossfire set up. They need to hit their shots, though, and they do indeed. Oh. Dipsy with two, Design as well. Both chiming in, and that is another very clean round for Anubis, and that's a little bit more like it. That is the perfect hold, perfect setup. Anubis looking really strong tonight.
I said it better myself. I mean, this is just textbook. Look at that. No way in whatsoever for unKnights. Completely balked, completely snookered. And so far, all the protocols that Anubis have put in place have looked very, very clean. I already mentioned about how I very much appreciated the aggression from Jaguar in one of those early rounds. Hearing them running away after the damage had been done by the nades, still felt confident enough to push, even though he was low from that utility.
Taking our time, I guess, to go through another conversation here. It's probably quite prudent that this is happening for unKnights, because they've got a fair bit to think about in the sense that, well, it's not really going very well for them here on Compound. What are they going to do? What are they going to change up? They're not really the type of team to sort of throw in a bit of a faster adaptation, really. But if you're just trying to sort of execute into sites and wolfpack your way around and you're not winning any aim duels and you're allowing Anubis, the individuals, to kind of multi-frag all over the place, maybe you do need to do something that's going to sort of put a bit more pressure back on the Anubis individuals before you try to fight them, you know, and haven't really seen that so far from unKnights. It doesn't really feel like any of the Anubis guys are, you know, really struggling with their positions at all. They're not suffering too much, you know, from the flash coverage or being pushed out of position by nades or anything like that.
Yeah. I think it's good for unKnights that already we've got a tactical being thrown in, of course. The previous one was a technical pause, it wasn't a tactical. And yeah, important for them to get that in early, because as I said, a couple of teams we saw yesterday kind of left it till it was too late, pretty much, to throw in their tactical, right? I think one of them was 9-4 down before they threw that in. So yeah, it's time to have a chat and figure things out. Pietro, very aggressive. His teammates outside B straight away. Not much hesitation from either one of these two teams thus far with the aggression from Jaguar. Like I said, it was he and Doom who I was quite impressed with yesterday. Of course, stats get reset after the pause though, sadly, so I can't show you how well Jaguar started this game. But you can trust me. You can trust my word.
Well, 4-0. Yeah, I don't mind, half mind this setup. Obviously a good sort of 1-2 punch here from Jaguar, and Design could make a big difference, but Design, you wonder if maybe he could have held that trigger finger a little longer. It perhaps doesn't matter at all because he sprays 3 down anyway. And unKnights have just not been good on their trades at all. This is just another example of a multi-frag coming through from a member of Anubis where it probably shouldn't. You know, okay, I can forgive maybe him getting 2, but he should never be getting 3 from a position like this. This is really a one-and-done position. Yeah. And even still, he's alive and keeping Beck at bay and busy, and unKnights don't really seem to have an answer. Design's got another one.
What on earth? That tactical pause doesn't work too well for unKnights. It's Design could be on for all 5 here if he's lucky enough. Here we go. He's got an opportunity at it. Alucard's rushing his way in. Oh, good reaction to stop the ace. That would have been ridiculous if Design took them all. Great reaction there from Alucard, actually. But he will go down to Dipsy in the end. And, well, Design, as you say, usually a one-and-done position. Manages to get 3 from that. Still dancing behind the box, back and forth, as you can see. Shouldn't have been allowed to do that, but respect. He played it superbly well. Just at the moment, unKnights not at the races.
Yeah, obviously great shots. You know, you got to give him some credit. Like, he's hitting what he needs to do, but he just shouldn't be given that opportunity. Especially not, you know, when you're down 4-0. unKnights, they kind of have to be taking everything that they can get, and very clearly they're not doing that. So 5-0 is the scoreline. Anubis are here to play today. Nade's going to go through. Nicely timed. Tag onto Pietro and Beck. Kiko was hit by one a little bit earlier on. unKnights have got mid control, but they don't have much more beyond that. Jaguar is even playing a fairly aggressive line on A long. Not seeing anything over there. Even the hold from Dipsy out toward the B side of the map as well is getting a bit of information. So I think they'll be pretty confident in the idea that unKnights at the moment are more or less set up in toward mid. That rotation is starting to come through now, though.
They've tried to go together, and it hasn't worked for them. They've been eaten up most times that has come through, and well, at the moment, the same thing is happening. Dipsy's going to get himself 2. Design helps out for another one to add to his tally, but now the trades are getting back into position. Alucard will deal with Doom. Now we have an opportunity in this 2v2 as the C4 will go down.
Yeah, finally some signs of life there from unKnights. It just felt like it was going to be another case of Anubis holding down the left mouse button and essentially spraying a couple of members down, but perhaps should have been traded. But in the end, now it's on to Master and Jaguar, 2 players who haven't really had to have much impact so far for Anubis. Just going to be jump spotting back and forth, but they're not being given a whole lot. Pietro, the only one on the site. Alucard still watching the push from Pillars. Of course, there's no one coming from there. He's going to have to turn around fairly shortly. Time short here now for Anubis, but they found Pietro, and it's on to Alucard. His position is not great to hold that bomb. Swing's going to have to come through. Jaguar to try to cover it off, and he's not holding an aggressive enough line. It'll finally be around on the board for unKnights. Anubis can't get the retake this time around.
Not to be this time, but I guess you could say finally for unKnights that they've managed to get off the mark. It was a good attempt on that retake, but as you can see with the C4 plant position, it was kind of impossible to do it safely, defuse safely. Alucard takes great advantage of that, and one of the players who was very impressive yesterday is the main man to kick-start unKnights today.
Okay. Master have an opportunity to have a crack at a couple of players pushing their way in, but maybe didn't quite get the memo that they'd pushed it that far. And a faster round out from unKnights is going to catch Anubis completely off guard. Don't really blame them. Wouldn't be expecting that kind of a round out from unKnights myself. So that'll be a second for unKnights. And they're starting to restore a little bit of hope. But still a bit of a ways to go.
Yeah, it's pretty tough, of course, in this game if you give up a 5-round lead, but the recovery is instant. And no means is a comeback impossible. Nice nail, Alucard. Dipsy pushing forward, very aggressive on this line. Look how deep they are out on the outskirts of B right now. He's got support coming in from design too. They've really forced them back into that mid area. Much deeper push this time.
Jaguar has been found out. Now it comes down to what Design and Dipsy want to do. They could have hung around, maybe tried to get in behind enemy lines. They opt instead to go back. Meanwhile, Master pushing out aggressively on the A side of the map. And he had an opportunity. Fired a shot off at HC. Missed it. So still going to remain with a 5-4 advantage for unKnights. Sign will bring that one back quite quickly. Heard the footsteps and backs away nicely into the smoke. That's a very good frag from him. And a nice escape as well.
5 seconds in this 4v4. We are going to be going back to B now that aggression on the outskirts, of course, has been limited. It's going to be all down to design again. We've seen him multi-frag once or twice already. Can he do it again? Behind the doors, Pietro creeping through. First frag. Manages to stay alive for a second longer, but no more than that second. Pietro will duck and dive his way into the site, but removed by Doom instantly. And Alucard needs to deliver. Great reaction onto Doom. But unfortunately for HZ, Master is in position 2, and it leaves it all down to Alucard with 12 seconds on the clock. How does he isolate these two duels? The answer is he can't. Dipsy takes it. And Anubis are back on the score sheet.
Yeah, it's potential to be a really solid half here from Anubis if they can get the last one. 7-2 would be a really dominant display. We do every now and then sort of see the 6-3 lead on compound, and they're going to get aggressive to try to force the issue. It's gone a little bit wayward in the end, but Anubis are able to salvage it somewhat. It's cost a lot of HP for Design and Jaguar. Initial shots just kind of missing from those Anubis members, but they had the power of numbers in mid there and do kind of get away with what would be considered, I suppose, an even trade, though probably beneficial more so for unKnights than it is for Anubis at this point.
Yeah, I mean, unKnights haven't got any control. They've been decided to go straight back for it, so C4 picked up and back toward B again is their option. Maybe once again in toward a position where they've had some issues, I guess you could say. With Design on the angle. Not exactly full health, only 28 to work with, but he's got the Ormond position. He'll hop away from the slightly more aggressive angle and play a more defensive one. Oh, that's the important shot, though. Alucard will take him. And now there is a reposition coming in from Jaguar, but he's not exactly high health either. So unKnights are in a good position here. He's going to swing for one, though, and he does take Alucard nicely. So nice mid-round aggression again from Jaguar to try and recover these sort of rounds.
He's going to have another crack as well. Might get his chance here with the Orm in hand. Should be traded every day of the week, but has done a good enough job to bring it back to 1-on-1. And Beck's actually not in control of the C4 right now. So I have to go back for that one. Looks like he's going to commit to the B bomb site, which is exactly what Master is watching, though. Master is just jiggling on the ankle. Not sure exactly where Beck has ended up. Gets down into the site. Has he spotted him out? Yes, he has, but misses the shot. 24 seconds left though. Beck's going to have to commit to this site and does jump on down to try and take that battle with Master, who pulls out the pistol, dancing around the servers. Surviving for the moment. 10 seconds is all he has to live for, but he just cannot escape Beck. And unKnights will get their third, which is a very important round, honestly, to keep them in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. That one was back and forth the whole way, and I definitely do appreciate the re-aggression from Anubis on multiple occasions there with Design and Jaguar. Knowing they had a couple of players, of course, who were low. May as well go for something a little bit cheekier. Kept the round close, that's for sure, and set up a possibility of maybe a longer drawn-out 1v1. Beck deals with it in the end, though.
Well, some conversations back and forth now for Anubis, but they're looking pretty happy with the proceedings so far, as they should be. It's been a pretty good day at the office. Seems like the individuals are firing nicely for Anubis. Warmed up after yesterday, maybe. But I wonder how this is going to come into play for Anubis on the second half, because unKnights are going to be moving over to GR side. Alucard has the opportunity now to kind of come into his own with that Orm in hand. Can maybe be a bit of a difference maker.
Sides complete. Little pause over. And we'll get back underway again. unKnights 3-6 behind. Already a start in the second half for Dipsy. Alucard, the main man so often for unKnights, removed. If Anubis can keep up this sort of form, I think knowing how aggressive they've been on that previous half, probably would favour them in their second half too. Beck is going to recover the Orm. Back to a safe position in case he needs to switch to it if he's low perhaps later on.
Tipsy going to be lining up the left side of mid smoke. Oh, no, it was a flash in the end actually that was tossed over the top, and it's going to allow Anubis entry into the A bomb side, or at least an entry into mid. Where they actually end up from there is the next question. C4 definitely trending in that direction toward A. They've got to deal with a couple of players and they're struggling with that. Waiting for the push though to come through from Design into the window. One more to find and Beck completely cleaned up. In the end, that's an easy first round of the second half for Anubis, and they'll be up to 7 with their sights set on 10. unKnights just so far not really delivering a competitive map.
No, and we mentioned, of course, that if Anubis are able to perhaps take a 2-0 here, they would go above unKnights, right, in the current group stage standing. So it's big for unKnights to at least try and get one from this, of course. It is that first map, but still, a really important one for Anubis to get off to a confident start. We thought that might be probably one of the closest games today. Moment, Anubis feeling comfortable and confident.
Yeah, it ain't really looking like it at the moment for unKnights, but it's at least a better start to the round. They're going to reroute Anubis straight back into mid, which they had a lot of success from, to be fair, last round, so why not run it back? Very easy stuff, actually, for unKnights in this case, as Anubis are unable to clear their corners comfortably onto A. The left Master out in mid to catch any of the rotations, but that will not really be a factor at all.
He's stuck here. His Master really wants to go for a swing, but it would be a swing into the open if he was trying to find Kiko. really aware, of course, of maybe other angles that are being held too. Actually got his parsed this one pretty nicely, but he doesn't react to Kiko until he recovers it with the sidearm. Unfortunately, he's not going to be expecting a peek on the upper angle like that, so it's only that one. unKnights will close that gap. It's aggressive moments here in this round from unKnights. Both positions working out for them, especially that aggression through the window, realizing you've got the advantage on that angle. Alucard will already take a lot of damage against Design, both of them taking a tag as this round gets underway. There goes Jaguar.
Nice. Maybe showing a little bit more for us as we start to get deeper and deeper into the second half. Design, though, quickly with the trade back onto Beck, and Alucard goes down as well. It's just Pietro standing here and should be going down, but somehow survives. He's got the assistance of Kiko. Perfect timing on that rotation coming in from unKnights. Caught Anubis off guard. It's Master for the 1v3 attempt. Too much to ask this time around. unKnights to get their 5th. So it does get a little closer. Ain't over yet for unKnights. They're fighting hard.
Yeah, they were 5-0 down, of course, don't forget. Now 7-5. Looking a lot more comfortable in the second half.
Might just prefer that GR side.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Anubis, though, haven't really been throwing too many spanners in the works. They've really just been going mid to A, and that's kind of been it. So now that that hasn't kind of worked out for the last couple of rounds, I want to see what else they've got on offer. This looks like a mid-B split. And that timing on pushing through mid is kind of perfect from Anubis. As long as the rest of the entry from Pillars works out okay, they're going to have a fantastic setup here. Look at this. HC is kind of isolated on that side. He's going to have to deal with multiple angles. Should be traded down effectively by Dipsy and will fall in at the end. Took a little while to get that frag, but 3-on-3 post plant. It's favorable enough for Anubis now.
Good opportunity. How can they move around the site, though? Are there any advanced positions that can be taken? I mean, of course, we know where Design is. He's still being pretty cheeky with it as well, alongside Dipsy. And Dipsy needs to be the most careful, being only 11 HP, of course, but I guess that's why he's staying aggressive. Maybe more useful being in an advanced position to try and delay that third player from making its way in as quick. Design, good reaction up to deal with Pietro. Alucard is going to get caught. Lovely second. And Dipsy in the end on that 11 HP just taps down Beck nicely. And Anubis have found the answer. Now just 2 away from the map.
And looking good about doing it as well. You know, there's been a couple of decent rounds in here from unKnights, but by and large, Anubis have looked very sharp on this map. Got to give them some credit for rocking up today and being ready to play out the gates. Standard approach again into round number 14. Mid's been smoked off, and that'll give Anubis a bit of time to explore the rest of the map, the extremities. One player over toward Pillar, that's Dipsy. He doesn't want to get too aggressive, though. We'll have to deal with 2 of the unKnights members who have pushed out of B.
Keeping unKnights at arm's length right now are Anubis. But that nade was a great one on toward Master. Damage from Beck. Kiko's utility will be the main deciding factor in the end. That is a lot of damage already. We're tagged down slightly as well. On that angle after those nades. Ooh, trying to use the utility to his advantage. But they have given up the B site in the midst of all of this, despite losing a kill. So C4 down, ASAP from Anubis, and now a 4v5 after plant. Dipsy once again incredibly low, but they are, at the moment, all corralled onto the site, which is the main problem.
While that is true, it is taking a little while for unKnights to get this retake prepared, so they won't actually have a huge amount of time to work with, and not much retake util either. 15 seconds, they've got to be clean on these entries, and it's not too bad. It's not too bad at all. They make it happen. That flood of players just a little bit too much for Anubis, and so they will deny map point away from the Egyptian squad for now. And looks like we might have another reset. Maybe attack timeout through here from Anubis. So they know that it's kind of getting tight. They don't want to let it slip too much.
Yeah, can confirm it's the tactical for Anubis. I would say definitely a good time to throw it in. Been doing a good job, as I said, at keeping unKnights at arm's length. So that was a really, really good retake from unKnights in the end. I mentioned yesterday, there's a couple of instances where teams, I guess, just took way too long going for those retakes. Left it until there was like 10 seconds before they even entered in. I think they kind of had 15, 20. I think 15 was more the number, and they went in that time. Given a little bit of extra to work with, and the kills came flooding in very quickly.
So just to confirm, this is attack timeout from Anubis. Wonder what kind of trickery they're going to conjure up after this one. Attack timeout does last a while, so you get a fairly significant period to chat.
Indeed.
Maybe more than they need. Doesn't seem to be a huge amount of chatting going on. Just having a break, having a mental reset, potentially.
Yeah, they're ready to go. I'll say about 30 seconds before we're back underway again.
Yeah, unKnights are ready to go, that's for sure. They honestly almost look a little bit more resigned to the fact that this game isn't going their way.
Yeah, I know what you mean. But it's only 2 the gap.
Well, back to it. And what has the conversation led to for Anubis? Not really a whole lot of a change-up, to be honest. Still that default setup, still, you know, keeping eyes on pillars, keeping eyes on mid. And the push out from A-Long, which hasn't really come at all from unKnights either. So just standard default setup, really, from Anubis, and then they decide where they want to go based on what they do or don't see, potentially. That nade doesn't do any damage to Pietro. Are Anubis bold enough to push through the smoke? Looks like they'll just wait it out. And Pietro will back away. So map control to go over to Anubis, essentially for free.
Yeah, they got a lot of progress toward the outskirts of A there. The defense would be pretty ready, pretty sharpish though for unKnights. C4 still waiting in mid until, I guess I'd say, in the next 10-15 seconds or so until they make a decision. And you can see just dancing between the choice of going toward A or B. And it looks like they're going to leave design here. So they provide a little bit of a lurk late round. Or maybe a split if they decide to go toward the A site through mid. So either a lurk up toward B if they do decide on B, or the help toward the A site once they make this decision. And unfortunately, this decision right now is being eaten up by Pietro, but he only gets the one. Doom trades it quickly. It's back and forth. 3v3. Make that 3v1 as Anubis get their kills in the end, thanks to Design and Dipsy. Down to HZ, 13 seconds. C4 has been herded away and will be planted safely with 8 seconds to spare. No worries on that one.
Yeah, flash pops right in the face. of HC. He'll be forced away. You're right. He's pulled out that rifle. He's done a pretty decent amount of work with it. So far, so good on the 1v3 retake attempt, but time ticking away, and he's going to have to move quickly straight into the Orm, waiting. Which is now going to mean that Anubis are 1 round away from victory on map 1. It's been quite a solid performance from them.
Not to be for HZ on that one. X super aggressive. Doom will get caught off, not expecting him to be completely overrunning mid. First time we've really seen this in the entire game from unKnights, and it's actually worked beautifully for them.
No trade back. Design and Dipsy. Left solo as a duo. I like that change up from unKnights. Not sure that Anubis are necessarily as much of a fan of it, but still not a round that's done and dusted just yet. We'll see if Dipsy can pull off something. Timing's not really going to work out for him. It'll be shot in the back by Pietro. It's an easy setup for unKnights when you have the 5-on-2 advantage. So it's on to Design now, who, to be fair, could potentially get a bomb plant down on A if he could walk in here, maybe get that free kill onto Alucard. It's not going to happen. unKnights claim themselves one more, up to 7, keeping it interesting.
Yeah, but as I said earlier, Anubis have done a good job of kind of just keeping unKnights at arm's length the entire game, really. It's always been like a 2-round gap pretty much for a long period of time. I like unKnights' decision there, though, absolutely agree. That is a very, very fast mid-pincer, and it works perfectly. A complete change-up, knowing they've maybe got nothing to lose now, being, of course, map points down.
Four players pushing in through pillars into the setup from unKnights, and that's a mistake. Kiko doubling down. Still got to get past HC as well, and he's backed up into the site. Starting to get a little bit worrisome now for Anubis. This is getting a little bit too close for comfort. Design's not been given time in mid to work, and in fact, as he does, he's found out by Beck as well. Just Dipsy left solo. Has it come unstuck at an inopportune moment for Anubis, and unKnights making this comeback real.
This game has always felt close, but it's going to be closer than ever before. Of course, Anubis did have that 5-0 lead, and we thought it might be over pretty quickly, but ever since then, unKnights were sort of trading rounds in their favour back into the game. Of course, it went from that 5-0 to 7-5. It's always kind of been either 3 or 2 round gap since then. Now it's going to be 1 again, unless Dipsy can do something absolutely ridiculous. He's gifted 1.
Yeah, but that's now the information. And easy cleanup for HC in the end. 9-8. So last chance here for Anubis to make it easy for themselves and get it done 10-8. Otherwise we go into OT. Gotta say, it kind of feels like unKnights are going to be able to get us there. Anubis need to change something up, or maybe catch one of these unKnights members off guard pretty early on in the piece, bring it back to a 4-on-5 and work from there. But no real change in the approach from Anubis in terms of the pace. Perhaps a little quicker into mid here if they keep going. And they've left Design to watch for any potential push from Pietro. It's not really going to come again. We know that from unKnights. It's a 1-for-1. That's a great trade, actually, from Dipsy. That could have just as easily been a 1-for-0. Now it's time for Anubis to activate their way in towards mid. Kiko, Wild Spray, only going to be good for 1. Here's the chance now for Anubis, particularly with Design being given time on that long flank. Beck might be keeping a bit of an eye on it, but perhaps apparently is the answer. No, this Design doubles down, and that is easy for him to find 2. The round not secure, though. C4 in the hands, technically, of HC at the moment. He'll back off, which will allow the chance for Anubis to go and grab that back. But I don't mind the rotation at all.
Yeah, I think HC's got a great chance in this one, considering the health on Design, of course. C4 now will go down. He's gone for this full rotation round. Will he be expecting him here this quickly? That is the question.
They're not checking for it at all.
Yeah, there's no clue on it at the moment. Master's going to get taken down for free, and we know, of course, Design was low HP from earlier on, and HG's going to find it. Good reaction on the player cam as well, a shake of the head, and unKnights just about saved the game. 9-all.
Yeah, Anubis got to be disappointed with that one, honestly. I mean, look, it looks a little bit silly in the end, honestly, when you consider that they know that he's been silent for whatever amount of time, and there is every possibility that he is making that rotation. You've kind of got to be aware of that. You've got to sort of have a bit of a cursory peek out towards A long and have a quick check. If you don't see anything there, then maybe you can set up on that line. But Anubis making the call to kind of disregard that, and it's going to be their undoing in that round. Should have been theirs every day of the week, but not the case. And so unKnights with a real chance of actually making this map their own now. And for Anubis, disappointing because they had that 5-0 lead, and it's starting to get a bit more animated. We saw them looking pretty relaxed on the player cams at the start of the game, but not the case anymore.
He's the hero for unKnights. I agree that maybe he should have been aware of that possibility, but the internal clock didn't click in time. Instead, making the correct call, though. Be up around to the big flank. Keeping as silent as he possibly could. Back underway.
Right back to it. It'll be Anubis to start on GR side. It will be treated once again to the characteristic unKnights BL side, which is very patient, if nothing else. You can see how much slower they are to even move through the map than what Anubis were. Like, this would be the setup that Anubis would have, like, right out the gates. But it's taken unKnights 45 seconds to kind of get here. Maybe expecting a little bit of aggression from Anubis.
Well, to take Jaguar in the meantime as well. Keiko does find Doom though, and with that, they keep the man advantage intact. Beck hiding in the window, waiting for the possibility of some more work to do. Gonna feel like, oh, nice shot, Kiko. That's designed down. Okay, that's gonna make it ever more difficult for Dipsy and Master. But yeah, you kind of feel at the moment that both these teams kind of realize the importance of this map. I mean, we know it's got down to this 9-all point, but super impactful now either way, of course, with, as I said, if Anubis are able to find it in the end and maybe get a 2-0 overall, that means they'll put them above unKnights in the group. But the fight back from unKnights has been particularly impressive. Don't forget they were 5-0 down, they were 9-7 down. Always a 2-round gap for a long period of time.
Yeah, it's going to be getting frustrating now. It's definitely frustrating for Anubis. They've had to play out a very long map, and they felt that they should have won it. And with every round that goes past, it's unKnights kind of putting together a more and more dominant-looking display. Now, if we disregard the 5-0 lead that Anubis got, because that feels like it's a long way away now. It's been 10-4 since that point for unKnights, and that's a lot of momentum going in their direction. And actually, these critical rounds are starting to actually lean in the direction of unKnights more and more often. So Anubis may be a fairly momentum-based team riding on their emotions, suffering for that in a game like this. The thing is as well, they get given a lot of time to kind of stew with their emotions here by unKnights. They will be happy to use every minute that is provided to them And that really keeps Anubis guessing.
Just spotting the angle, trying to see if he can see an arm, see a leg, anything through that angle, any piece of extra information. Line up there for Pietro to jump out of the window. And that will force Dipsy back. He's taking some damage as well. A bit of pressure now. Oh, and an easy first 1 for 1.
Yeah, design was good on this bomb site in regulation time. And he's done pretty well again. A nice double kill from him. It's just not going to matter, though, when Kiko and HC are able to barrel their way into B. unKnights once again have traded effectively enough. And Alucard will creep back past the windows. He was spotted by Jaguar. C4 still hasn't gone down. unKnights not necessarily in the most favorable of positions now, but HC is able to take one back, and again we find ourselves in a 1-on-2. Master will give away his position with that shot through the smoke. But when is that C4 going to get planted? Never. Apparently, it's not required. In the end, unKnights, their patience is rewarded, and they have yet another round. And it definitely feels as though this is unKnights' map to lose now.
What a comeback. 5-0 behind, of course. They brought that back eventually to 7-5. As I said, they kind of kept it at that 2- and 3-round gap for mostly the entire game, did Anubis. But as soon as they hit 9, they couldn't close it. And they've been on 9 ever since.
What could have been for Anubis? And Anubis have to deal with one more push from unKnights, who again have grouped up in toward pillars. Smokes are not a bad timing, but in the end, unKnights just decide to go straight through it, so it hasn't really brought any extra advantage for Anubis. The rotation hasn't come across yet as well. If Dipsy falls, that is the site taken by unKnights. A very bad setup now for Anubis, having to retake 4-on-4 into what is one of the most difficult sites to retake in the game.
Super tough. The health is still okay, and I'm sure they have some nades, but I'm not sure that'll be entirely helpful. The angle's being set up here for unKnights. I think it's going to be a little bit too strong. You got Beck still popping up and down, ready for when they entry their way through, and it's a perfect lineup. Jaguar and Doom will hit the deck. There goes Master as well. Sexy triple, and unKnights looking so comfortable now.
Yeah, might as well wrap it up at this point. It's not quite done just yet, but unKnights are looking to sign, seal, and deliver it straight into the bank. It's a really good comeback from unKnights, showing that mental fortitude. Would have been very easy to check out of this game at the 5-0 deficit that they found themselves in. But they didn't. They're a very experienced roster. They've been together for a while. They've been in this kind of spot before. They did not break under that pressure at all. So, looking for that 2-0 tonight against Anubis.
Yeah, and you can see a little
possibility.
You can see a little bit of frustration there, of course, as well. And why not? Right, when you had that lead, as you say, 5-0. I mean, their ideas and their strategy, I thought, was actually really good to start the game, right? I mean, we saw that aggression from Jaguar, getting some good timings. There was some good multi-fragging going down as well. They looked, I wouldn't say like they were going to absolutely win the game. 5-0 was only halfway there, but yeah, they definitely maybe changed. I wouldn't say changed their style, but I feel like once they were 5-0 up, they played not to lose rather than played to win like they did earlier on.
Well, one round is all it's going to take here for unKnights. Though, to be fair, you have to remember that the GR side was a little bit harder for them. Ooh. First shot not going to connect from Master. And HC was able to spot a few members out with that jump spot. It's going to prompt a bit of aggression out from Pietro as well. He'll get a forward smoke over toward the A side of the map. There's one in mid too. Smoke's blocking the entrances for Anubis at the moment.
Damage relatively significant, as you said, on Doom and Dipsy. Utility over the top, looking to dive their way up toward mid. Is the choice A or B there? That is the question. It's like we're going to be ducking and diving toward A instead. And now Alucard's got a lot on his plate in front of him. He'll miss the first shot, and that should mean he's down, and he absolutely will be. Dipsy finds it, and it's only really Pietro here. He's not exactly on the site itself to try and defend it. The plant can come through by Doom. Pietro, I think he's known about too. And if this kill comes through, hang on a moment, Kiko's doing great work, and then Pietro deals with Doom. It's completely switched around in a matter of a few seconds. Master gets one, but it's only going to be that one more, and it's not enough, sadly.
Yeah, clean win in the end for unKnights. Look, sure, it had to go to overtime, but it kind of felt like as soon as we got into OT, and even as we were on our way to OT, it was always going to be an unKnights victory. They were just putting one round after the other, not letting the situation get to them at all, and it's a bit of a tilter, honestly, there for Anubis. I mean, they had a 2v1 as well to close that out at 10-8, and they just completely disregarded the possibility of that flank coming in, and ultimately that's been what has kind of cost them. This could have been a map that ended 15 minutes ago in the favor of Anubis, and you know, they are aware of that. They have also now had to sort of suffer through that overtime, so that mindset shift is going to come in for Anubis, and it's not a good mindset to be going into map 2 with.
Yeah, it's one that they're going to be thinking about, I think, sadly. Now you've got to put it out of your mind, as you said, going into the next map, which is tough for sure. They'll be thinking about that, as you say, that HZ clutch that probably shouldn't have gone their way. Maybe if they're just a split second more aware on their internal clock, on their timings, it could have been very different. But as you so rightly said, I mean, what can you do, right? Those mistakes, you have to put them out of your mind quickly and go again. But at the end of the day, they would have realised that going into the group stage standings, as I said, if they managed to find a 2-0, they'd be above unKnights in the group. But now the best they can do is a 1-1, and they'll know they've let that one slip, sadly, from such a confident start, the 5-0 lead, the fact they were playing super aggressive and assertive. In the end, as I said, kind of playing a little bit not to lose rather than playing to win. It's a weird thing to say. It's sort of a mentality thing, I suppose, but you do kind of get what I mean. And in the end, unKnights managed to deliver and managed to make that comeback happen.
Yeah, really great stuff from them. They'll be feeling confident going into this second map. As far as standouts are concerned, I don't know that there was necessarily like one player that stood up above the rest for unKnights either. I sort of felt like really everyone had some degree of impact in the moments that they were required to step up. A good couple of multi-frags from Beck and from Kiko, I can recall. Alucard was doing okay with the Orm in hand. Generally felt like everybody had their time in the sun. You know, HC and Pietro worth a mention too, to get a look when we get onto that scoreboard. But overall, just felt like everybody showed up today for unKnights, and if that continues, then they might continue to lock in a top 3 placing in the overall season standings. Anubis kind of relying a little bit more so on big moments. Clutch players design, I thought, was probably the standout. He had some really good holds on the B bomb site, but couldn't keep that hype train rolling.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, some of the players that I wanted to see step up today for Anubis, I mean, to be fair to them, did. I saw some good stuff from Jaguar and Doom, like I said, but in the end, once we got to that overtime, they kind of seemed to be... I mean, there was obviously, we saw some of the player cams a little bit before we went to the OT. There was clearly some frustration there, as we'd expect, but at the same time, you've got to kind of, when you've still got a chance to win in that OT, they fell apart after that, right? I mean, what was it? Was it 9-7 in the end, and then losing in overtime, not a single round since. So Yeah, a little bit of a struggle, a little bit of a shame, because I really like what I saw from them on a couple of occasions. But yeah, we're just waiting for the stats page, of course, to come up, so we can see, of course, who was our MVP for map 1. But yeah, I think, to be fair, overall, our Knights will be very much delighted with that, because they've had the most ties so far this season. They've got 4 so far. That confirms at least another. And if they do find a way to take it, of course, it'll push them a little bit closer to the likes of LCK and 3BL. Right now, it's those two who are kind of far and away above at the top of the league at the moment. So it's that middle ground battle that we spoke about beforehand. The UnKnights, Lazarus, Anubis, and GV. It's those 4 teams between 10 and 8 points that can really change their fortunes with a 2-0 on a day, for example. But Anubis are not going to be able to do that now, sadly, with losing that first one. So stats are ready and roaring to have a look at, and as you can see, Design played super well. He had a number of big moments. Doom, sadly, only really had, I think, 1 round for me, which I remember, that was really impressive, and not the kind of form that we've expected to see from him today. And in the end, as we say, of course, the performance across the board for UnKnights was a little bit more consistent, and that in the end is what gave him the victory.
Yeah, honestly, it should have been set MVP for Design here. If they would have won 10-8, he would have gotten it, but not the case. It's going to go the way of Kiko. He had a lot of impact, definitely. We talked about the multi-frags that he was able to put in. There was even a couple of them in the OT rounds, so exactly as you'd want to be seeing. He's stepped up nicely, had a pretty important time, but still more work to do for UnKnights. Definitely want to be avoiding that 1-1. It has been kind of hounding them a bit like a plague, and this week's an opportunity to get their first 2-0 week. They haven't had a 2-2-0 week just yet. They've had some wishy-washy weeks and 1-1. They've even lost 0-2 to Lazarus in week 2, which was not something that they'll be too excited about, but here's a week where they can really start to accelerate. And I mean, again, looking at the result that they had against Anubis in their first matchup this season, a 10-6 win on Port and then a 10-3 loss on Black Widow. I don't know if I'm ready to say that this is going to be such an easy task for UnKnights. Like, there was definitely moments in there for Anubis. I don't think I can necessarily say that this should be a 2-0. There's every possibility Anubis bounce back on this next map and run away with things in a similar fashion to what they did in that week 1 matchup. So let's just hold our horses and wait and see how things are feeling on map 2.
Yeah, and it's very surprising as well that maybe Anubis, I thought maybe they'd needed maybe an extra 5 minutes or so, perhaps, to reset after losing after what was a significant lead. But yeah, they're actually almost ready to go. I mean, we even need a little bit of a break, of course, which I thought they would need a break for sure. But in the end, they're ready to get raring straight into it. So about a minute's time or so until we're getting started for that second map between this one. Of course, reminder, we've got more matches to come, of course, today as well. I can tell you through the list of today's games. Swamp versus Lazarus would probably favour Lazarus in that one quite comfortably, even though Swamp did really well yesterday. GV versus LCK. LCK tied top of the group right now. They should be taking that one, and probably the most one-sided game of the day as well is going to be our last one of the day. 3BL top of the group versus bottom of the group, TBI. So should be pretty interesting to see how that one pans out. But firstly, the second map of this one, onto Ankara.
Yeah, haven't seen these two teams play on this map against one another so far in this season. I'm just having a quick click through for UnKnights. They lost 10-4 to GV in week 2 on it. Also 10-5 to Lazarus in week 2. So that's not a particularly exciting looking statistic for them on the map. They were able to get the better of TBI yesterday, but then again, it's TBI that is at the bottom of the scoreboard, so it doesn't really speak too much to the strength of UnKnights on this map. We'll see what Anubis can do as they start things off on BL. Oh, even actually on GR.
First piece of map control comes in from Kiko. He's a lot farther forward than the rest of his team. Keeping an eye on the possibility of any A aggression from the Anubis side. C4 just hanging around outside B though. They were all going to team up together. to help out with that one. And Doom goes for his opening frag. As I said, only really had one round in that previous map after having such a great day yesterday. And again, he's taken down first, sadly for him, in this one. Alucard was great on this map yesterday and already starting off pretty cleanly. Master, well, he is very, very stuck behind the sides, and there goes Jaguar as well. Alucard finds him. 2k start. Make that 3 to start for Alucard. Pistol removes Dipsy as well, and Design, he is miles away, sadly.
Well,
Design is
for unKnights.
Yeah, Design deciding to save his KD, of which he doesn't have any so far in this game. To be honest, you know what? Why not? It's 1v5 anyway. Pietro spots him out at the end finally.
Yeah, I mean, look, I wouldn't read too much into it just yet. Obviously, one round doesn't tell you a whole lot about how things are going to be playing out here, but if you take into account how things were going on Compound, then maybe you start to build a bit of a bigger picture. Something that Anubis cannot really afford to be focusing on. They can't be going, you know, too deep into that sort of negative mindset. Set things up with a little bit of a push outside of B. A couple of players in towards the tunnel having a look into mid, but that's not really going to be too valuable for them with unKnights. More of a setup over on the A side of the map. Nades over the top, not really going to do too much damage. Design inside of that smoke. Oh, almost finds the timing. Gets a lot of damage done down onto HC, and it's going to give some pause for thought to unKnights.
Very, very low now. Presence outside A this time, though. Previous round it was just Kiko here holding early round, keeping an eye on the vents and any main presence, any main pushes. Now, it's down to the defense, but Jaguar is stepping up again. He started the previous map very, very strongly, and that is a great double. Design will get removed, though. It's a nice shot from Doom into 8 in the meantime, too, removing that low HP, but now it's all down to Alucard, and he's relatively stuck.
Well, not impossible, though it ends up being a good trade in there from Master. Alucard was starting to make that one look interesting. Headshots coming out of that pistol nicely. So, it has to be said. I think we might be looking at another pretty close map here. These two teams seem to be quite, well, evenly poised. Master getting aggressive again in through tunnel, and unKnights going to walk straight into that trap. Pietro jumps past the line, trade in from Dipsy and then from Alucard, who gets actually both there for unKnights, and it was imperative that they at least traded evenly. If it wouldn't have been an even trade, that was bad setup definitely for unKnights. They had the numbers advantage. So I think you can even say that's favorable for Anubis considering the resources that were invested.
Probably no reason for any pushes to come through here for the Anubis Gaming side. Beck is quite deep in toward B, though. And that's going to be a lot of information. Wouldn't be surprised if he calls his teammates over. And that's exactly what he's going to do. Look how far Beck has pushed through the site to clear out any of the close rotation spots. As long as Alucard can get through safely, the plant should be comfortable, as unKnights have gambled with this three-man push over toward A. The question is now, where do they rotate from? It looks like they're going to go through the big flank with at least one player, as you can see. So C4 will go down. And a 3v3 retake will commence.
That's not a bad call from unKnights. Do we have a big rotation coming in from Design? That's going to cost a lot of time. HC will back away from the tunnel. And it's going to be util toss in that direction from Alucard. Pretty nicely timed flash. It's really just keeping Anubis at bay, who as of yet haven't been able to do anything. And 15 seconds left is only now when they start to work their way in. They just get absolutely blasted. It's a great setup from unKnights. Perfect read, perfect timing. And they get themselves essentially a free second round there. They really didn't have to work hard in that post plan at all. Happy days.
That was really well played, really well held. And that control, that map control, which really helped them out from Beck. Unfortunately, in the following round for Anubis, it's not looking as hot either. They try going a little bit more aggressive at early round outside A, and look at those 2 X's on the mini-map. They get taken out with their aggression straight away. Especially Master, he was very deep in there and got destroyed instantly. And in the click of a finger, it's all down to Jaguar.
HC makes it look easy in the end there. That was perhaps not how Anubis intended that push to go. But that's the power of the default setup, right? And that's why that's why unKnights run that kind of a setup on their blacklist side almost every single round. They're just waiting to see that little bit of aggression out from Anubis, and they're ready to punish it when it comes. And it might get you, 1 or 2 rounds in the map for free, but that 1 or 2 rounds is quite valuable.
Fast push up mid. Again, it could be an early duel for Master. He spots it out though. Makes sure he doesn't give anything up early like he did in one of the previous rounds with that aggression. Doom keeping an eye on the possibility of Beck making it through as well. He will do exactly that. I think Doom just about spotted him out. Master is going to be ready as like unKnights are preparing, and that is a nice flick from Master. Alucard gets caught on the cross. Doom and Master will go down on the quick trades though, and it puts it kind of all onto Dipsy. He's going to be very, very stuck. Ooh. He gets caught by HZ, and he's fully blinded as well. Jaguar does well to find the quick trade, but again, C4 down, and again an advantage to work with.
Yeah, I was wondering if maybe they didn't know that there was going to be a third player on that site, but good little flank in through mid from HC, and 3-1. This will very quickly go 4-1. You'd think for unKnights it's a pretty tough retake to make for Anubis. Again, it's cost a lot of time with the rotation coming in from Design into Hotel, and he's pretty easily dealt with anyway. Jaguar looking for Pietro. Spotted him out, but Pietro doesn't even need to move. He knows that. He knows time's on his side. He'll go for a little cheeky peek there, but end of the day, what are you really going to do there as Anubis? 4-2-1. How the tables have turned. A 5-0 start, a 5-0 lead for Anubis on map 1. And since then, it's really just been all the way of unKnights.
Yeah, I mean, they've won 1 round since they were up, what was it, 9-6 or 9-7 on map 1? And that was the 1 round in this game. So it's been a struggle, sadly. unKnights will be showing the kind of form that we've expected to see from them today and in the entire group stage thus far. We've got an opening here, though, Anubis, finally. Beck is down.
Just going to group up together unKnights and see if they can trade effectively into the B site by the looks of things. There's no forward hold from Anubis, so no information necessarily for that GR side. But they do have 3 players stacked over toward B, which will be a good call in the long term. Doom turns away. It's a bit awkward of timing for him there. He's actually going to allow unKnights out of Hotel, but still Master and Dipsy are there to help on out. Now, it only comes down to Kiko to find that 1 trade, but that is not certainly a clean enough trade from unKnights yet. Need to find more. Kiko's been good for the multi-frag. Can he get it again? Oh, given the chance by Jaguar, but no more than that. HC, though, in for the 1v1. He doesn't have the C4. He has to continue to take this fight. He's just going to have to hit the shots and puts Design low. He does have time to play. He's going to wrap back around in through mid. And Design now starting to wonder where HC is going to end up.
HC won the game-changing clutch, of course, on map 1 to save his team and recover the win. deliver once again. He's got 6 on the board already in this one. Design versus HZ, and he will get caught in the end. Design's positioning was a little bit cleaner, a little bit better, and obviously that's all down to the mind games in the end. Exciting round though, back and forth. HZ really did try his best, but as you can see from Design's POV, just kind of wrapped the wrap in a way. Flanked the flank. Nice shot.
Okay. Yeah, good start there for Dipsy. Good to see some proactivity still coming through for Anubis. He's going to be able to escape back out into mid if he wants to. You've got Jaguar there to kind of help him out with some util if necessary. Doesn't seem to be. The smoke's going to obscure the vision of Beck anyway, and so Dipsy will get out of there okay. A little bit of a tickle on the way out. In the meanwhile, though, there's been this creep into the vents from unKnights. Design might be set up for a play into vents. This is a great setup for Anubis. The 1-2 punch from Jaguar and
wow.
Design makes it easy. It's Jaguar to get all 4. And unKnights allow Anubis over to a 3rd round.
Lovely quad kill from Jaguar. Not the first time he's multi-fragged nicely today. On good form overall. And, lovely quad kill. Keeps Anubis close by in this one. Just one round the gap. It's felt dominant for unKnights, but not really showing that on the scoreboard.
Gonna give it another crack unKnights. This time with a bit more util coverage. The flashes coming in. Try to allow them into the site, but they've walked right into the setup again of Anubis. I don't know if we're going to be seeing them go to that A-bomb site anymore. Obviously, there's only one more round left in the half, so there's not too many more options, really, but that A site has really not been successful.
Anubis have locked that one down a couple in a row now. Very nice. Jaguar's up to 10 already. So Alucard, of course. Again, it's those two delivering some good work for either team. Master, he wants to go aggressive here with the Orm, with the smoke in position. Beck is on the other side of it. Just jiggling for now. And Dipsy will go down to Pietro. Oh, Master, he really wants to peek this a bit deeper, doesn't he? But it's going to be hard to do so, especially like this. Have to react quickly, and just as he unscopes is when Beck swings. Thankfully, Doom is there to help out.
Yeah, it's 4v4. You do still have Kiko kind of floating around. He could really cause a bit of a ruckus if he gets his timing right, and even if he's able to cut off a rotation or two, that would be pretty valuable considering Design is the sole defender on A. This is a different approach to the A fight than the previous couple of rounds from unKnights, and this one looking maybe a little bit more favorable for them. It's a good flash for Design, but I don't know if he's going to be able to buy enough time. He needs a kill somewhere, needs it quickly. HC will catch him. Jaguar, though, on that rotate, good for the 1. Keeps it in check. Master obviously having a little bit of a peek over the top in that sniper's nest. Can catch one of these unKnights members if they're a little wayward on the cross. Doom also fast flank. Don't know if unKnights are going to be prepared for that.
Oh, the timing for HZ. Oh, that's so frustrating for Doom because he knows that Jaguar's teammate has just got taken down in front of him and he couldn't trade it. HZ super clean with it, and he even finished it off with a triple as well. That's a frustrating attempt at that retake. That could have definitely been different, but in the end, unKnights just better thanks to HZ.
5-4. Perhaps not quite the lead that unKnights were looking for, but a lead nonetheless. And straight into that second half. Anubis really have Jaguar to thank for a lot of the work that was done there. 11-7 is a pretty standout half. On the other side of the field, though, HC and Alucard, the ones to chime in, also having a pretty good day. Anubis are going to take a leaf out of unKnights' book and start things pretty slow on the Blacklist side.
Presence up toward this mid-split area already. Down to, once again, one of the main men, Alucard, you would think, on the defense from the site with a sniper. Because he's worried about mid, so he's going to reposition, and now he sees the player jump across the angle in front of him, and that first missed shot is going to put him under a lot of pressure. Lovely no-scope close range, but it's only ever really going to be one from that angle, and Pietro tries to help out. Unfortunately, he gets a bullet to the skull as well. Jaguar will drop, though, so it's still a 3v3.
Take it, as far as Anubis are concerned. I know it's generally a pretty solid team on retakes, though. Setup looks good for Anubis. First frag is going to go the way of Kiko, which opens the door up nicely for unKnights. He'll keep on pushing his way forward. Master the last surviving. He's going to be found out as well, and as expected, unKnights pretty clinical on the retake there of the B site. And they will once again build that lead out to 2.
Retakes have looked super clean for them in this map, and to be fair, both maps, obviously there were a few mistakes in that previous one, but their retakes are looking well drilled. Alucard up to 11, HZ on 12 kills, of course. It's those two which are really doing a lot of the hard work in this one. Some really important impact frags from the likes of Kiko and Beck, I suppose it's fair to say, too. Pietro doesn't need to be high up on the scoreboard if his teammates are being as consistent as this at the moment. And, they're going to have a bit of light of day now between them and Anubis.
Slow approach from Anubis again. But they've got Alucard to deal with, who is waiting on a really safe line, right? This is just take a shot, back off, start dumping util once Anubis has been spotted. And he has seen Master. Fires that shot off a little bit too early. Nade will do a little bit of chip damage onto design. Good fight won by Pietro in mid. That's actually critical. It allows the rotations to come across. And of course keeps the numbers advantage healthy for unKnights, which is quite a bonus in their retake situation. Pietro's going to work his way deeper into mid and rotate through into the hotel. Doom on his own flank. We've got layers upon layers for this one.
Spotted out, though, and even though Kiko does manage to get that information, Doom is faster on the trigger finger this time. He will go down to HZ, though. Once again, HZ doing great work on these retakes, but he only gets one more, and now it's down to Beck and Alucard in this 2v2. Time is a big problem, of course, as well. 7 seconds on that C4. They're going to tap it, but there's no one on it, and they'll see that. And in the end, Anubis will manage to swarm Alucard and Beck and get themselves another round on the board. They keep it within 1.
Yeah, that is, again, going to maintain the proximity of this map. And these teams just so evenly matched at the moment. And they'll go tit for tat. But unKnights maintain the lead. And they have generally maintained the lead on this map, which is a little bit concerning for Anubis, who was a team that, you know, they held on to the lead for the majority of compound and couldn't close that map out. So what does that say about their chances of coming back from behind? A full A set execute for Anubis this time around. unKnights have not got a third rotator coming across anytime soon. It'll have to come down to the 2 players holding, and Kiko's good for a double to start it off. HC a bit more of a wayward spray. He'll just have to back his way up and play for the retake. Wise choice. Numbers are healthy enough for unKnights to make this retake happen.
Yeah, they've had so much success playing patient and going for those retakes, right? They don't need to dive in alone on any of those certain situations where they could just give up a kill, a bit more of a 50-50 deal, do it when the percentages are a bit higher for you. Doom once again is in a similar position to the previous round on that little bit of a lurk play, but it doesn't work out for him. And now they'll know that he's in that position, so they're going to try and swarm on the other two while they have the opportunity. But now it's all three ready and ready to go. Lots of shots going back and forth, and now it's all down to Master. 1 versus 2. He is stuck, and they know exactly where he is. They should be just launching their way through. What a shot, though. And now it's all down to Beck, and there's not going to be enough time for this defuse, but it doesn't even matter. What a round from Master.
Master has stepped up in a big way. You thought when Kiko got this double that it probably should have been their round. HC maybe could have done a little more and gotten 1 on the entry, but either way, unKnights, they weren't in a bad spot.
No.
Anubis starting to get a bit of that momentum back. 6 apiece. Thinking about their dub on this map.
That was just a sick round, honestly. Managing to pluck, was it Kiko he plucked out of midair when he jumped down? Either way, absolutely lovely play. Great reactions. Look easy when it certainly was not.
Looks like Anubis are going to run it back again. Same kind of setup. Couple of players in through vent, couple of players in through main. Kiko going to get the smoke down in main and going to try and go for that double kill again. It won't work out this time. It's on to HC, who's good for 1, but surely it's going to be too much. He's really relying on some assistance coming across from his teammates, and he does to an extent get it. The util coverage is quite good. It allows HC to get out.
Wow.
While the rest of the team is forcing their way in. I'm surprised Anubis haven't dumped a bunch of util into that GR spawn position. They're just going to take the fights, and that's going to work out. Doom for the double. Now that smoke starts to bloom. He's going to allow the bomb plant down. Beck, the one tasked with the retake.
Yeah. I think Anubis know they were all toward that position as well, so it's the question of whether he decided to go for a long rotation or not. And yeah, smoke in play, but okay, he just catches Doom straight through it. A couple of tracers spotted, and now it's all down to Master again. Can he be the man again for Anubis? Or will it be Beck's clutch on this occasion? Master has repositioned. Oh, wall bangs through the box. It's a little bit nervy. Now they know how big this round is at 6 apiece, of course. But time is the big issue. Can he find the kill and the defuse in time? No bullets remaining. Pistol comes out, and he's got it. What a clutch from Beck to make happen at that late stage of the game.
It's clutch after clutch after clutch going back and forth, and unKnights the ones on the receiving end this time, and they get themselves an advantage again. But again, a 1-round lead doesn't really feel too fantastic at the moment, considering how tight a lot of these rounds have been. Might be lining up for another overtime between these two teams. That's just the kind of way it's going.
Well, unKnights have been made to work. Beck certainly did in that previous round. Been good work from Anubis to maybe put the chance that they had in the previous game out of their mind and keep this one close with a couple of great close rounds, but just get the impression that unKnights are just going to have enough in this game. Could be wrong, but like Anubis, just extra final push. unKnights have kind of had that ball in their court the whole day so far. Mid control, mid default from Anubis. Patiently waiting with the C4. A couple of players watching A, one player watching B. That is going to be Master. He's on the angle, and Pietro goes searching and gets punished for it.
Warm in hand. He'll try and lead the charge for Anubis. 45 seconds left. It's not so much as a charge as a slow creep at this point in time, but Alucard has got too much to watch. He's going to fall off the angle. Information might be now coming through, but I wonder if it's a little bit too little too late. Beck is set up at the boxes, but he could just as easily go down here once that wrap comes in from Anubis. He's putting a lot of faith and his teammates to keep him covered, but they haven't even checked the corner. It could be a critical error from Anubis. The 1-for-1s are in, but Anubis have the numbers advantage still. C4 out in no man's land, and that flank coming in from Alucard may have just been spotted out by Master. He's having a look in that direction. Will go down. Wall bang easy with that M4A1. But still more work to do, and another clutch required here, and it might be on. HC, sharp shot to start things off onto Dipsy. He'll push his way forward. Jaguar. The engagement's going to go for the swing, but HC hits it again, and another clutch for unKnights. It's got to be painful for Anubis. It puts unKnights back to a 2-round lead. Just stretching it out again.
Yeah, I saw Alucard on the site there trying to waste time as much as he possibly could. I didn't think he was going to get another kill, but just the fact that maybe he sets up HZ for even more. I mean, look at HZ's KD right now. He's 18 on the board at the moment. Super game from HZ. Goodness me. Another important clutch, and as soon as Anubis won that big round thanks to Master, and he got that 1 versus 3, unKnights said, well, listen, we can clutch too and take a couple in a row back on their side. Anubis, again, will be looking back at this game, the entire game, not just that the chance has gone a-begging in map 1, but on map 2, thinking, well, if we just won those 2 1v1s, of which they were long drawn-out 1v1s, ones that definitely could have gone our way, this game was totally different. We'd be 8-6 up rather than 8-6 behind. But that is not the reality we live in.
Oh, straight into the vent. Somehow he's made that one a double kill. That's not good news at all for Anubis. Should have been traded every day of the week, but peaks advantage for Kiko. And C4 has to be retrieved as well for Anubis, which is going to cost them quite a substantial amount of time. Staring down the barrel of a 2-0 now for unKnights. This should be their 9th round.
Creeping ever closer to what would be a really important 2-0 to keep the pressure on the top 2, of course. Nice reaction from Alucard again. Dim will go down, jiggling with the angle. Great reaction on the second. Clean with it is Alucard, and a lovely triple. They're getting hyped in the player cams, and why not? They're 1 away from this 2-0.
Yeah, it's kind of accelerated in the last few rounds, hasn't it, for unKnights? Obviously, off the back of those 2 clutches, momentum really shifting. Sort of feels the same as Compound, where it was, you know, maybe a bit back and forth for quite a while, and then unKnights, I don't know, they maybe just figured things out, had a couple of lucky rounds, whatever the case. Anubis looking pretty perturbed here. Head in the hands for a moment. They're having a tack timeout now, but are you really going to call a tack timeout when 9 has already been pulled up? I think you've got to be calling it a little bit earlier than that. You're not accounting enough space for a simple mistake or just a bad round or something like that, or a good clutch. You're kind of saying, well, we call this tack and now everything has to be perfect from here, but that's just not the way it works most of the time.
This is a super frustrating one for Anubis. They're going to call in the tactical pause now, but maybe it's a little bit too little too late. Not just the first map, but they were 5-0 in front. Of course, it was reduced to 7-5, but then they kept that 2-round gap basically the whole game. It was, I think, 9-7 or 9-6 at that one point. They didn't win a single round in that map after that. Losing it in overtime. And now, this map, 2 1v1s that could have absolutely gone their way instead, could have totally changed the complexion of the scoreboard as it is now. And the individuals of the unKnights side, I think especially Alucard for unKnights has been super, super solid. Once again, he has showed up in that previous round with a beautiful triple. I think it's he and HZ who I've been particularly impressed with, without a doubt. So many multis from both of them.
All right, looks like we've got all 5 back, ready to go. And 1 round left for unKnights to secure the 2-0, which would be a very welcome sight for them. 2 2-0s this week. Something that they have failed to achieve in the first 3 weeks. But week 4, the turning of a new leaf, and that's the perfect time to kind of get the ball rolling as we're now starting to head into the second half of this season of CFWL. Gotta say, though, it's not over yet. Maybe Anubis can do to unKnights what was done to them on Compound. Let's find out as we head into the 17th round. 16th round, even.
Sadly, that tactical pause removes the lovely numbers on the scoreboard that we'll have from unKnights in this game. It was HZ and Alucard have just been piling on those numbers. We'll see, that, of course, those particular numbers at the end of the game when our stats page comes up, but been a superb performance overall. But lots of pressure here from the Anubis side, and maybe that tactical pause. This is the decision they've come to off the back of it. Even though that nade from HZ does find another one to add to his tally. Anubis have got to manage to get themselves a plant at least to try and extend play ever longer.
It's not a particularly promising looking retake for unKnights. All of them coming through from GR spawn. Just going to have to hit some fantastic entries, essentially, with 20 seconds left on the clock. Nobody from Anubis really peeking. There goes Doom. Timing was good. Jaguar down as well. Hang on a minute. What has just happened there? unKnights straight on the defuse. No one's even going to get there in time. Master can't have it. And unKnights have secured the victory. That's going to be a huge tilter for Anubis. But I tell you what, at least their pain is over.
Is that the one silver lining you've got for them? It's a shame, isn't it?
I think so, yeah.
Because honestly, they were so close in both these games. I really thought for a second, especially in that second one, they pulled it back to 6-all. It looked like unKnights felt comfortable actually in that whole game, to be honest. It was a weird one where the scoreboard was kind of a little bit deceiving in that sense. But gotta say, it's sad for Anubis because those 2 1v1s are going to be looking back on thinking, what could have been. And even that final round there, I mean, they have an afterplan. They are all destroyed instantly. And even Master in the 1v4, he is a glimmer of hope there with the first kill of the pistol. He almost reacted to the second. If it was a second quicker, maybe he pulls that second play off the defuse. You really never know, right? But either after that, it would have been very difficult. But still, nice attempt, just not to be. unKnights will now close the gap to the top 2 in the group.
Yeah, definitely a disappointing one in the end, unfortunately, for Anubis, right? I kind of echo your thoughts that certainly that first map was a very winnable one. I think maybe it was a little bit more one-sided here on Ankara. But, some good clutches from unKnights are kind of what have made it look quite comfortable in the end. If those clutches go the other way, then maybe we find ourselves at another OT, or maybe even Anubis just sort of eking out a 10-8 victory. They were very competitive in this series, but they don't really get the reward for it that they were looking for. And I honestly was feeling a little bit worried watching the first map on Compound, that 5-0 lead, and I was thinking, gosh, I came into this series sort of predicting unKnights would find the victory and be the better team and get the 2-0 and whatnot. That was kind of the storyline that I was setting, and I was thinking, there's a bit of egg on my face now, because Anubis just came out the gate so strong, but ultimately cooler heads prevailed, and I think really that is unKnights in a nutshell. Just cooler heads, they slow things down, and they make sure that they get those maps on the board one way or another. Pivotal moment there from Anubis to kind of keep it close on Ankara, but then the next 2 rounds, the big clutches go the way of unKnights. Beck get away with 1, and then it was HCZ that got the other in the 1v3, and that felt like really the nail in the coffin then.
Yeah, I mean, look at this point, right? It was 8-6 and he had 18 kills on the board, right? I mean, he was just lights out in this game, as you said, winning clutches, multi-fragging over and over, playing for his team really, really solidly as well. I mean, look at the KD. 2.38. Hello. Alucard on a 1.7 as well. Beck did, his job alongside Kiko, but it really was those two, HZ and Alucard, especially HZ. He was unbelievable. And to be fair to Anubis, I think overall today, Design played very well map 1. Jaguar's been pretty solid throughout both maps overall. They'll be feeling a little bit hard done by because, yeah, it's a shame for them, really, that they couldn't manage to find a tie out of this matchup. And we thought that could be a possibility without a shadow of a doubt, even before we went into the game. But HZ deservedly gets his match MVP because he was an absolute monster.
Yeah, no doubts about that one. Definitely not. Knights got to give him a pat on the back for steering them in the right direction in that series. But, you know, they're putting themselves in a pretty good spot now. Obviously, having found that 2-0, they've really well secured third for the rest of this week. But obviously comes down to how the rest of things go here. And Lazarus SG next should be a pretty interesting one.
Of course. And we'll have to see how that one goes down, of course, after a quick break. We're back for more Crossfire, our second group game, of course, to come today. And it should be an exciting one because that Anubis game, we've already spoken about it. It was very, very close. And in the end, they'll be looking back on it and thinking maybe they could have found a victory. But unKnights take it. And of course, now we've got Lazarus on the server next up, of course. The German roster against the North American side in this group, of course, pulled off a really nice win yesterday, didn't they, in Swamp? So looking forward to seeing if they can do the same today.
Yeah, that'll be something that kind of really dictates how we speak about them going forward, right? Because if they get that win against GV, obviously that's a good result. You know, there's no taking that away from them. But if that ends up being, you know, the only result that they get this week, and it ends up just being like a quick 2-0 today for Lazarus, you go, okay, well, it might have been like one good day for Swamp and a bad day for GV. You don't really read too much into it, and Swamp stays at the bottom of the scoreboard. However, there's a world, obviously, where they really come in today and actually take that fight to Lazarus as well. And if they could, in a world, potentially get a 2-0 over Lazarus, they jump right back into the conversation for a position into the playoffs, a position into CFWL for 2025 as well. If you make the top 5, you automatically sort of get seeded into the next season of CFWL. And so that'll definitely be something that Swamp Gaming are going to be looking forward to potentially grabbing. But I don't know, man. It's a pretty tough game on paper. I was obviously of the opinion that GV probably were the favorites going into that game against SG yesterday. They didn't show up. SG did. There's no taking that away from SG. But when you really look at it on paper, Lazarus have actually been the better team between Lazarus and GV this season. They have outperformed them. They're sitting higher on the standings. And so it's kind of like going from the mini boss to the final boss this week, where GV was maybe the warm-up game for SG. They were able to sweep that one. Now they go up against Lazarus, which should be actually an even more difficult opponent based on how things have been going so far. So if they could get this win on the board, it really would speak to the turnaround maybe that Swamp have found for this season. But I don't know, I'm obviously backing Lazarus in this matchup.
Yeah, and I probably would as well, just purely by, you know, league standing too. But of course, yesterday was not the perfect result for them overall. So they would probably be quite happy to find a 2-0 here. They probably would be favoured to do so. Swamp Gaming, of course, they've been, as I said, that win yesterday is a conversation now that can be had because it put TBR on the bottom of the group. It showed that they have the ability to win a game, of course, being maybe a game on high ping, which is the most important factor as well, right? So important for them to find it, and good to see some of their individual. I think Kais and Famous were particularly solid yesterday. I was impressed with those. So looking to see if Lazarus can deal with them, as we expect they might be able to. I thought Vise was quite good. I think HTZ as well played quite well. So looking forward to seeing if they can keep up that form. I would favour Lazarus for sure, especially on the maps we've seen. But Swamp did show some good form on a couple of those yesterday. So you never know. But as we know, that's unpredictable, this group. We know that there's been a few results that we haven't expected. But I would favour Lazarus without a doubt.
Yeah, I mean, look, interestingly, just to quickly touch on those maps, those are the same maps that we saw SG playing yesterday against GV. And, you know, I would say it was a pretty comfortable win, actually, against GV, but I don't know that I really felt that GV was on their best form yesterday. And as you mentioned, like, Kai's really went above and beyond for the SG roster. So few things went right for SG, few things went wrong for GV, and I think that's going to have to be the same kind of case today for this matchup against Lazarus. Also looking at that as Lazarus now having maybe had a bit of a look at how SG plays out on both of those maps, what kind of strats they're going to bring to the table, have SG change things up overnight. That'll be something to sort of factor in here, and Lazarus are quite an experienced team, so I imagine they're going to have done some prep for this matchup. And even taking into account the form that Lazarus showed yesterday, yes, they did lose 0-2 to 3BL, but they actually kind of pushed 3BL. Second map went to 10-8, so that's not a bad shout. And 10-6 on Ankara, they were able to, I guess, keep 3BL honest in that matchup at least, which is, you know, normally you wouldn't be so happy about a 0-2 loss, but in a matchup against a team like 3BL, I think you kind of have to say, well, take what you can get in that kind of a game.
Yeah, exactly. And I think we've got about maybe 30-45 seconds to go until we're going to get into game. So not too long before we're into this matchup and see if Swamp can do a repeat from yesterday. But of course, it will be a bit of a shock if they're able to do that. Lazarus are the favourites. And yeah, I agree with what you were saying as well. I think there were some individuals that were stepping up pretty nicely for both these two teams. Of course, Swamp being, as I said, American, Canadian. Kai's, of course, from Canada, not from NA, and we liked quite a lot about what he was doing yesterday. So looking to see if Lazarus can go up against them and go up against them successfully. We're about to get into the game, and already, immediately, the first kill of the game will come through. And guess what? It is who we've been talking about. It's Mr. Kais.
Okay, well, if that continues over the course of today, then let's just hold on to our horses, because it might be back-to-back dubs on day 1 to day 2 for Swamp Gaming, something that we saw from unKnights, which was secured. And now, chance for Lazarus, the team from North America that has quite a few fans turning out to support them most of the time. Interesting push here from Famous up behind the box on a long.
Yeah, decided against it in the end. He's in that deep off angle now, in that pit area. So if Lazarus are to take long, they're going to have to get past him. They are going to be creeping forward onto it now. Famous is ready and raring to go. That's a brilliant first tap. Super, super clean. And he adjusts on Manison nicely.
Yeah, Server still yet to be informed, but obviously one of these games will be played on NA. Starting to wonder if maybe this is the one, because those shots were pretty sharp from Famous to start things off. He's gotten rid of HTZ as well. Always has had pretty good first bullet accuracy, Famous. He's got one of the better headshot kill rates. First map is indeed NA server. Second will be on EU. So, just for those that are wondering about that.
There we go. Yeah, you would maybe give Swamp Gaming that slight advantage in this one because of that. And going by how clean those shots were, as you said. More of that would be super, super nice. Brando goes searching for something there. Don't forget we saw Brando be an absolute menace on this map yesterday, continuing just to put pot shots through those doors over and over again. And a bit of a nightmare. And unfortunately in this round though, he'll get caught off.
Well, not quite going so swimmingly for Swamp here into round 2 of the game. But Lazarus are going to take their time. More than happy with this numbers advantage they've got for now, and they're not going to press the issue all that much. So, waiting patiently. So too Swamp. But Swamp's got to start to be wondering a little bit about what's happening in mid, and so that is where Excavate's going to go and have a look, and he's actually gotten rid of HDZ, so brought it straight back into a 4-on-4, which isn't necessarily favorable for Swamp, but certainly relieves some of that pressure, and Famous cheating a rotate over to A. Not sure if he wants to commit to that, though.
Ice will show a lot of presence through the window. Inside to fall back, but Manison, of course, he's alongside Loons, completely cleared out the site. So Plant can come through, and all these lurkers around the map for Lazarus are going to be awkward for Swamp to figure out. Of course, you've still got Kais way, way back. waiting for the possibility of those lurks to come through, but Luke's got a favourable angle here, you would think. He takes himself 1 kill before getting taken down instantly, but Vise then activates. Actually, it's going to be down to Excavate now. He will get 1 quick frag in response, and it's all down to Jin. All the time is an issue, though, as you say. Jin is stuck behind the pillar. Can he pre-fire him in time and get the defuse in time? I don't think he can. He cannot. Jin does the right thing. He hops away, and that's the round complete despite the kill.
So, 1 apiece. Nothing ultimately too fancy there from Lazarus. It was honestly just a good call to go A, right? They, for some reason, pulled that extra rotate over to B, SG, and in that meanwhile, Lazarus said, we're going to walk up short into A, and got that site for free, got the bomb plant down. It was a little bit too much to come back from for Swamp. Now it's on to Kai's again, who really is only going to be good for 1. He's kind of out in no man's land there, and you almost need Excavate to find the trade, which didn't quite come through. Jin in all sorts of trouble, though, as that re-aggression into mid from Swamp is going to prove successful. Also have Josh pushing out of the B bomb site, so Swamp are getting active in this round.
And as shown by Josh's position there, of course, as well. Look at that. He's got the C4 basically in spawn. That's going to make it very difficult for Lazarus to recover it now. 3 players are going to have to get past to find a way back to that C4. Excavate and Brando helping out on that one. Good flash. AZ is very, very blind. Super utility usage and just nice aggression and map control. As soon as they got the bomb, they secured it instantly. Kai's got caught in the open, as you said. So that's always going to be a difficult situation to get more than just 1. But in the end, that one was fine. And it was enough because it allowed aggression elsewhere.
Lazarus will try to slow things down a little bit. That round just got a bit out of hand a little bit too quickly for them. Chaos thrown in by Swamp. And Manison having a bit of a jiggle on those mid doors. Hasn't seen too much, but SG are on the move again. This time it's Brando up through short. He spotted out the C4. He'll be coming that over to his teammates and starting to try and dump a bit of util to dissuade Lazarus from retaking that area of the map. In the end, though, doesn't actually want to hold on to it. Will be picked back up by Manison, but double swing in through the mid doors, and Brando was doing such great work on the mid doors yesterday. No surprise to see that continuing again today. It's looking pretty solid for Swamp.
Yep, on the NA server, looking clean with it, taking the initiative, taking the assertive peaks. Good nade onto an Excavate from Vise, though. Good nade in response onto a Josh. It chunks him down significantly. Loons play with that angle, continuing to show presence on that angle. But Brando's in a great position here. On a much faster flank than perhaps Lazarus are expecting, and there we go. Brando being an absolute menace once again. Leaves it down to Vise. He is pretty stuck. It's a lovely tap onto a Brando, but it's going to be no more than that. Swamper looking clean.
Love to see it. You know, it's going to show that yesterday wasn't a fluke from SG, that they are actually able to hang. It's kind of taken a little while for this team to come together for this season of CFWL and really start to put on some results. But now that they've arrived, it seems that, yeah, they're actually going to be really competitive in at least the middle of the pack. Obviously want to see how they go against teams like maybe an LCK or a 3BO. But at least against the teams that, you know, are kind of in part of that chasing group, they've been doing really well for themselves, and so I'm going to be having a bit of a think about how to continue on the way forward. It's attack timeout from Lazarus, but of course that's still going to give Swamp a bit of an opportunity to have a chat as well. I don't know that they need to really change too much up. They've been pretty calculated in their aggressions on that GR side. It's been looking pretty good.
Yeah. Main thoughts coming through from Vise, it seems. Cool to see teams in the CFWL getting supported by some orgs that at least I would recognize as well, right? I mean, Lazarus used to be in CS back in the day. You had that North American team, I remember, with Brax and stuff, right? So pretty cool logo as well, gotta say. Both these two rosters have nice logos.
Yeah, Lazarus have been they've been around Crossfire for quite a while, actually. Typically, they've had a North American team. It's always been a West team, that's for sure. And sponsoring this German roster this time around.
Yeah. And I think it's fair to say that I think there's quite a lot of logos in this West League that I do enjoy. Very unique. It's nice to see that. Anything that's sort of stock standard doesn't really turn an eye, but there's some nice uniqueness between these organizations and their logos. Lazarus. Right, this is gonna drop down. Looking to push forward, take a bit more of a control outside that B area. Maybe something they discussed in that tactical pause.
Swamp look like they've got a pretty good read on it, though. Going to bring an extra player over toward B. Still got Brando watching in mid. Might be time to send Kai's a little more aggressive onto that long angle, and that's exactly what he's doing. Trying to scope that out and see if there's any push happening there, and the information that he's getting is there's not a whole lot. There's a lot of good information gathering happening from Swamp. Got control of the box room, control of long. Even got Famous kind of watching the push up on short. Haven't seen anything from Lazarus, and wherever Lazarus go, they're going to have to fight for map control.
Exactly. A lot of presence being put toward that B area of the map, though, of course. You see that sort of line of three for the Swamp side. So right now, Lazarus, I would say they're making the correct call. Obviously, they'd have to worry about Kais on long, but they've got Famous, really the main man there. 40 seconds, yet to make a call, though, and they are going to fall their way back toward that B side of the map. At least it looks like they're going to. Yes, 30 seconds. They need to make a decision now because the time is getting low. Playing this round out very slowly. And now they're going to try and go up against the likes of Josh and Excavate. First contact will come through with 20 seconds on the clock. It's going to be an absolute bloodbath, though. And the 3 for 2 will come through. And now this puts a lot of pressure onto getting that bomb planted in time. I'm not sure Brando's going to allow it. He keeps dancing back and forth to just be an absolute nuisance for Lazarus. Lazarus, how on earth do you get the plant in time? They're going to make it happen just about, though. But unfortunately, it's taken so much manpower to make that a possibility. It leaves it all down to HDZ. Brando and Kai's trying to remove him. They know they've got him locked in, and it's a really nice shot onto Brando, but Kai's was always going to be there to get the trade with the pistol.
Yeah, definitely felt like a matter of time. Kais was being very, very slow about that flank in behind, just wanting to make sure he didn't make any noise. But, yeah, had it on lock. Easy finish. And Swamper up to 4. Really not putting a foot wrong so far. Not sure what this is. It might be another restart. So, don't know if that's necessarily ideal for Lazarus here. They're going to have to continue to think about things. And the thinking is not going to be fun at the moment.
No. It's always a struggle when you're not on the favoured server. Just a very short technical overall, though. Just 1 minute. And so we're probably back in, if not less. But I've been very impressed with how Swamper played this so far. Even that last round, right? They refused to give up any frags early. It forced Lazarus to go for a late round play. It was 20 seconds on the clock before they even had any contact toward that main portion of the site. And yeah, even though B was heavily defended. They did manage to at least trade their way into a plant, and HDZ managed to hop clear for that C4 to get planted, but no more than that. And once again, Swamp Gaming are just happy to take the assertiveness in the following round. Vise is down already, so is Jin. Famous may have been caught by Loons, but we've got another advantage to work with, and Brando is doing more work.
Madison chiming in there. He's got himself one. It's enough to bring it back to the 2-on-3. Loons, though, can't do more than just the one out in no man's land eventually after getting that first frag. It'll be traded back down by Excavate pretty comfortably. And so Madison has to try to get aggressive and force a fight before planting. Look, he's honestly got a lot of time to work with here. But wisely, SG just going to group up here and try to play the 2-on-1. Worst case scenario, it should come down to a trade. In that timing, though, Madison thinking about maybe even exiting. He's going to wait patiently. Looks like he'll get his opportunity, but not for very long because Josh just hits the headshot. And it's another for Swamp as they just continue to go barreling through this map.
Going barreling through the map. They're going barreling through Lazarus right now. Very, very comfortable and confident it feels like for them at the moment, but opening picks for Lazarus have come very few and far between. Have been hard to come by. We'll find one on Excavate this time, but the trade was instant. Brando playing with the mid doors again. Back and forth, trying to catch ahead on the fadeaway. Being an absolute menace in that position once again, but in comes Famous. Oh, that absolutely could have been more than one. But not this time. 3v3 still intact until Brando steps up again.
Made over the top. Actually, doesn't do any damage. I thought it was going to be a pretty hefty one onto Vice, but must have missed. Loons has been spotted out as well. Both the remaining Blacklist players have been spotted. Actually, good, reasonable awareness of where they are. That's a nice sharp shot, though, from Vice there. Back into the discussion now. Kaiser's going to start to get on the move over at B. And Brando's sort of stuck on the stairs here. If he's not careful, he falls to Loons, though. With that kill onto Vise, his job gets a little bit easier. He can just keep his head ducked down, wait for that rotation to come in. Doesn't really matter in the end. Brando's feeling it. He was fantastic on this map yesterday. He's going a long way to proving to be again today as well. So,
yeah,
I don't know what has come across SG, but they've gone from being a team that didn't really look like they were getting anything done in the first half of this season of CFWL to a team that is certainly putting up numbers.
Yeah, you need to make sure now they don't get a little bit overzealous, right? A little bit overconfident, a little bit lazy with a 6-1 lead. And often the scoreline can close very, very quickly, of course. They do get caught early this round. Brando and Kai's down pretty quickly.
Some re-aggression from SG out of the box room, and it doesn't go well. Jin was waiting for that. It's good patience from Lazarus. Kind of knowing that Swamp are going to go for something. Swamp, to be fair, haven't shied away from taking some proactivity on this GR side. Certainly played into the hands of Lazarus in this particular instance. HCZ just going to be watching for that cross, and I think he might have spotted Excavate out. Well, the shots have gone back and forth now, so that'll confirm it. Easy bomb plant available here for Lazarus.
This one's pretty much impossible for Excavate. I'll give it a look, and unfortunately now it's all known about. Jin has got that really awkward angle to try and clear out. It's borderline impossible to catch the head from there, it feels like. There we go. Jin will find it in the end. Sometimes when that angle works out for you, it can feel super good, but it doesn't. Always frustrating when you're on the defense and you get the opportunity to play with that ramp. It feels like you can continue to do it the whole round, but Lazarus, this time they're the ones in control of it, so they'll feel a lot better. They've got their second on the board finally. A bit more patience this time as well, knowing that, of course, the last time in the last round they went for something a little bit faster. They got caught out in a 2-for-1.
Yeah. Look, whichever way you paint it here, 6-round half for Swamp is pretty good. 7 would definitely be better, but even if this goes to 6-3, I think Swamp can be pretty happy with how that first half has proceeded on Black Widow, which generally tends to be a 5-4 map, whichever way you lean. Madison has been able to work his way up short toward bridge, so it's going to end up being an A split. You have Kai is posted on the line. He's going to have to hit this first shot, and he is able to do so. He gets a chance at a second, but that will not connect. It's really quite a one-and-done position there. Excavate has to focus on long and allow the player on bridge across. Here's the attempt onto Jin. First shot is a good one. Excavate going to be looking for more, but he's going to opt to go for the nade instead. Brando charging on forward. He'll be taken down by Madison. Wasn't maybe aware that there was already a player actually on the site itself. So 3-on-3 for the retake. Famous clean on Talloons. Will bring it back to a numbers advantage for Swamp. And not only that, but it'll also take long control. So this ends up being a pincer strike onto Lazarus, who as of yet cannot even get that plant down. And with 35 seconds left on the round timer ticking away, Vise is going to try to get on the move and even exit A.
Yeah.
Can't surely go to B at this point.
I mean, it's being watched. That's the problem. Excavate's going to hear this. Surely you would think, oh, maybe not at all. He's switching around very late there. And Vice has got himself a double from that. Out of absolutely nowhere. And he's got a free plant on B. How has he been allowed to make that happen? Famous is now going to go on a very long rotation. I really feel like this is just too long for him.
It's just a perfect case of timing. You did say Excavate was watching, and you're not wrong. He was watching, but he turned away to just have a bit of a look up onto the A site instead on that particular moment, and Vise strikes. Clean second shot as well, and onto Famous, who really is running out of time, so he's going to have to move quickly. Can't get the better of Madison. So in the end, it will be Lazarus to grab themselves a third. A bit of a disappointing end to that half for SG. That probably should have been their round, but case of timing from Vise onto Excavate. Josh went down as well. It was a good second shot too. You know, it's easy to get the first. The second, maybe not so much. It's given Lazarus something to play with going into the second half, but very much still an SG favored map at the moment.
For sure, but they'll be disappointed. They haven't found a way to get more than that, to be honest, which is a surprise, I guess you could say. But you've got to give props to Vise. That was super, super nice. As I said, Excavate had the opportunity. He did switch around in time, but split second too late, switching between two angles, as we discussed, caught him off. And even though Josh was very quick there for the trade, it wasn't to be. Cat cam.
The cat's back.
Hell yeah.
And with the cat, so too does Famous's power rise.
I wonder if there's ever been a situation where he's had to like call a pause or something because the cat's like on the keyboard or whatever. Who knows? He needs to take the cat out. Sometimes they'll scrape at the door, won't they, to be let out. He was very placid and very well behaved though. So
I was going to say, yeah, it seems like a very relaxed, very chill cat. Maybe a bit older. You know, as it gets older, it turns to chill out a little bit. But man, that just honestly looks like such a vibe. That makes me want to get a cat. I've always wanted a cat, to be fair. Never had one. Had a dog for a while, but I've wanted to get a cat and see if we can make that one happen maybe at some point in the future.
That's super sweet. Very calm and collected kitty. And I've wanted a pet for a long time. Like, I've always loved animals in general, and I've always wanted to try and get a dog or a cat, but just the current living situation and some family allergies as well mean that, you know, it's not been possible for me, sadly. But hopefully one day. And I agree that sort of setting there, seeing, you know, just having a cat chilling next to you, completely happy just to watch what you're doing and relax. It does make you want one, doesn't it? Anyway, second half is underway. Lazarus 3-6 behind. Swamp playing very well on the NA server.
Yeah, well, they'll have to follow that up on the Blacklist side. It's good enough to get it done on one half, but you haven't actually won the map just yet.
All under pressure now. Super stuck in the corner is Vise, but he's been great in these sort of situations so far this game. And Brando will go down. Josh gets a quick fire trade, but Vise needs to deliver, and he does get his 1-for-1. At least that's something. It keeps it at 3v3, but Josh will be allowed the plant.
Yep. Retake onto this site. Not going to be an easy one, though. There is a lot of util to play with. Actually, on both sides. Could be a lot of delaying util. Maybe not so much from Kais, as Jin's going to grab that kill. Madison up over the top. He's going to be found out by Famous, who also spots HDZ. He's buying a fair bit of time with that engagement. Nade through. It'll come through too late to save HDZ's life. And now Jin with barely any HP. He'll be cleaned up by Josh. Swamp start the half nicely. They go up to 7. And Lazarus have a big comeback to mount if they want to have anything to say about the rest of this map.
Indeed. Let's start for the Blacklist sides. Good way of trading their way through as well. Looked very dangerous. That's a bit bold by Kais there. He was pretty much alone in that instance. Maybe it was an attempt to sell a bit of a fake toward B, as you can see, they had basically a free A portion of the map toward long. But Kais did go pretty fast on that one.
All right, well, smoke's down for the CrossFire SG, but they're going to need more than just that, because they've got to bring these numbers back pretty quick. Smart Famous seems to be activating. Like I said, with the cat comes the power, and he'll look for a little bit more. There's a trade-in from Josh. In fact, 2 frags quickly. That's enough to bring the numbers back over to SG's favor. Famous, with that fight into mid, will be brought down by Madison, but time is working against Lazarus now. And it's actually on to Excavate. He wants to try to isolate this duel against Loons. He doesn't have any util to help himself out. He's barely got any HP either. Loons down. Madison, though, has crept up far enough to secure that round for Lazarus. Job not done yet for Swamp. Still got to keep on grinding away.
Yeah, a couple of awkward misses in that round, but in the end, I think it goes the way it probably should have done because of the positioning of Lazarus at the end there. Madison was always the insurance policy. Excavate was very much caught in the open. The fact he was even able to get one more was a nice try.
All right. Things have slowed down a little bit at the start of this round, but with that position from Madison, we can imagine it's not going to last like that for too long. So I'm not really playing around the possibility that he's pushed up short.
Yeah.
Wisely, though, Kai's backed off.
Bad position for Madison to be in, without a doubt. He's going to have quite a lot of intel from there. Just a question of whether he gets a chance to deliver. Move forward, and yes, he doesn't expect it at all. That is going to work out really lovely for Madison. Early 5v4. Nicely done by Vise as well. Playing in the same position he was in one of those previous rounds, off of his teammate's contact. Loons and Vise playing together really nicely on this one. Vise refusing to show himself until he absolutely has to. Famous will finally drop down. Not sure they know that's a possibility though, and Vise is still delivering. How is he getting so many kills done from that area? In the end, he does go down, but it's going to be comfortable for the Global Risk side. Lazarus starting to show up in this game.
It's pretty much impossible to win at that point for ASG once it's 3-on-5 and you're trying to work your way out of box room. There's only, so few angles that you can sort of jump from, so it's kind of shooting fish in a barrel. And Lazarus bring that gap back to 2. Starting to get a little reminiscent of that first series we watched. We haven't really had a massive blowout this week at all. Doesn't look like we're going to be getting it in this matchup either. Lazarus are not done yet. Feeling a bit better on that GR side. And they've pushed Catwalk on A. gone across the bridge and started to get a bit aggressive. Smoke deep into the box room as well. So Swamp haven't really been able to take any map control just yet.
Madison really set them off and running with that short aggression in the previous round. Felt like it was always going to go unchecked, and in the end it was the result. Brando getting caught. Swamp will realise that this game could easily spiral if they're not too careful. Still got that 2-round lead, still got some form of comfort, but they need to stay accurate with these trades, and they will against Madison. Madison gets his one this time again, but this time it's a lot faster on the rebuttal. Looks like short might be the way to go. We've got, of course, Brando wandering around long, but the C4 is following up towards short, and Loons is going to drop off after getting that information.
1-for-1's not quite enough just yet for Swamp, but timing on their push into mid is looking pretty good. Loons just caught looking in the wrong direction. Now it's onto HTZ, but he's got multiple angles to cover, and Excavate, to be fair, losing his life to the B players, though that's held on by Famous. Nice 1-2 tap, as he is usually known for. Headshots to boot. Swamp up to 8. 5 only for Lazarus. That's very clean from Famous.
Kitty power. There it is. True evidence of having a cat making you better at video games. Now
Run by a
confirmed. Or rescue a cat. Probably the most important thing. Get a rescue.
That's a good shout. So, Josh eating a grenade to start this round off. And there's that push out on the catwalk again from Lazarus over the bridge, but Famous does well to trade it back. Madison just sticking around a little bit too long. They got the advantage. Could have just backed off and played the 5-on-4, but now going to have to continue to negotiate a 4-on-4, and Jin with the Orm unable to connect this time around.
Reposition. Angle where he can take one shot, of course, and fall back down behind the boxes again instantly. Waiting to take some contact with Loons, and Josh has taken a lot of damage on that opening portion, but Vice is not revealing himself until he absolutely has to, and that might work for him absolutely perfectly. He gets himself 2, there's a chance for a third, but Famous will finally find that trade. But 2v3 now, 50 seconds to find their way onto a site, and if they do try and get this plant, they're going to get it in a split second. There we go, Famous plants it really safe behind the boxes. How do they hold them at bay?
Yeah, it's going to come down to just a clean shot to start things off from one of these two guys. To be fair, though, Kai's and Famous are probably the two that you'd want. These guys are very, very sharp. Kai's great yesterday. Famous doing well today. 9-2 so far since the restart. And Kai's has been able to get into the box room. Bomb's not really planted for him, but if he gets this pick onto Loons, that is where things start to get problematic for Lazarus. They're down to just 1. The 2-on-3, it's being negotiated nicely by... well, really just Kai's at this point, because to be honest, Famous hasn't had to do anything yet at all. Time's ticked away well too far for Jin. Good shot, but can't win the round anymore. Kai's aware of it. It'll be 9 for Swamp, and they're 1 round away from finishing the map off.
Yeah, I mentioned, of course, the game was getting a little bit squeaky once it went from 7-3 to 7-5. Thought maybe Lazarus were getting back into it, but Swamp have put that idea to bed and won a couple of really big rounds. Vise really does his best. I think Vise actually played that one to absolute perfection. Waited until his teammate fell away. He didn't reveal his position at any point. He got himself 2 kills perfectly. There was an opportunity at a third, but it would have been a very difficult shot to hit. Even though they had that advantage after the bomb went down, they couldn't convert. The North American server looks like it could be going Swamp's way. The main question is, can they somehow find a 2-0, of course, on the EU server after? That is the big question. They managed to do it yesterday. Let's see if they can do it today. Kais will try and kick off this round to get them this victory. Nice opening from him.
Going quite swimmingly for SG at the moment. Kais goes down low, but he's still alive. Into the A bomb site. Lazarus popping a bunch of flashes, and Josh has been fantastic on his entries so far today for his squad. HDZ wants to double down, does do so. He's got the help there from Viz as well, and maybe it'll swing back in the direction of Lazarus for a moment until Josh gets back into the swing of things. Brando down under the bridge to have a bit of a look, but plant needs to occur. And this will be the perfect time for it, actually, as that rotation's coming through. So get that time working in the favor of SG. Put a bit of that pressure back onto Lazarus. Josh wants to work back over toward Long and has been able to make the cross unspotted. That's big.
Yeah. That's a lot of information now to realize that might not be a retake coming in from that area. We've got one through short and one through the lower angle, but now Loons has found Brando. Brando's been taken out, so it's all down to Josh. He's going to get peaked, one from high and one from low, and that is a sort of situation where you just can't win it, and Lazarus will stay alive.
Big touch and go for a moment there for Lazarus, wasn't it? But once HDC was able to chime in, that's where it started to open up in their favor. 9-6 still getting a pretty good account of themselves here, Lazarus. All it takes is one little mistake, and it will be enough for Swamp to put it over the line and get themselves the 3-0 for the week so far. Confidence must be at an all-time high for this roster. Seems to be going from strength to strength at the moment.
A lot of aggression through the mid doors here. Loons is keeping a close eye on it though, from range. As soon as you see something, make sure to drop down some utility. Keep them at bay. Swamp have one pushed outskirts of B. They've got the C4 player now to come and help out with that. As you can see from the third person. We're looking to try and show presence on short as well, so the A side players interested, but in comes the fight. The re-aggression from Lazarus, and right now it's working out pretty nicely until Josh steps up. How about that? That could be the triple, and that should be the play to end off this map for Swamp. Brando's found one of his own as well, and they know that HDZ is stuck in the corner. Josh is going to finish it off with a superb individual moment.
Yeah, big stuff from Swamp, and the North American fans will continue to have something to cheer about. I really had my reservations about this team, having, seen the results that they put in the first 3 weeks, but here in week 4 they have just fired up and they're ready to go, bringing some pride back for the North American region, and that's awesome to see, because CFWL, we didn't have a team from North America last season, but these guys, the former Kungana roster, obviously played pretty well when they were at the CFS Grand Finals last year. Sort of narrowly missed out on making it into the playoffs, but maybe they can make a run in for that kind of a position again through the West League this time around. But, at this point in time, just kind of got to be focusing on the opponents that are in front of them, and dispatching of Lazarus. We talked about getting the better of GV, that's one thing, but now doing it against Lazarus, it's looking even better, honestly, for Swamp.
Yeah, it wasn't just the fact that, it's not all the fact that it's on an NA server either, right? We mention it often during the game, so we just confirm the news to you as to where exactly we're playing, of course, as we have to do the switch between the two to make it fair, of course, in the best of two. But yeah, there's a lot of good things they did in terms of playing off of each other's contact, playing the trades. Famous was super impactful once again. He had a couple of rounds where he was super, I guess you could say, in the right place at the right time as well, and they took the initiative when they needed to. Brando again was very impactful. A number of occasions where he played through those mid doors like an absolute menace, like we saw yesterday as well, like you mentioned. And Josh, to finish off the game, of course, as well, was very clean indeed with that quad kill, I believe it was, in the end.
Yeah, gotta love it. Big individuals stepping up really for SG. There was moments really across the board from all of those players. Viz felt like he was really the pick of the bunch for Lazarus. Had a couple of critical rounds that actually kept them in that game. I mean, honestly, if it were not for, maybe a couple of those kind of clutch rounds actually from Lazarus, this may have been a little bit more of a blowout than what we ended up seeing. But even still, it really felt like it was Swamp that were in control of that the whole time. So didn't particularly get out of hand at all. Swamp off to a good start and never really let control of it slip in perhaps the same fashion that Anubis did on Compound earlier on today.
Also, I think the
shots
one
from Josh.
thing... Yeah, true. Also, I think the one thing that I liked from Lazarus in this game was how Vise played off of his teammates. I mean, I think that's something to work with in the next round. I think Vise was really, really solid. Of course, he was the best rated player, KD-wise, of course, in that game as well. But just the way he played patient with his teammates, where he locks himself in a corner, waits for another player to take contact first, or that one round where he played behind the mid boxes near the B sites and waited for them to push their way through before he then took contact, sort of keeping himself unpredictable and hard to find. I think he got 2 kills on that round that I was just describing, but couldn't make it happen with the third. I think they did lose it in the end in that 3v2, right? So, yeah, it was a rough one. But Josh, overall, as we see with that lovely set MVP graphic, he thoroughly deserved that one. But we are ready for a quick break, and when we're back, we'll go into that second map to see if Swamp can get another 2-0.
one. There's another right on top of you there, Spoxy.
When HPV is just doing what he's doing.
Has to get at least one. Good for one. Good for two. Green's good for three.
But again, he can't find more than one, but it's HPV!
That's 3 maps in a row for Swamp and for North America in the CFWL. Can they make it 4? Well, unfortunately, they've got Lazarus standing in their way, and it is, of course, the EU server, but that didn't stop them yesterday.
No, it didn't. I mean, we definitely had our reservations about whether or not they could beat GV, and then we had the excuse that, oh, yeah, they played the NA server, this and that, and then they went on to the EU server and won that, and that was a 2-0, and then we're like, oh, well, Lazarus is on paper a bit of a better team at the moment than GV. They probably should drop to Lazarus, and that didn't happen either. So at what point do we stop doubting this SG roster? Maybe it's now. Maybe going into this, it's time for us to believe that the 2-0 is on offer in the same capacity that, you know, maybe unKnights weren't able to get their clean 2-0s in the first 3 weeks, but they figured it out this week. Can SG say the same, right? They've had a bit of a, you know, up and down kind of a run, let's just be real, over the first 3 weeks, but here into week 4, things have taken a turn for the better, and they're looking like they might be a team to beat. So I guess it's time for them to prove that to us as we do head into map 2 here. And if they can maintain that kind of form over 4 maps, then yeah, 2-0 is definitely on the cards.
Yeah, I mean, of course, they were bottom of the group when I joined the coverage, of course, for the CFWL yesterday. And, of course, now TBI bottom. Swamp got that 2-0. It forced them to that bottom portion of the league. And now, at least a tie here, it will definitely help them maybe close the gap on that mid-group in the current group stage, right? Because you've got the likes of unKnights, Lazarus, Anubis, and GV, who are all within that sort of portion. In that sort of 10 to 8 point mark, right? Of course, unKnights would have gained a little bit earlier today, but still, it's that close group to maybe push for that playoff spot, right? Which is what they're probably aiming for, and it's a long way back up to the poor start they did have, but they're working in for it, and right now their form is looking particularly solid. And yeah, for Lazarus, they are in that 4th spot right now on that 9 points, of course. They'll want at least a tie to reinforce that spot that they currently hold. And if they don't take it, well, then there's going to be maybe something that could hurt them going into the future games in the group stage, of course.
Yeah, I mean, not even just the games in the group stage, but their chances of making it into the next season of CFWL, right? You want to be ensuring that you stay in the top 5, obviously ideally into the top 4, which would put you into playoffs. Yeah. But if you start dropping maps to SG, who are a team at the moment that are towards the bottom end of the standings, first of all, that's kind of critical points that you're missing out on against a team that you should be on paper kind of farming. And second of all, that team now is actually starting to rise up the ranks and become yet another competitor for the 4-5 sort of slots, and not what you want to be seeing if you're Lazarus, and maybe some of that inconsistency is starting to come through. But is it so much on Lazarus, or is it a bit more on to SG, who have been looking phenomenal this week? We'll, I don't know, give credit, I think, to SG where it's due and say it's on them more so. But we're on to Port. That could bring with it a winds of change for Lazarus, and they'll hope that that's going to be the case as they do start off on the blacklist side.
Let's see if Swamp can do it again. I mentioned, of course, it was the maps that we saw them deliver well on yesterday. So let's see if they continue some of that aggression that has worked so well for them, especially from the likes of Brando, as we saw in the previous map and yesterday on that map yesterday. But HDZ will stop Excavate in the early stages of this one.
Yep. Excellent start for Lazarus. Wanting to make sure that they can convert this round, though. We'll slow things down a little. Smoke into mid. Do you have Brando in front of that one? Fire's just missing missing the jump a couple of times to get up onto the box. Oh, don't do it like this. Don't do it to him.
Come on, one more. Yes. My goat.
I feel bad for him that was caught by the observer.
It's fine. Doesn't change anything about the round. Got up there in the end.
Real patience being displayed by Lazarus at the moment. Madison just copying a shot or two from Famous, but neither really connecting too much with one another. C4 is going to be collected on the way through as Lazarus make this rotation toward A. They are, however, going to be going into what amounts to really be the stacked site from Swamp. Kaiser's there with the Orm. Famous and Josh to provide assistance with the rifles. And Josh just going to be doing a bit of a peek. Drop some util, sets things up nicely for Kai's, and now his job is to watch the ladder. These are about the freest kills that you're going to get. Of course, Jin wary of that fact as well, but inevitably has to try to make the climb and does give up his life. Famous shooting his teammate for a second there. It won't matter. It's been a solid hold, actually, and now it's down to Famous 1v1. He'll hit the shot, and SG start well. A 4v5 goes their way.
How they managed to recover that one, that was ridiculous. As you say, almost reacting to every bit of stimuli that appears on his screen in front of him. But yeah, that was a really great hold from Famous in the end, getting the 1v1 in his favour. Madison shows Vise how to make that jump the first time. Yeah, that was a great recovery from Swamp once again, but again, it's down to HTZ getting the opening pick on his counterpart Kais, and they're going to try and aggress off the back of that immediately. It's down to Brando to try and hold them at bay. He may get one more, but they're absolutely overrunning the A site, and they're going to have to try and find a way back in now, 3v4.
Famous has quickly gone through the smoke on bridge, so he might be in a position that's unexpected. Madison will sort of neglect to check that angle, but timing wasn't so great for Famous anyway, and in the end he does fall. So this one looking like it's going to be secured by Lazarus a little bit more comfortably. Perhaps just let that last round slip, but this one a lot cleaner from them, and they will equalize the scoreline 1 apiece. Pretty quick smart.
As soon as that opening kill came through for HDZ, Madison made the most of that position, making it up the backward jump box and in toward that long area, taking the frag toward that position immediately to compound it while they have the opportunity. Right to do so. Madison once again spotted on the cross, but it's a good reaction from Brando to stop Jin from jumping up. Josh will go down though, and now they've got a lot of control on the site. Madison is already here. Ooh. He gets 2 kills, and Vise deals with Excavate comfortably.
Yeah, it's a different looking Lazarus at the moment, isn't it? They are just barreling their way onto that A site, playing with full confidence, and Famous tasked with the 1-on-4 clutch. Look, he's a good player, but don't know that they can realistically back him in this one. Smoke's going to obscure his vision over the bridge as well, and there's another on the other side, so it's just nowhere for Famous really to go now. Has to make his way forward, and he will dispatch of loons on the way in. Time, though, going to be a factor, and yeah, Famous pretty sharp, but was never really a winnable round with the time available.
No. Nice shots, at least. Shows he's still feeling it, and shows he can still hit shots, of course, on the EU server as well. I mean, it's not the hardest thing in the world, but he made it look as clean as before, right? Which is impressive. Look at that second one. Really nice.
See head, shoot head. That is the mantra for Famous. So Lazarus have played pretty quickly in the last few rounds, and generally has been working out for them. Just going to take a little bit of a slower approach this time and set up inside of mid. Toss a bit of util back and forth. No real connections. But Lazarus don't want to continue to show aggressive movements, because obviously that'll be something that SG will inevitably start to read into.
Bit of aggression here coming through from Famous, wanting to go a bit deeper on this one, see if anyone's crossed the angle. You'll see the utility dropping down from that position as well. So here, Jin. Maybe you could take an opportunity to make something happen from this one. Excavate is also ready to use the window on a timing, perhaps, if he feels like it, but right now it's not working out for them at all. And Excavate always super stuck, and he will get cleared properly. He tried to hide while he was full blind, but caught straight away. Lazarus are looking a lot cleaner and a lot sharper at the moment.
Yeah, Manus and HTZ being the ones to pretty much lead that charge. Josh, MVP from the last map, is going to remind us that he's not gone just yet. But with a 1v3 to try to negotiate, same kind of deal as Famous. It's going to be a bit too much to ask. Lazarus up to their third. Doing it on the Blacklist side as well. Very impressive. Solid shots in.
Yeah, you mentioned to me yesterday, didn't you, that this side on Port is a little bit more difficult overall, statistically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in theory. But I don't know that that's necessarily actually been the case over the last 2 days.
No, that's true. That's a good point. But sometimes paper stats are out the window, aren't they? Sometimes it can just be totally different.
Do be like that sometimes.
Don't hit headshots on paper, you hit them on the server.
Mm-hmm. Bit of a setup outside the warehouse here on B. Swamp are going to try and push their way in for an early exchange. They do have the ability to re-smoke, courtesy of Excavate. That's going to keep Lazarus at bay for not too long, apparently, because they want to go straight through. There was flashes over the top, and Manison and Vise on the entry. It should never be that easy. Famous will come in around behind. He gets one. He was fast on the flank, but one is not enough. Bomb plant's going to go down with Lazarus having a numbers advantage. HTC turned away. No idea Famous was coming. Maybe Famous single-handedly bringing SG back into this round.
Yeah, he's been so good so far this game on both maps as Famous. Do it again. Loons is going to be caught in the open, but even though he's half blind, goodness me, gets himself a lovely 2k. General help out for the last onto a Brando as well after he took Manison. Very, very nice. Clean shots you can see here from Loons. Spray down. A lot faster play in the following round from Excavate. He went in super deep there very quickly, and when he sees 3 players, he decides to get out of there.
Well, much faster as well from Lazarus, it had to be said. Both teams are sort of allowing that to play out a little bit quicker. There was no smoke down from Swamp. So as a result, Lazarus charged their way into Warehouse. But they don't go straight into the B side. Slow things down off the back of that map control that they've gotten and try to explore a little bit more. Loons watching at the A-long doors to see if there's going to be any push out on the other side of the map, which would be something that wouldn't be necessarily unexpected with the information that was gathered over on B. But not something that Swamp are going to get up to. HTC somehow doesn't get away with an extra frag there onto Famous. He swings again onto Manison. That's unreasonable. Good kill though from Vise. Through the little cubby hole.
Yeah, good catch to recover it into a 3v3. Of course, they've got some space to work with now over toward the B side of the map. C4 on their back. Swamp are not close to stop this. Going to try and be that person as the closest port of call, but I'm afraid it's not going to happen for him, and now this makes this retake ever more difficult.
Nade from Kais doesn't really look like it's going to get the job done. Loons is still holding down the mid connector, so miles away from where that nade ends up. Time just ticking away for Swamp. Not too eager to go too quickly. Loons catching Famous in the back. Easy as you like. Lazarus just farming rounds at the moment. 5-1. Where has this map gone? It's just disappearing. These rounds have been so fast from Lazarus.
Yeah, and it's nice to see a change of pace, of course. There's been a couple of games we've covered so far in the last 2 days, which have been, in general, very slow-paced. But Lazarus are really happy to set the pace here, and right now it's going for them perfectly. Another round coming through. Kai's having to answer back. He needs the second kill, but he's always going to get caught by Vise in the side. And it's going to be another one on the board here for Lazarus, unless Excavate can react, and he can't do that at all. Clean. Wow. Easy.
I suppose if it's working right, Lazarus don't want to change anything up. They don't want to pause here. They don't want anything to slow down. They're happy to just keep getting aggressive and playing quickly. I mean, for the most part, hasn't been like just all out balls to the walls rushes everywhere, but there has been controlled aggression, and they certainly haven't been like wasting time necessarily, Lazarus. They've been moving through the map quite nicely. This is one where it might be actually a little bit more difficult for them to win, because Swamp have been able to set up Famous to get a bit of info outside of B, and so they'll be able to rotate extra players over to A.
Definitely preparation here for the push, and Madison is going to lead the way, but this time it's going Swamp's way. I like the strategy there from Lazarus. It was actually kind of nice. They were all teamed up together, ready to go for the swing on a timing, ready to pounce, but this time Swamp are absolutely ready for it.
Well, it's not going to go perfectly every time. Swamp deserve, I guess, at least a second, but I don't know if they're going to get much more than that. It's a great start to the round from Jin there onto Kai's, and 7 on the Blacklist side is fantastic, let alone even 6. Lazarus have very much set themselves up for success on this map, and they'll be thinking about getting the dub already. It's a long road ahead for Swamp if they want to make anything happen. Famous again, going to get aggressive outside of Bean. He does catch HDC. Madison also falling to Brando, so Swamp getting proactive in their own rights.
Yeah, Madison's tried that a few times, right? Hopping through that position, and this time Brando is happy to stop him before he gets any further than that. So, fair enough. Trying to advance to help out as well, but there are going to be 3 players here to face, and he's not going to expect Brando on that close left angle. It's down to Loons and to Vi. It's been very impressive what I've seen from Vi so far today, but not going to be more than damage this time.
Madison and Famous, 2 standouts for their respective teams in that first half.
Yeah.
Quickly into the second. Momentum slowed down a little bit there for Lazarus, so I'm picking up the last couple. But they're still at a very big deficit. And it's a long road ahead in the second half. Lazarus going to have to start well.
Nice nade on Jin. Chunks him down a little bit. Sees the trajectory. That nade, and Loons smartly hops out of the way of that, so no damage can come through toward him. Brando above, ready to hop his way down. Looks like they're going to be pushing through this mid area very quickly. Or not. They were settling, I think, 2 players there, so maybe look for something a bit more. Madison also gives it a quick glance there for a second. But they've actually left it for now, and they're going to be focusing more on B instead.
Brando, unable to win the duel against Madison. It's going to leave Swamp at a player disadvantage going into the final minute of the round, and Lazarus already calling that extra rotator to come across to B. Might not be a bad shout. Well, this round really hinges, though, on what Famous can do in mid, and he is going to catch Loons. Actually, no, it was Kai's. Over the top of Famous, getting that kill. Vi's still seeing players floating around in middle. Can maybe catch 1 or 2 on the rotate. Jin playing close on B. He doesn't actually have any more backup here, so awkward position. Can be a 1 and done. Could potentially spray down 2. They've lined up for him, but he didn't even get a single frag. Madison also faltering. And for Lazarus, bit of a head scratcher the way that one played out. They had a pretty good setup, but couldn't land their shots. So Vi's and HTC tasked with a very tough retake now, both having to come from the same angle. Flash in, it's a decent one, but it's only going to get you so far. Neither of these Lazarus members really want to be the first player into the site, and that is exactly why. 2-man spray down, fair excavate. Swamp are not done yet.
No, sir. Only 2 rounds the gap. Maybe on the attack as well, rather than defense. They can go for a bit more of a set the pace type game style when they're on the EU server, of course. They can be the ones to take the assertive swings instead of their opponents. So who knows, that might change form for them. Lazarus need to be aware of that possibility.
Game seems to have slowed down a little bit now that Swamp's on the attack. Lazarus were more than happy to push the pace, but
yeah,
Swamp not really the same, and we haven't really seen any counter aggression out from Lazarus on that GR side. Do have a bit of a probe into the warehouse there, but back off from Swamp. And a reroute over toward A long. HDZ waiting up on the A site. This is the Sniper's Palace. It's pretty much the best spot in the game to play with the Orm from, and HDZ showing us exactly why. So quick and clean, but missing his second shot and sticking around a little too long. Kais is going to punish him for that. Now it's Vi's up onto the site, watching the ladder, hoping the push is not going to come through from the other side. He actually drops down. They've got no idea. He's around behind. Vi's gets himself one, and now Kai's following suit. It's a ring around the rosy, but it works out nicely for Lazarus, and they'll push the lead back out to 3.
Super quick shot started off. Kaiser was actually really well to take him down instantly, as he did change up his position slightly, but even though that reaction was solid, Vise plays it again absolutely perfectly. As I said, overall, even though he was on the losing side in map 1, I was quite impressed with him. And he's showing more of that on map 2. Passing around and giving Lazarus a clean lead again of 3 rounds.
Waiting behind the smoke. If there's going to be any push from Swamp through that. But unlikely at this stage of the game. SG putting a bit more presence into mid. Nothing too over-aggressive though. Kaiser's waiting for a pick with the Orm again. Don't know that Lazarus are going to give that up. It kind of was the catalyst for that round win for Swamp. Lazarus learning from their mistakes. Just not going to peek that angle anymore.
Oh, Madison had a chance, but he's run down by Famous. Back and forth so far in the second half. Famous will get removed though alongside Josh, and this is looking a lot nicer. What a shot from HDZ again. Excavate has been deleted. Guys will go down, but it's still going to be super hard for them to work their way through, and there we go. Loons will take his. HDZ will find another to add to his tally. Another great round from him, and Lazarus now just 2 away.
Inching ever closer. Doesn't really seem like Swamp have much of an answer. And here we go. This is something different from Lazarus. They're going to get aggressive into mid, and HDZ shutting down Kais. Brando will get rid of him. I thought that Madison had gone with him, but instead Madison actually went into the mid connector instead. So no trade on to Brando, but Vice catching Josh, trying to creep his way up the ladder. Freebie basically for Vice. He's going to have to work hard for the next 1 or 2 up the stairs. Famous in for another exchange. It's 2 on 2. C4 though has been left outside of long, and we're down to just Brando. It's a tough round to win from here. He's got a lot of ground to cover. And he has Madison working in behind. That's an easy one in the end for Lazarus. They'll go up to 9, and they're 1 round away from finishing off the 2. Never mind, the 1-1. It's going to get too excited about things.
Yeah, that was nice from Lazarus on that round. They've got obviously a bit more of a comfortable lead at 8-4. They decide to change things up. They've got the rounds to spare to try something a little bit different and keep Swamp guessing, and HTZ made it work perfectly. And even in this following round too, it's spiraling a bit now for Swamp. They've realized they've kind of done their job, I think, in this series. They kept it close for a little bit on this second map, but they won their set, of course, on the NA servers, and now it looks like Lazarus are going to take this one on the EU servers. Famous is trying to try and cross and make his way through, and Kais is going to try and push up, but it's going to be very hard for them to to recover this in a 2 versus 4. They might be able to get the site. They'll be completely cleared out, actually, in the end by Famous. But C4 can be planted. Not going to be committed to just yet, of course. They're trying to find a kill back in response first, but can't find anything just yet. Famous is really trying desperately to make that happen, but then HTZ is coming in on this long lurk, and it's not going to work out. Lazarus do get their win, and very impressive with that as well. I've actually been a big fan of what I've seen from Vise and from HTZ in that one in particular, and they'll get their 1-1.
Yeah, as was at least, I guess, the par score for Lazarus today. You know, they would not have wanted to drop 2-0. They've upheld their end of the bargain there. Probably they would have thought this was a 2-0 on offer for them, but at the end of the day, you go back to week 1, this was actually a 1-1 between these two teams in their first matchup. Yeah, it was a bit more of a smashing, a drubbing, a 13-3 on Ankara from Lazarus. But Port 13-10, a hard-fought victory for SG in that one. And again, we find ourselves with that same result, 1-1. So the team's kind of splitting the difference. Overall, I have to say, I think that's still a really good week coming through from SG, has to be said. Came in with the expectation that they were probably not going to beat GV and probably not going to beat Lazarus, but they did beat GV and they were able to at least go toe-to-toe with Lazarus, so they've got a fair few points on the board this week, more so than they have in pretty much any other week, so the trend is positive. It's going upward for SG, and for Lazarus, I mean, it's been a bit of an embattled week. Obviously, they lost yesterday to 3BL 2-0, but it is 3BL, so perhaps to be expected. In saying that, though, dropping a map against SG might not have been exactly to plan. At least they did manage to salvage something at the back end, though. So they don't go home empty-handed today, and still got 3 more weeks to continue to salvage things going into those playoffs.
Indeed, and Swamp, yeah, they won't be unhappy with this week at all. I mean, overall, only dropping 1 map, I think, is not something that even they maybe would have been expecting going into this one, and they played super well. I've been impressed with the likes of Brando, his consistent aggression. I think there's been a couple of instances as well that Famous and Kais, I've been a big enjoyer of what I've seen from Famous in this entire 2 days, actually. Only gets a 1 map reward today, but still, it puts them off the bottom, of course, of the group stage, and it keeps North America on the map in the West League, of course, as well. So good to see for them. Here are the stats, of course, as we end off that game. Lazarus, across the whole board, everyone above a 1.0 KD, right? That just shows you the domination in that one for them. Loons was very solid. HDZ had a number of great rounds as well. And in the end, as you saw, for the Swamp side, the SG side, they were kind of lagging behind a little bit up, but for a couple of names. So, yeah, second map made the most sense. It would be a 1 for Lazarus, and as we see, Loons with a clean 2.0 KD, a deserved MVP from this one.
Yeah, most definitely. Famous doing his best, obviously. There is a reason that Famous gets so many accolades when we're talking generally about the North American teams, and he's always in there. He's forever been that player to watch from that region, but this time it wasn't quite enough. And the match MVP, of course, there we go, for Loons, 1.1 over the entire series, over the 2 maps. So definitely keeping up his end of the bargain. And for Lazarus, pretty much a job well done. They can go out of today at least feeling okay about things, but still got a bit more of a story to tell today. There's plenty more matches still yet to come, and now we've got the top teams of LCK and 3BL to kind of look forward to over the next couple of matches, so that'll be exciting.
Indeed, it's GV to go up against LCK coming up next, of course, and I think, as you say, 3BL versus TBI, those next 2 games, I get the impression they could be a little bit more one-sided, especially the last one of the day, but who knows? It's going to be GV versus LCK first, and that'll be coming up after a short break.
deal with this, and I just don't think they have the positioning to be aware of it, but it may not matter. Raffin gets the quad kill spray down, gets the ace on top of it.
Are you ready for mind-blowing Crossfire action? The second season is here, and you better put your helmet on. A massive prize pool and spots to the regional finals are at stake. Starting from June the 1st, 8 ambitious teams will have 7 weekends, fully packed with intense fights. Who will top the leaderboard and secure spots for the playoffs?
Man, we have only one goal: win all matches.
We will do our best to secure the playoffs.
And who will be eliminated?
The last season wasn't easy for us, but we remain positive and we want to give the best show for our fans.
It's time to break the ice fast and show what we're truly capable of.
Tune in on the 1st of June and support your favorites.
We're halfway through another day's action in the CFWL, and well, I think we might have 2 matchups here to come, which on paper, we all know not to trust paper stats at the moment. They seem to be the opposite in the server, but technically we have the 2 top teams in the group at the moment, in LCK of course, and 3BL to come, and LCK go up against GV in a matchup which should be theirs.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with you. On all counts, by the way, the matchup should be theirs. However, again, on paper stats sometimes have been less than reliable when it has come to these Crossfire matchups. And yesterday is probably a pretty good example of that. SG were able to dislodge GV 2-0, and that's why GV have kind of fallen off the pace a little bit. They've fallen behind unKnights, they've fallen behind Lazarus, who, look, to be fair, Lazarus only got the 1-1 today, but they've still at least managed to kind of keep that scoreboard ticking over. Now time for GV to actually really make amends for what I feel like was quite a transgression yesterday. They need to step up in this matchup against LCK, at least take a map away. If they can do that, they can walk away from this week and say, okay, we got something done, we got something of value. Now, last time they did match up, it was a 2-0 for LCK, and it was, I would say, a reasonably clean 2-0 as well, with 10-3 and a 10-7 involved. So pretty good track record for LCK this season up against GV, and with GV not looking so fantastic yesterday, doesn't paint a particularly pretty picture for the health of this series.
No, you're not wrong on that one, and obviously what we saw from LCK yesterday as well was some pretty solid stuff. I mean, I think Flex and Spoxy, as we've kind of always seen from those two, were particularly solid, and I'm looking forward to seeing more of them in the server today. When it comes to GV, I mean, they had a few moments individual moments where I was impressed, but as you say, not a result which we would have expected from them. Of course, we will be going into Compound and Ankara for this series, and yeah, I think that if LCK only get a 1-1 from this, actually I think they'll be quite disappointed, because it's at the moment they are, as you said, tied with points with 3BL at the top of the league at the moment. I think technically they're just above when it comes to our standings we saw on screen there a few moments ago, when it comes to a few other tiebreaker statistics. So yeah, I think if they don't get the 2-0, considering 3BL should absolutely be 2-0ing TBI, then that would be a bit frustrating for them.
Yeah, look, if there's one on paper matchup that I'm prepared to say I'm quite confident in, it is 3BL and TBI. So that one I think I'm pretty okay with. But here, you know, like I still, this is the weird thing with GV. Like every time I watch them play, and you heard me say this yesterday, probably hear me say it for the rest of the season, they are, like, when they're on, they're actually a really sharp team. I think Awesome can be one of the best players in the West League, certainly one of the best players out of, you know, Germany, definitely. And I think for me, you know, he is kind of like the one that is kind of the make or break in those X Factor situations. But you do get good games from Snox, and obviously FaZe and Creeds can sort of chime in as well. Not really expecting quite the same from Seven, but honestly, when it's rolling, when it's going well for GV, like, they have the chops, they have the individuals that can make it happen. It just doesn't really seem to come together on a very consistent basis sometimes for this roster, and I don't really know what to put that one down to. On the other side of the coin, obviously LCK, they're a little bit more of a convincing team, so we'll give them the benefit of the doubt going into this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, as well, I mean, LCK, they're currently unbeaten still. They've taken 3 ties so far this season, right? So they've not yet had a 2-0 go against them, and I probably wouldn't be surprised if that's going to be the same thing here today. But anyway, we've seen the team intros, we've seen all there is to see at the moment. Sadly, according to our lovely producer, the teams aren't ready just yet. So we're going to go to a bit of a break. When we're back, we'll jump straight into the first map. And we're going to be into game. As we said, teams have readied up, and of course we are ready to go to see if LCK can keep up their real good form in CFWL so far this season. It's GV who they're going to face against, and look at this aggression to start off the game. W key is being held, and Raffin is now in a 1v2 off the back of all that madness.
Honestly, that is kind of quintessential from LCK, and Raffin, I like the way that he's going about this. You know, he's not messing around. He knows that he's kind of got to get in there quick and see if he can secure a 1v1 before this bomb plant goes down. Give himself every chance to win the round. He's just a little bit too far behind FaZe, who's more than happy to go charging into that A site alongside Awesome. The thing is going to be, if he would have kept going, I don't know if they might have expected him on there on long, but GV doing their due diligence. You can kind of see FaZe just sort of spotting the angles, but losing the duel to Raffen. And now we're back into a 1v1. 30 seconds left on the clock. Raffen's going to go for a big old rotate. But it is Awesome that he's up against, and Awesome tends to be pretty sharp. Raffen missing that first shot, though. Awesome now down low. Raffen going to go charging forward, and he wins the 2-on-1, and that's just the power of LCK. Look at how confident he is. Doesn't shy away from any of those fights, and it's just a different game when you're watching a team like LCK play.
I know, right? I mean, the aggression toward mid, you say it's quintessential. Obviously, we saw some of that yesterday from them as well. But first round, straight into it immediately, and Raffen winning the 1v2. Happy to, and realizes the time on the clock as well, that he's got time to go for a rotation round from a different area. And Awesome was keeping an eye on it, sort of back and forth, but in the end, he wasn't ready, and Raffen took it the second time of asking. And this is a domineering start for the Turkish side. Lion Claw with 2. 7 is, well, more stuck than a stuck thing, and he'll go down as well.
Wow. Okay. That's how it's going to be, I guess, for Chivi. Tough day at the office, it would seem. The nades are going to go over the top, but a little bit too early. Still, LCK want to fight for mid, and they're going to be very successful in doing so. Lion Claw for a couple. Flex, though, needs to hit the shot, and of course he will. Poised nicely. Awesome now in the 2v1, and this time he's going to have to do back to Raffen what was done to him a couple of rounds ago. But, man, LCK are just looking like a different beast at the moment.
Yeah, really trying to dominate their assertiveness on GV in the early stages here. Awesome has an opportunity there without a doubt. Problem is he's got 2 players on his right, and I'm not sure he's going to be able to get both. Oh, never mind, he does get both. The instant spray transfer, and Raffen and Flex will be upset at losing that one.
As they should be, but then again, it is Awesome, and I always give that guy some praise. It's for moments like that. If he can come online today, maybe GV can stand a chance against LCK. It's good to see some resistance early, because this very easily could have been a quick and clean 3-0 start for LCK. And after all those shenanigans, we're going to slow things down a little bit. Some normalcy is going to return to Compound.
More patience this time. LCK, well, they may have had a 2v1, and while technically that aggression did work, in speech marks, again, managed to complete the round. Awesome showing up, as we know he can. Great start to the game for him and for Lion Claw especially. Posturing outside B now, and it looks like LCK are going to give it a glance with Raffen moving up.
Double smoke from GV. Interesting. Maybe try and set up a little wall of smokes perhaps to run through, but don't think they're going to get past Raffen that easily. No, certainly not. He's actually going to go around the corner and look for a little bit more. Flex also chiming in with the Orm, but won't connect his shot. So it ends up being a 1-for-1. But no more overly aggressive moves coming through from GV just yet. In fact, they're going to back their way up for the most part into pillars. Snox still hanging around to see if there's going to be a push in from Flex, which there won't be, at least not yet. GV going to have to move quickly, though. They've got 27 seconds left on the clock, and they still have to try to work their way into A. They're going to have to go through a smoke if they want to go there, and Snox has been found out on B. It's going to pull the rotations, but they've said there's nothing happening B. There's nothing happening. Go back to A, and that's a good timing from Spoxy to get back over there with the Orm. Lion Claw might just catch 7 if he walks his way in as well. Turns his attention over toward FaZe a little bit too soon, but it's Zane to clean up 7, and, well, there was no chance for FaZe in that at all, and LCK, they just cottoned on to the situation quickly enough, and they secured the 3-1 lead.
Yeah, that was nice from Lion Claw as well, right? He doesn't actually get a kill in that situation, but puts himself in the corner. Holds the angle for the first. Once he realizes there's a player on his right, he just hides behind the wall for as long as he possibly can, knowing that it just wastes time for his teammates' rotations. He didn't need to be the one to get the kill. He just needed to be the one to set up his teammates, and he did exactly that.
I suppose GV will be happy that they don't have to fight for mid anymore. Because that was a lot of chaos early on in the rounds. This has gone a bit cleaner. It's going to be a tough day at the office, though, for GV if Lionclaw's on point, and it seems that he is. Raffin will be forced to use his smoke early in the round. Does not want to cede control just yet, so he's called for a bit of assistance. Flex has come across. Forward hold from LCK. Raffin going to be having a bit of a look through the window and won't actually see anything. So he'll send Flex back on his way to have a look into mid. LCK reading the play quite nicely at the moment with that 3-player stack on A.
Yeah, could be a bit of a bloodbath as they make their way in here. Snox could be about to lead the way. But Lionclaw is here once again. He's certainly ready for this. Jiggle peeking the angle from right to left. Seven will jump his way in. First kill, second kill again. He gets another multi-frag. He will go down, but look how many players are here. It's just impossible for GV to work their way in and through this position. Raffin will take phase, and that's 4-1 to LCK very comfortably. Lionclaw looking really, really good, of course. Portuguese on the Turkish team. I wonder if there was any banter between the teammates with Portugal winning 3-0 against Turkey the other night.
I'm going to assume that's a soccer reference, and you're going to hate me for saying the word soccer.
It is.
But it do be like that down here, down under. Yeah. Maybe there was, maybe there wasn't. We'll never know. That's good, though, from Creeds. Talking about banter. He's kind of bantering a couple of heads off, but hang on a minute. Let's not count Raffin out. We've already seen the 2v1 from him, and now he's going to get to have a crack at a 3v1. This one might not be quite so easy, though. He's still got a bit of ground to cover.
Yeah.
And a smoke in the way, and also a big old flank coming through from Awesome. So there's a lot of moving pieces in this round for Raffin to try to negotiate. That said, nade in hand. Yeah, if he gets this clean kill onto Creeds and maybe spots out Awesome, the nade could come into play. That's very nice from Raffin, but now you just got to go for a bit of a Hail Mary, touch that C4 and hope that he gets the timing right. Awesome, peeking up. We'll get it done. Imagine if he would have just chucked the nade up into the window and finished Awesome off. It could have been a play.
Yeah, actually that could have been perfect. Creed's got to give some huge props to him in this round, though. He's kind of the hero of it, even though the 1v1 is won once again by Awesome. But yeah, imagine if that nade goes up and then he holds the defuse while that's thrown, right? He gets the kill while he's on the defuse. Would be the cool way to do it for sure. But of course, we're not in his mind. We don't have the X-ray like... Well, we do have the X-ray, of course, like he doesn't, so... It's easy for us to be experts after the event.
Cool guys don't look at nade explosions. I suppose they're both cool guys in that case, because there was no nade thrown, so there was no nade explosion, so no one was looking at a nade explosion. So.
Well, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Some logic for you. Be that forward hold again from LCK. Seems to be proving quite useful. Gives Raffin the opportunity to also kind of go for those fast flanks that we've seen him enjoying. But GV often setting themselves up in pillars early and then rotating back into mid and finishing on A. Kind of has been the tried and true method for them. Nice to see them test B.
While since we've seen a possible outcome. It's like they're just completely surrounding the A site right now, and as you can see, they were just waiting for Awesome to activate. LCK had no idea that he was in position so close on the big flank. You can see the minimap. They had completely enclosed the site from every single entry point. And that's why they were being patient with it. And that's why, once again, Awesome is set up for success.
Definitely. Patience a virtue that's going to pay off for GV. Raffin, another chance at a potential clutch, but that one was always going to be pretty rough. GV, for their own rights, you know, they've worked their way nicely back into this map. It was looking pretty grim for a moment. But kind of grinded their way back into the map, I think is a good way of putting it, because it has been a tough couple of rounds, but starting to see the fruits of the labor eventuating now.
Yeah, I wonder if LCK are going to maybe try in the last couple of rounds of this half, perhaps, maybe try something working for them very successfully earlier on. That mass aggression in mid. Haven't gone for it since, after they lost that 1v2 to Awesome. Something they can go back to and try again, as it was so successful in the early stages. The slower the game's gotten, the more GV work their way into it.
Oh, is it going to be the B hold tested? It's just phase over toward A and the C4 on that side of the map, but it'd be a lot easier for him to rotate over to B than for him to have the rest of the team rotate to his position. And especially with those two entries from Creeds, well, that's going to be the option potentially to Zane, though. Locking down a couple is going to send them packing. No entry allowed into the B side, apparently. And GV are going to have to go back to plan B now.
Yeah, back into a 3v3. That's the 5th entry kill, technically, I think, that Creeds has found in this game. FaZe will manage to catch Lion Claw as well. That's huge. To get another slight advantage. We could only be 2 kills away now from evening this game up at 4 apiece, but Spoxy's in a nice position. Awesome will drop. Now it's all down to the clock, because 4 is being taken over toward the other side of the map, and that has actually forced FaZe back away to the opposite side. As soon as Dezane gets that kill on 7, he thinks that he needs to go for a different path. He will choose the path through mid instead, but he's about to get caught between 2 separate angles, I think, and that's the biggest issue. Spoxy swings, and Spoxy takes it.
Yeah, there was no easy choice for FaZe in the end there. He knew that there was a player on either bomb site, so he had to take a fight one way or the other. But Dezane really the hero of that round. GV could have just as easily gone swarming into B there if Dezane only gets 1 or even 0. But he gets 2. And GV giving him the respect that he deserved. They don't continue to kind of filter through and try to trade him down. So maybe a little bit of an error on GV's part, but okay, up to 5 and looking for their 6. They're going to go aggressive onto 7. Again, we heard from LCK, they like to play aggressive and they're trying to refine that playstyle, and it seems to be working pretty well here against GV. That frag probably should have been traded. But GV get out scot-free back into mid. Thing is, though, Flex is kind of floating around in a deep position towards the BL spawn, and if he gets his timing right, he'll get in behind GV.
We thought Awesome is obviously made his way into a very interesting position, and he's still unchecked. Oh my goodness. How many does he get from this? Spoxy's going to be an easy kill on the side, but he actually didn't realise that Lion Claw had bypassed the angle. He'd already seen him in that position, of course, and that's why he pre-fired that, thinking he was still behind the wall, but not the case, and Lion Claw does great to find 2 still. Flex and Dezane delivering as well. It's all down to FaZe, and unfortunately, he's going to get caught by Flex as well on the hop. That is a crazy way to end the half.
Yeah, 6-3. It's looking pretty decisive for LCK. A couple of good moments in there for GV, largely predicated off the back of Creeds and Awesome. But Snox has gone missing a little bit, so has 7. And FaZe has really been more middling than anything else, so kind of a 2-man army for GV, and that's just not going to be enough to take down a team like LCK. Half swap, LCK moving on to the attack. 7's going to be waiting patiently. He's got the setup with a couple of teammates there as well. This is a very strong hold. A lot of priority being put into this position from GV. So I do wonder if that's a bit of a counter read into how LCK maybe likes to play their first gun round on the attacking side of Compound.
And it could be an absolute brawl about to be happening here in toward the outskirts of B. We've got 7 players in this one grouped up position here. 7 is ready to deliver, but he gets deleted by Raffin. In comes the play. Creeds, he does well to get 2. And in the end, it actually is going to be even across the mark on that portion of the map. So
I don't half mind seeing Dezane charge his way into B here if that's going to be what he decides to do. Surely there's no one else there.
Yeah, I agree.
He killed 3 players. He's just going to hold up for the moment, though. Obviously, he doesn't want to be dropping the C4, but I think the timing was definitely there for him. Obviously, it's easy for us to say when we can see what's happening on the minimap, but you do kind of have to make that educated gamble.
yeah,
They're not stacking 4 on B.
It's the classic idea, right? Yeah, exactly. I mean, he should have, even though the rotation is pretty fast, right? The fight finished very fast, so the logic dictates that there's no one else toward B. And actually, to be fair, to LCK, they haven't really budged in their setup ever since that fight went down anyway. Maybe hoping that GV are going to change up their idea slightly, but anyway, 25 seconds, they are going to make that decision, but because they've taken so long, of course, it's allowed the possibility of a flank to come through.
Well, not quite a fast enough flank to deny the plant. Interested to see what Flex gets up to here. He's kind of on the move, but jumps back into the site. Shox has been spotted out, so that flank maybe not quite going to be as dangerous as anticipated. Util tossed in, and Snox have to take a duck down. Flash completely catching him. Smoke blooming in front of FaZe. So he'll throw a bit of Util back in the other direction. GV have time to work here, but FaZe, he wants to get up in the face of Snox. He's got Snox, but he hasn't gotten FaZe. Dezane in the 1v1, just going to buy time. Dance around the server racks, takes the fight in the end, and never in doubt really for LCK in the end, even though it did come down to a 1v1.
Look at that, back and forth. 1v1 was possible, but the health really made it super difficult for FaZe. Again, well sorted out by LCK. Despite the time they took,
Slower approach this time from LCK, which is perhaps a good thing, because GV are trying to get aggressive in through mid. I don't hate it from GV. They're trying to throw a spanner in the works, put some of that pressure back onto LCK, but honestly, it seems like LCK are, again, reading into it pretty nicely, and they're going to move in toward Pillars. 7 watching that one with the Orm has got the information. He's seen multiple members crossing, and he's going to send his troops scurrying back into their bomb sites.
shot from FaZe, but he does really well to react. Managed to take Flex down with the Colt anyway. Dezane go down 2. So GV have found themselves a 5 versus 3. They know where Snox is though, and Flex, with the help of Raffin with the nade, recover this into a 5v3 to a 3v3.
Raffin's on the move. He's going to be the X factor right here. 30 seconds left. To be fair, there's every chance that you don't get past Creeds or you don't do it cleanly enough to get into that A bomb site, but Raffin needs to win his duel as well. And awesome swings on the corner. Spoxy missing that first shot, but hits it with the Colt, and Creeds does go down. Still, the trades are in from 7. Lion Claw drops as well. And GV survive another. 7-4. Still doesn't put them in a particularly fantastic spot, but not out of the rounds just yet.
Yeah, Lion Claw in the end falling out of the window. But EV gives them a slight lifeline, perhaps. Creeds has been unbelievable in this game, it has to be said. Awesome, obviously won a couple of clutches and has looked really, really solid, but Creeds is, I think, as I said earlier, I think he's hit like 6 entry kills now, if you combine both sides. He's been nuts. Needs to keep that up, though, if they're going to get back into this map.
Well, Snox just jiggle peeking. Can be dangerous though. Raffen cleans him up. Headshot to boot. Phase round the corner, missing the shot. He'll be punished as well. And it's about as easy of a sight entry as LCK could be hoping for. Awesome's trying to cause a bit of a ruckus from the window, but honestly, it's a little bit too much to ask. Let's get a nice timing in onto Raffen, who was on the reload. Probably should have been traded by LCK, but honestly, they're doing enough work anyway that it's not really that much of a concern. Leaves 7 alive as the last man standing, and that's a pretty straightforward one for LCK to put over the line. 8-4 now. They creep ever closer to the map victory.
Yeah, look at the kills across the board as well, right? 12, 12, 11, 10, 7. Like, that is a super team performance. I think we've seen a number of games so far where it hasn't really been as equal as that, even if a team has managed to come out on top. And we're going back to Old Faithful with the mass mid-fight. LCK. This time don't come out on top on it, though, on the other side, of course. They were excellent with that in the early stages of the first half, but GB get the advantage this time.
Yeah, got to be ready for everything, because GV are kind of throwing the spanner in and seeing what it does. Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe not. But this round, pretty good. So how does LCK look to salvage it? C4's in mid. Spoxy's perhaps going to be the one that will have to go and retrieve that, but not until Flex and Raffen get a bit of work done in pillars and peg the numbers back a step. That's decent from Flex.
Another recovery kill back into the 3v3. He's got control of this very awkward angle as well to try and clear out, but Creed's done it again, dropping into mid. Could even find a second on toward Raffen here, but he stops him this time. Creed's up to 16, still leading the way in the server, but it might not be enough.
2-on-2. Raffen's still alive though. That's the scary prospect. Both Creeds and Awesome out of the picture for GV. So the performers keeping themselves in the mix for LCK, and maybe not so the case for GV at the moment. Also, the isolated fights that the GV members are going to have to take. It's going to have to be a 2-on-1 for whichever bomb site this ends up being. It's favorable enough for LCK, and they're going to go in towards B, which is going to mean Snox well caught off guard. But actually ends up winning that fight. Now it's on to Flex, who kind of catches one more off guard. Face surviving though, and gets in underneath and keeps it in check for GV. Scoreline goes to 8-5. It's still not really too concerning for LCK yet, but GV are making it a little closer than anticipated.
LCK are still continuing to keep them at arm's length, of course, and this time they have telegraphed that the deep push from GV is coming through on this round, but might not be enough to stop them. They're still going to go right into the mixer, and guess what? Snox and Awesome, they've done it again, teaming up together. 2 instant openings, 5v3. Sure, a lot of map control has been given up though, and Flex realizes that there's a gap to slip. And that gap could be in a great position as well for Dezane in a similar spot. He gets himself another with help from Raffen. Back into a 2v3. He's very much stuck though, fully blinded behind the window. So question is, can he get away? For now, he can, and can continue to be a nuisance.
Yeah, a bit of a ring around the rosy, and GV actually causing a real headache now for LCK with these mid pushes. Might be a world where LCK just opt to slow things down in the next few. Suspect if this, gets a little closer, maybe like an 8-7 scoreline, we might actually get a timeout from LCK. They want to have a chat about things. But not quite that dire just yet. Still a clutchable round again for Raffin and Dezane. Different approach this time, but if they end up towards that B site, it's 2v1 against Snox. And cleaning him up without loss, and you're in a 2-on-2 post plan, and the round suddenly swings back in the favor of LCK. So,
Yeah.
GV can't count their chickens before they hatch. But the round is looking okay.
Realize he's in position, and there you go, exactly as you say. Snox is going to get caught. It's been a rough game for him and for Seven especially. They've really been lagging behind the rest of their teammates and making it difficult for this map to stay close. And now a great chance for Dezane and Raffin after the madness of the early portion of this round to calm it down and settle it down in this 2v2. Seven, of course, is waiting for FaZe to get into position before he goes for his own swing. There is some utility available, but Dezane will find that first kill. It's now all down to FaZe. He's going to try and run down Dezane, round the position, round the angle, jumping his way in, and he's got time for that defuse as well. That's a great round from FaZe.
GV starting to put some of that pressure back onto LCK. Thought this was going to be it. I thought this was going to be the one that gets them up to 9 and a 9-5 scoreline. I mean, that starts to become pretty difficult to come back from. But now, LCK are the ones that have the pressure flowing in their direction. GV putting a few rounds together. It's going to be a bit of time to chat. As we sort of said, you know, it's kind of getting to that point where it's becoming a bit problematic for LCK to actually close this map out. So they want to have a chat before it gets too far gone. I appreciate that. I think that's a good timing for the timeout to be called, assuming that this is what that is. I have to imagine it's attack timeout, though, from LCK. It would be perfect timing to be pulling one out. Got to stay hydrated as well. Might be pretty warm over in their neck of the woods by the looks of things. We've got a portable aircon or a fan out there for one.
Yeah. It's actually getting pretty warm in the UK as well, surprisingly so. I think the next few days, I'm just checking it now. I checked it the other day. Yes, it is all the same. It's going to be maximum, I think, 28 Celsius for about 4 days in a row around my area. Not that hot, obviously, but warm for the UK.
10 degrees right now here.
Yeah, it's winter in Australia, right?
Correct. Yeah. A max of 20 tomorrow, which is not too bad, not too shabby. Don't mind that. Maybe that would be what the LCK guys would prefer as well. I think the fan, what is it, 21 on the fan. The intricacies of the player cams never cease to amaze.
Indeed. I think that's probably about like the happy medium temperature, isn't it? About 20 to like 20 to 24 or whatever. It's pretty nice.
Yeah, I don't know. I find it sort of depends where you are. Like, sometimes you go into a hotel and you put it on like 23 and you're like, oh, this is cold.
I know, right?
Others, you put it on 23 and it's warm. So,
yeah.
Kind of depends.
True, actually. I mean, I have a very similar thing with my setup right now, I think, actually, because my room's quite small. I mean, the fan's not on. I think it, like, attracts heat. I don't know, but where my room is necessarily positioned. Like, obviously there's heat from the computer as well, which maybe won't help. But, yeah, I think if I don't have the fan on, it can reach, like, 30 or something in my room, even if it's, like, 23 outside. So I always have to have it on. And, even as you say, I think I've got it on 23, 24 right now, and even that can feel quite cool sometimes. So, yeah, anyway, of course, lots of these players are living around the world in hotter climates too, so worse than that's for sure.
I do find that the PC actually does act as a bit of a space heater, or at least mine does. I sit in a fairly small room, and when all the doors are closed, even if it's winter, and like I said, it's 10 degrees outside, I'm sitting here with a t-shirt on, so it's pretty warm in the room. Love to see it. Don't have to pay for heating if you've just got your computer on. Anyway, unfortunate news for those of you at home. We do have a bit of a tech pause going on at the moment. It's going to take a little while perhaps to sort this one out. So we're going to go to a short break, and hopefully it won't be a particularly long one. We'll be jumping back into Compound when that's all sorted.
All good, not that long a technical pause. Back into the server once again, LCK 8, GV 6. Some close rounds back and forth between these two. And GV are by no means out of this one just yet.
No. I wonder, though, if that break does give a little bit of a reset in the momentum, you know? It was kind of like GV chipping away, and it felt like maybe we'd gotten to a point where they actually were kind of in control of how the game was playing for a little bit there. But now that LCK have been given some time to sort of reset, we find ourselves with a bit more of an awkward spot. Well, apparently not. Snox has just doubled down. Yes, it's a good trade from Lionclaw, but very much still GV in control, it seems.
Yeah, looking pretty solid in the last couple. The aggression's been working out for them. They've been feeling confident and comfortable. And playing from behind, maybe giving them a little bit of freedom. DK's answer in this round is to three-man walk toward A, and unfortunately for them, GV are very well set up for this. Creeds has been the main man. He was on, I think, 16 or 17 kills before our technical pause reset the scoreboard. And FaZe has been playing very well as well. Creeds will get his. Make that 2 as well, so that maybe puts him on 18 or 19 kills now. Now the gap is just 1.
Are GV really going to be able to do this? I mean, this is the GV that we kind of wanted to see all weekend long. And maybe only in the last sort of 4 or 5 rounds has it really felt like they've started to arrive in the server. Which you might think is too little too late, but actually, it might not be. They can take this map off of LCK and maybe even then start to hunt for a 2-0. Then there's something to be speaking towards. Not quite there yet. They still haven't even equalized. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. LCK really have been struggling with the aggression that GV have been displaying on this GR side. But they've kind of slowed themselves down in response. And at least here in this round, that's been working out so far. You've got 5 players alive for LCK. And GV starting to back away now. It's not a bad time to do it.
LCK need to figure this out because they'll be very much aware that this has got a little bit too close for comfort now. And once again, they're, I guess, somewhat going in toward a stack. There is a bit of mid-presence when you go for a split, but Creeds has been the main man. He once again gets at least 1. He's been unbelievable, but it's only 1 this time. It's a 1-for-1. FaZe tries to catch the gap on toward that position of Spoxy, but not on this occasion. And they have traversed their way back out of there, have LCK.
Smokes onto the left side of mid's going to obscure the vision of Awesome, and he won't opt to push in front of it to try to look for information. Oh, he will actually, and on the timing, popped a couple of shots there, did flex, but he's gotten away with his life. Not the same case, though, for Raph.
Wow.
And the trades are not too easy to find at the moment, it seems, for LCK. It comes down to Dezane, who was holding on to the C4. 2 for Snox, though. Dezane needs a clean shot. Awesome tucked behind the box. 7 though with the Orms. Going to connect. Oh, Dezane got the first onto Awesome. No more than that. And GV have been successful in bringing this back to 8 apiece. Now it starts to feel real. Now it starts to feel doable.
Yeah, it deserves to be said that Creeds and Awesome have been probably the main 2 players for GV in this entire game. And I think it was Snox and 7 who are very much falling behind on the scoreboard. But Snox has had a great couple of last few rounds. Very impactful, and just when he's needed, it feels like as well. 8 apiece out of what felt like somewhat nowhere.
Still keep wondering, like, when's LCK going to turn on? But I don't know if that's even the case anymore. I wonder if this is GV to win the map from here. Been working away. No aggression in this round from GV, though. So a bit of a change up right at the 11th hour. Is that going to cost them? Not quite defaulting back to what's been working. Going back to a bit more of a passive sort of standard playstyle. Hoping to make the correct call with a 3-2 split on A, which would be not a bad shout. Awesome thinking about moving. FaZe thinking about moving. They've got to make sure they stay strong because the push is coming to A.
Needs to be ready. Oh, that timing could be a bit rough, but thankfully Seven will stand tall again. Flex will go down. There goes Rapin. The trades are not going the way of LCK at the moment. Dezane is very much stuck, but it is only a 2v3. There is a world cell. This could spiral, and Snox can't deal with him, even though he was such low HP. Creeds is here, and he's here very quickly. Spoxy will get that bomb planted, though. It's all going to be down to Creeds, and how on earth have LCK found a way back in that one?
Yeah, just like that. It should have been there. This was clean enough on the entry from GV, but Snox kind of left on an island, didn't get any assistance, and couldn't land the shots that he needed either. And it's LCK now that can potentially still steal the map away, and it's crazy to say that it would be to steal the map away. 7 solo out toward B. He's got to be quaking in his boots right now, hoping no one's going to push through that smoke, and he'll be lucky that that will not be the case.
That is maybe a bit of a heartbreaker for GV not being able to find that round. They do go on to lose this game. LCK have got away with one without a doubt. Looked almost certain that when they were even in that 3v2, even when it got a little bit closer, that they were in the advantageous positions for that previous round and for maybe this game overall. LCK have somehow found a way, and Dezane is a bit of a hero. He'll cover it all. Presence shown outside A once again. Minute to go for LCK to possibly take this one in regulation.
I don't want to make the mistake now, because giving GV the chance to win this in OT could very much go the way of GV, the way they're playing. Get this one locked down, make it a 10-8. Creeds trying to find his timing. It's 1-for-1 on the entry. Creeds round the back. He's been spotted out by Spoxy, who needs help. Won't get it quite in time. The trade, though, is clean enough. It's 2-on-3. LCK with the advantage. 7 and Awesome to try and save the day for GV. They've worked so hard to get here, and they might still falter at that final hurdle. It is now just Awesome. 7 has dropped, and the dream is dead for GV. Awesome would have to pull off a miracle. It's not possible. 10-8 for LCK. And that is a painful way to lose the map for GV, because they really pushed LCK right up to the end, but just faltered. Was it pressure? Was it, I don't know, a little bit of a mishap, a couple of missed shots, anything? But it's enough for LCK to take the 1-0 lead, and for GV, disappointment, certainly.
Yeah, that's very upsetting for them. I mean, that 8-all round, I think that's going to be replaying in their minds for a little while, because that one should have absolutely have gone their way, and LCK find a way just with their experience and their arguably better individuals. Didn't look that way in this game. GV were looking superb, and Creeds especially was unbelievable. We'll see the stats in a moment, because I think he put in like overall like 18 or 19 kills, probably even more than that actually in the end, as after we technical pause. We got past that technical pause. So great try, but not to be. And LCK, you still saw the celebrations on the player cams at the end there. They know they got away with one.
Yeah, most definitely. End of the day though, still got another map to play, and if GV can kind of bring that fire, then they could still grab themselves a map off of LCK. Look, maybe probably should have already done that, but you have to kind of maintain that momentum through into another map and see if you can make it happen. On the other side of the coin though, LCK will be breathing a sigh of relief and thinking, okay, the 2-0 is still in check, and the mental aspect will come into play as well for GV, who will do a little bit of work in this break to try to mentally prepare themselves for the next map. But that was a pretty crazy back and forth map, wasn't it? There was a lot of clutches on both sides. Really came down to it. Multi-frags, that one from Dezane, huge stuff. Good stuff on both sides, honestly, and it's refreshing to see GV back into fine form. I didn't really think that they had the greatest of games yesterday, but they're right back to it, and I'm happy to see that at least.
I would agree with that. Yeah, it was nice to see them play well. It's just such a shame it ended the way it did, because It looked like it was going to be so comfortable for LCK. They started aggressive, they started assertive. It was really the opposite for GV. Then Creed started hitting all of his entries. Came back, of course, from an 8-5 or an 8-4, sorry, to an 8-all scoreline. It was looking really, really solid. As we saw, Zane won a couple of clutches, but FaZe did here with that one we just saw on screen too. They were getting lineups, as we saw there from Snox. That was super impressive. And then a couple of these rounds at the end just, unfortunately, didn't go their way, and they probably should have.
Yeah, it just happens that way
was the
sometimes,
one, yeah.
especially against a team like LCK. You know, they're going to be able to pull a rabbit out the hat when they need to. So that's the thing that you do kind of have to remember. And who was it really that was doing the lion's share of the lifting? Well, Zane was in there, Spoxy was in there, Lionclaw was in there. Pretty good stuff from those three members. Creeds, on the other hand, for GV was definitely the standout, but just couldn't quite get enough done.
Yeah, I think, as I said before the technical pause, I'm pretty certain on the scoreboard he had something along the lines of 17 kills. Then he got, I think, 5 after that, and I didn't even get a chance to check it at the end. So I think he probably had more than 20 in that game. Played super, super well. And to be fair, even though GV were on the losing side, I think deservedly he should be the MVP for that game. He was pretty unbelievable. But obviously, he's got to bounce back now. There is, of course, one more map to come in this one. Is it going to be a 1-1 tie, or is it going to be LCK getting another 2-0? They need that 2-0, of course, to keep themselves in touch, you would think, with 3BL, knowing that 3BL are going up against TBI later, knowing that should be a very comfortable win for them. But we'll see, because that second map is to come, and that'll be coming after a short break. We're back for another map and to see if GV can bounce back, because they were so very close to being able to take a map of LCK there, but not to be, sadly.
No, not quite, but very close, and so you kind of got to take some heart in that. I mean, it's easy to sit here and say that, you know, but I think it's a bit of a bitter pill to swallow for GV after having tried so hard to make that one come back in a different direction. But we'll move on to Ankara and see if they can change anything up at all. They had a pretty close map of Compound last time they played 10-7. This time a little bit closer for GV 10-8, but again the loss. It was on Black Widow though, where they kind of got a bit smashed, and we'll see if that also will be the case now as we move on to a different map in the pool, obviously in Ankara, an LCK map that they should be feeling pretty comfortable on. Nice little love tap there to start things off from Flex. And it's FaZe out of the picture early, so it seems we'll pick up where we left off with LCK doing the initial work at least.
FaZe will drop early and already outside that B side of the map. Flex will get caught though. Snox was to his bottom right, as we can see there, and exactly realised that did Flex. But Spoxy's delivering once again. Creeds will go down, the main man from that previous game. Sadly, no chance to do much in this round. And now with the C4 planted, how do GV get back involved?
It's a great question. They've kind of got themselves stuck behind a Smokey and GR spawn. Awesome and Snox might have to be the key players, with Seven just kind of anchoring on the other side of the retake, but really worked out for Awesome. Snox only got himself one. It's down to 7, 1v3. Raffin will make short work of that round, and LCK with the first on the board. So picking up where they left off on map 1. Great start from Flex. It's a pretty good trade though, back into mid there from Snox, but end of the day, LCK showing their class. And straight back into the swing of things for round number 2. Set themselves up and wait to see any aggression from LCK, but it's not aggression, it's just a shot from the Orm. 7 striking onto Dezane and giving the 4v5 over to GV this time around.
A lot on the plate of GV coming in here, though. Is Awesome ready? He is for 1, but not for 2. And it will be Lion and Claw and Raffin to away into the site. Full control of A now. It's going to be a full 3v3 to play out. C4 goes down. There's going to be a flank we need to worry about. Snox is ready. Is he going to be telegraphed? Lion Claw, is he going to check it? He absolutely is. Immediate clear, immediate headshot. It makes it ever more difficult for Seven and Creeds now to make their way back in behind the fence. There's a player on the close right to fight, and Seven does really well to get his 1, but they're not going to clear Raffin. It's a good reaction from Seven at least, but Lion Claw is in the right position to get the quick trade back in response, and LCK recover another.
Getting problematic for GV early. Don't really want to be making another real comeback, but hey, I tell you what, you'll do what you have to do if you're GV here. And deep push from Snox out on the B side of the map. Again, same sort of setup from LCK, watching the A push. It's going to be Awesome into defense, and they were not expecting that at all. Raffin's just completely ignored that possibility, and Awesome goes for another one. Okay, he's had enough. Ready to take matters into his own hands. He's going to go for a third, and he gets Spoxy as well. Awesome, a one-man army playing with confidence. Dezane finally brings him down. And Lion Claw's also got another entry onto A, but it won't matter. The C4's been dropped by Creeds. Good quick rotation in on the mid-con. Leaves Lion Claw alone. This should be a bit too much now to salvage and bring a third round over for LCK.
There we go. What a round from Awesome, though. A highlight for him. Continue to go back and forth. Ball hold. And Creed set up to help out. TV are in the game. Oh, that's annoying for Flex. You see the reaction on the cam there. It's like, I didn't even see him.
That sometimes happens, doesn't it? Just get caught off by something that you're not expecting. And Seven's got himself another one. So the Orm of Seven actually putting in a pretty decent amount of work. Awesome's going to go for the push. Spoxy won't be ready for that. Awesome is definitely trying to have that impact, being the aggressive GR player. And it's working out for GV again. I mean, look, they did have a lot of success with that kind of style on Compound. Why not give it a crack here as well on Ankara? That said, Lionclaw's still alive, 6-1 at the moment. He is really going to be the difference maker for LCK. He cleans up Awesome and Snox, and just as easy as it comes, it goes for GV. We're back to the 2-on-1, and Lionclaw makes no mistake. The missed shot from FaZe was his crucial error. All that hard work from GV just to lose the round anyway. Disappointing finish.
Zane will drop to FaZe in the next round. Raffin will at least respond quickly, though, which is important. Such an early stage. Oh, what a reaction.
Oh.
Spoxy, instant on Snox. Oh, I thought Flex was about to say, maybe seen from the POV of FaZe, just underneath the gun model, be hard to spot.
Yeah, looks like FaZe might have to put in a bit more work here on the B site. GV have unfortunately lost a member in this round. So it still remains at a 3-on-3, even though the 2 picks have come through for GV versus the 1 for LCK. LCK grouping up and working their way into mid. That'll be awesome to try to take the challenge. The trade should come through. It was a little bit slow, but job done well. No extra players lost. Where does LCK go from here? They actually think about going back toward A. FaZe is over there with the Orm in hand. And he is watching the CT connector. Up on the stairs, his head is taken off by Flex. This should be a fourth now on offer for LCK. Flex is going to get aggressive, have a bit of a look in to see if he can spot Creeds on the rotate, and he'll do just that in a moment. Because Creeds is coming in from GR spawn.
Try and peek him. Almost trying a double swing together, and then Flex goes for a bit of a cheeky reface when it definitely wasn't necessary. Almost gifted Creeds a chance to make it a 1 versus 1. But now they're peppering him with utility. It'll be so hard for him to make his way back through. Creeds allowed into this position, and actually Flex doesn't realize he's that close, but there's no time for this defuse. This one is done, sadly. Creeds will go down, Spoxy takes it in the end, and LCK up 4-1.
He's keeping that scoreboard ticking over quite nicely for LCK. 1 for 1 at the start of that round. And into the 4v4. It still continues to be aggression out the wazoo from GV. They've pushed out of A this time around. They've actually pushed a couple of players up into Hotel on B. And LCK are walking right into that trap. Snox to take the first contact. Lionclaw down. Double kill. One more onto the Zane, and that's when Awesome chooses to strike as well. The problem is Raffin is still in the mix, and he's able to bring it back. It's a lot of damage done, though, to Spoxy and Raffin, who are more than willing to slow things down here and see if they can catch the GV members as they rotate across. FaZe wants to be careful here because he is definitely in the sidelines of Raffin, but survives. And now the round plays out with a little bit more normalcy. GV, having made that rotate back over to B, though, could put them in the right position. Spoxy! Oh, what a shot onto Creed. Now it's just FaZe coming in from the connector. They get both. Oh, it was a near thing for LCK. They almost pulled off the miracle, the 2v4. Not quite to be, though, as GV will get themselves another round. Still very much LCK's map at the moment. And another setup outside of A to wait for the aggression. Could have been quite valuable in the previous couple of rounds, but LCK will not be rewarded this time. Just going to be patiently waiting to see if anything is thrown in from GV, but typically, if you're going to get it, you probably would have gotten it by now. So the onus is back on to LCK to make those moves. And Flex, alongside the rest of the team, going to be working their way into mid. He'll take a little bit of a fight against FaZe. He's done some good damage there, but not enough. Orm connects. Quick scope from FaZe. On to Flex. And LCK, for the first time in a while, are having to negotiate a numbers disadvantage. Creed's get that hot flash down. Won't cause too many problems, though, for LCK. And they're actually into B now. Should better get the plan.
3v4. And another frag will come through from Raffin. Had a great start in this game so far alongside Lion Claw. Awesome tries his best, but gets sprayed down by Lion Claw once again. And 7. Sadly, he's not had the best of games overall. Struggling numbers-wise, and you can see getting peppered by utility. Reaction, knowing he's blocked off by a smoke. And that player cam, of course, like, what can I really do here? Just not much. And as seen as Spoxy takes the kill. 5-2 LCK, looking confident and comfortable. I think we saw GV make that comeback, of course, when LCK had a really solid start to map 1, but this looks a little bit more replicable, it feels like, for LCK. GV are not really showing as much this time around for me.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. Bit more presence shown on compound, that's for sure. And that would be in line with the previous matchup as well between these two teams. It was compound that was the map that was closed there as well. Just a map that GV seemed to be pretty comfortable on. Kara, it's been pretty smooth sailing so far for LCK. There's been a couple of mishaps, but for the most part, they've been pretty happy with how things have gone. And again, just going to be biding their time to see if they can find anything for free. But awesome out of the vent. This time, not going to be able to get much more than just the one. There was no getting back into safety there for him once he'd fully committed like that. So I had to keep taking the fights, and it didn't really work out. He's been left a little bit more wounded for GV, and they're going to send a couple of players rotating in.
Ready. Oh, and that looked like it was absolutely going to be his kill, but it might not matter if Creed is delivering. He almost gets a third on the spray, but it's back and forth, wild and wacky, and FaZe will now go up against Lion Claw in a 1v1.
I wonder if their patience maybe has just cost Lion Claw a little bit. No, he's actually going to go B. It's not a bad shout at all. FaZe is starting to explore toward A, though, so Lion Claw will need to pick the pace up here. Sooner or later, FaZe is going to figure out what's going on. But if he gets the bomb plant down now, while FaZe is still outside of A, oh, it's going to be such a long rotate for FaZe to get here into B. He's really not going to have a whole lot of time to clear. Lion Claw still not putting that bomb on the floor, though. Trying to clear out every possible angle, which is fair enough, but that has given FaZe time to work back in toward the site. And now, the post plant might not be as stable, as solid for Lion Claw. It really just does come down to the shots connecting. He spotted FaZe out, and he himself has now been spotted as well. Util's going to get tossed through. Flash to try to force FaZe away. Quick flank, though, into the hotel, but Lionclaw has changed his position up as well, and he's going to be very patient indeed. 17 seconds, bomb ticking away. FaZe spotted out. Lionclaw down so damn low. Comes down to a headshot for Lionclaw, and it won't happen. GV have a third.
Yeah, finally one going their way. FaZe has another really important clutch from him. He's had a number, of course, in this game, especially the first map. But in the end, even though Lionclaw really tried his best, the HP really was the problem, as you say, and the mind games began. A little bit too much time to work with compared to Lionclaw's position. Nice hold from Flex. 7 goes peeking into the angle, gets removed.
And off we go again for LCK in the direction of the A site. It's just going to be Creeds to try to hold on there. Can't really say that Creeds will be too happy about that. Has to double down, maybe triple down, and he's not going to even get one. Just caught in transition. Awesome's in, though, and he has been hitting his shots. He's helped out by FaZe. It's still not going to be enough to hold on to the site. Through the smoke go the rest of the GV members. Exception being FaZe. He was held back reloading, but bit of a task now in the 1v3, and that is going to be too much to ask, actually. So first half scoreline is a pretty stable one, 6-3. LCK will be happy with that progression.
Yeah, very nice half for them. Closing on the 2-0, and I mentioned, of course, it's a 2-0 they're going to need if they want to stay on par with 3BL, considering their opponents are TBI, of course, later today. Last match of the day. 3BL should be expected to run over TBI, to be honest. We've seen wilder things happen, though. Absolutely, without a doubt. And beginning of this round is very much LCK favourite, though. Look how deep they are. Look how much they're forcing GV back. Almost back into their spawn at this point. And it's so awkward. Dazane's just running riot.
Yeah, that's a very awkward start to the half, indeed. LCK, I feel like you kind of have to expect it, honestly. When they're playing on that GR side, the first round of the half, they are going to get aggressive. I've seen it so many times. GV need to be expecting that, and it seems like they caught off guard this time.
Oh, the leap through from Awesome. He's actually got past the angle. What's going on here? Awesome's in the midst of the madness. He somehow only gets one from all that, and in the end, it's going to be super comfortable for GV. That was, yeah, I think mess is the ideal way to explain that one.
Not over yet. Flex might still have something to say about this. That's a clean headshot onto Snox. Still got 3 more GV members to find. Really would be in the nail in the coffin if Flex was able to win this one. Is he going to be given any 1v1s? Maybe. Up into the sniper's nest. FaZe kind of solo there. The swing actually does come through together alongside Creeds. FaZe getting it done anyway. GV will peg one back just as quickly as it was given over to LCK to start the half. But yeah, that round really was a bit of madness. The second round I'm talking about, not so much the first there with the initial replays. Just GV kind of all over the place, and LCK completely baffled as to where a lot of those fights were coming from. Happens. Flex is going to get aggressive in the vent with the Orm. Actually, he's gone for more. But backs off. No, doesn't even. He's still sticking around in a win the duel against Creeds as well. What is he doing? He's just going balls to the walls. Got 2, wanted more. Gave up his life in the end, but still he's secured the 4-on-3 for LCK. Dazane should be aware. FaZe has given away his position, and so it's another one for LCK as they get ever closer to the magic number 10.
Yeah, it's going to be super hard for 7 and Awesome to recover this one now. I mean, they are going in toward the 1 defender on A. That is something they could possibly work with, but Raffin could still do great work, of course. They actually left the equation. That's something that maybe he'll be slightly annoyed about. He's now seen the information of Awesome pushing through. Orm can now get down pretty quickly, so it's a 2v4, sure, and the rotations from LCK weren't exactly as they wanted. Maybe Raffin was deciding, in general, to rather play with his teammates rather than play alone. Nade is, doesn't do as much damage as I thought it would. It's a little bit deep in the end, and then 7 does get caught out. It's going to be all down to Awesome. He's trying a mass rotation, and I'm not sure this is going to work, because I think he's been heard by Spoxy. Pistol pulled out, kill taken, and so are the 8 rounds on the board.
Solid enough stuff. Can't really fault Flex. Yeah, he's a bit over-aggressive in that position, but when you're hitting your shots and you're trading 2 for 1, you know, you can question the method, but you can't question the results. Flex is going to go straight in the mid here as well. Looks for the trade on the Awesome, who catches both Zane and Flex off guard. Lineclaw will be able to salvage that one back, but it's still a numbers advantage that needs to be brought back to bear for LCK, and Spoxy has allowed FaZe underneath him. He's completely unaware. Oh, turns around, but misses the shot. And so another advantage goes over to GV Esports. Lineclaw might be able to peg that back. 2 quick shots in here, though. Thought there was only 1 member outside that window. He was wrong. And it still looks healthy enough for GV as they look to put their 5th on the board.
So a chance here for Raffin, though. He's been super solid so far for LCK today. Question is, such low... Wait. How did FaZe die? How did FaZe die? How did he kill himself? How did he off himself? I need to know. There's a 1v1 to play out. Oh, my word. There was a world in which that could have gone south. And it very almost did.
Yeah, I didn't quite catch it, but could be any number of things.
Falling off the ledge, maybe, as well?
Doesn't really matter in the end. We continue to move forward. 5-8 the scoreline.
Yeah, I missed it as well, sadly. But there we are. Doesn't matter. The round still went the expected way.
Well, 2 players to try to defend that A-bomb site for LCK and push this one through to 9. GV most certainly headed in their direction. Raffin, though, holding it down nicely. He wants to keep going for more. He's walked straight into it. Raffin for 3. Awesome and 7 end up looking a little bit silly because they just go straight into Raffin, who ultimately kind of tears them apart. 9 now for LCK. 1 round away from the victory. But what a beautiful hold from Raffin. He was expecting the swing and got the pistol out in time as well. Good trades from Flex, it has to be said. It's looking pretty dominant from LCK on the second map.
Raffin and LCK, or LCK I should say, has been super impressive. Flex has been great as well. I mean, look at the kills across the board. Lineclaw's on 17 as well. He's the main man on the previous map too. He's had a great day so far. Back into a 3v3 once again, thanks to Flex. They close it out here and now. 3rd best of 2 of the day. 3BL and TBI to come. We have control of the site. C4 will be planted. It's going to be a long retake from LCK here. They've got 2 on the long flank. Question is whether GV are ready for it. As you can see, he's playing up close and personal. And already, Flex will be removed. This could be the important kill. Raffin is patient enough, though. 17 seconds, they're going to have to get a move on. But now it is all down to Snox. 1v2, good reaction towards Spoxy. And he takes a heads-up duel on Raffin as well. Nicely done by Snox. It keeps GV alive.
Yeah, not over yet. Good effort on the retake. I thought LCK was actually going to get it done there, but not quite the case. It was the duel from Raffin out of Hotel that made me go, okay, this is doable. Doesn't matter, though, in the end. We continue to push our way forward, and FaZe is doing just that, straight on the Lineclaw. That might have been a mistake. Gets a bit too big for his boots, and Lineclaw will drop him down a peg. It's 3-on-5 to start this round off. GV having to do it the hard way, and Flex wants to get it done. He's gone straight through the smoke to try to take the fight. Raffin, to be fair, was there, pushing out of vent as well. So it was coordinated aggression from LCK, and Raffin's a bit of a demon in this vent, it seems like. No one can stop him. except 7. But that was because he wasn't in the vent. If he was in the vent, he would have won the fight.
Exactly. 7, unfortunately, is going to need at least 7 kills to keep this game alive, though. He's on 6 and he needs 2 more. Lion Claw, oh, an easy kill in the end, and 7 will drop. Lion Claw with a superb performance across the board for LCK. I think it's fair to say that all of them delivered at one point during that game. Super consistent. Lion Claw was amazing. Raffin was just multi-fragging for days. Flex had his moments as well. Super well done, and they deserve that 2-0 without a doubt. That puts them now at 3 points ahead of 3BL, of course, before their game later today.
Yeah. Definitely some solid stuff in the end there from LCK. Has to be said, you know, like they were strong across both maps. Yeah, there was a bit of a brief period there on the first map where GV looked like they were going to be coming back into it, but ultimately LCK just proved to be that little bit too strong, and this is why when we talk about them, we always do say that they're just kind of a cut above the rest of the competition, right? Them and 3BL seem to be peerless in a sense when it comes to the West League, and it's because of moments like that where they can get that over the line, where maybe another team would let that go 10-8 in the opposite direction, or maybe go to the OT. LCK just have enough ability, enough skill, individual firepower as well as cohesion, right? They're quite a coordinated team, so they are able to get that one in the back pocket. And then obviously onto the second map where things were going pretty comfortably. It never really got into any kind of dangerous territory, and saw how strong a lot of those plays on the GR side were from LCK, particularly Raffin in the vent. Very impressive.
Absolutely, yeah. And as you mentioned, it's not sometimes all down to individual moments or individual skill. It's down to how you play with your teammates and how you play off of each other. The game is called Crossfire for a reason. You need a crossfire sometimes, and very often it worked out for them very successfully. Some tasty shots, as we can see from the likes of Spoxy. Dirty holds from Raffin. Dirty in the sense that they were super clean, obviously. And there were some great individual moments as well from the likes of Creeds and Awesome in this game. He actually won a number of clutches, did Awesome, but in the end, sadly, not enough. And they'll be thinking about how close they were on that first map, getting to that 8 all-round and somehow losing that mass advantage they had. That is the one that's going to be hurting them as they look back at the performance from today.
Yeah, that's a tough pill to swallow, really, for GV, especially after what happened yesterday. But back to the drawing board. You know, there's still 3 weeks to play. You can do a lot of salvaging in those 3 weeks. 6 games. If you perform well in every one of those 6, then undoubtedly there'll be a top 4 placing on offer for you, and potentially even further than that. But obviously top 4, I think, really the goal for GV at this moment, where they're still kind of in doubt as to whether they may even make it into the top 5 right now. So
yeah,
I guess first protocol, make it to top 5, secure your position in CFWL next year, but obviously make it to top 4 ideally, and that is going to be the way forward, given that that'll be into the playoffs. But here's the match summary, and Lion Claw, super dominant display, 2.71, and a big reason potentially why LCK get through that one with such ease. And he was good on both maps, really.
Yeah, he was incredibly solid and impressive as well. And he was one of the main people I remembered from my last little stint covering some Crossfire as well. And it's looked nice to see him delivering once again. But of course, we have one more match to come tonight. It could be the most one-sided one of today, actually. It's top versus bottom. We'll see if that can prove us wrong after a quick break. One more game to come today, and sadly, there's a chance it could be the most one-sided one. It's top of the group versus bottom of the group. 3BL versus TBI, the animated TBI, of course, who have seen ply their trade to their heart's content, but sadly not the best results so far, and 3BL the favourites for the whole thing.
Yeah, most definitely. 3BL, obviously the victors in the previous season of CFWL, so they come in very much as a heavy favorite indeed. Look, in saying that, we've had some pretty close matches today, so probably about due for one that should be a bit of a clean sweep. And it is the top versus the bottom. You know, you just have to look at that on the standings there. 3BL, okay, they're not quite at the top because LCK did get the 2-0 in that last matchup. Yeah. So they've got their points accredited to them for this week. 3BL still have a game yet to play, but assuming they get that win on the board, then they should be following suit alongside LCK up there right on 18, whereas TBI down on 4 points total for the competition so far. It's not a particularly pretty picture to paint. They've taken a map off of SG, and that's kind of it as far as what TBI have been able to achieve thus far. So a bit more work to be done, but I don't know that it's going to be against 3BL that they'll be able to do that. That's the only real sticking point today.
Yeah, sadly. I mean, as we see, they've managed to get one win and one draw. At least it's something, right? It's not like they are completely disconnected from the rest of the teams in the group. And obviously, if they're able to win, then they put themselves above Swamp again. But it's just not the reality that we live in at the moment, sadly. It's going to be super difficult for them to recover this one. LCK, top of the group, of course, as you said, after their 2-0. 3BL went into today, with basically tied on points with LCK, and they're going to want to stay that way after this matchup now.
Yeah. Can't imagine it's going to be an easy task for TBI, but they've got to take it as a learning opportunity, right? They've got to come into this one and, do what they can. What they were able to do last time they played against 3BL wasn't a whole lot. They got 9 rounds over the course of the 2 maps. Subbase went 10-3 to 3BL, and then Compound went 10-6. Of course, to 3BL as well. So, not a shabby performance, not an awful performance on Compound. They definitely were able to push 3BL and make them kind of work for things. But Subbase was a bit of a write-off. It's going to be Port and then Subbase this time around. So a little bit of a change-up in terms of that map pool. I don't know that TBI... I don't know that 3BL are going to be particularly dissuaded by that all that much. But maybe TBI pretty happy that they'll be able to get themselves onto Port. Feel a little bit more comfortable on that one. Blacklist start as well for 3BL, so there's some arguments to be made that maybe GR start for TBI on Port could be a recipe for success.
Yeah, there's a world, excuse me, without a shadow of a doubt, and I think there's been a couple of individuals as well, like I think Gainer had a few moments yesterday that I was impressed with. I think Booker did as well. I mean, it's not like they were completely destroyed, right? I mean, it was a relatively close game. So it's just the problem is the fact that they're going up against the favourites in 3BL, as you have spoken about, and we have mentioned basically the entirety of today as them being alongside LCK being the main top 2 favourites probably for this entire group. So it's going to be tough. I've seen some good stuff from Dirty. I've seen some good stuff from Bever as well. I think that he won a clutch or 2 yesterday as well. But yeah, it might be a whole different ball game when it's, as I said, sort of second versus bottom. So LCK, top at the moment. 3BL are going to want to equal themselves up onto that 18-point mark again. And anything other than a 2-0 here, they'll absolutely be thoroughly disappointed with.
Yeah, anything other than, honestly, even a clean 2-0. Like, if this ends up being a real push for 3BL, they have to work hard, it goes to a tiebreaker, something like that, that'll actually end up being a pretty disappointing result. 3BL, who would pride themselves on being a little bit better than that. So I guess we'll have to just sort of hold our horses and wait and see. Obviously for 3BL, a bit wishy-washy maybe yesterday kind of against Lazarus. They were really made to work hard on that Compound map in particular. That ended up 10-8. Could have actually gone to into the tiebreaker, but didn't in the end. So tenacity there for 3BL for sure, but I'm looking at some of the results that they've had, and they've dropped maps to GV and LCK. Okay, LCK fair enough, but GV and unKnights, and they very nearly dropped a map to Lazarus as well. it's not been the perfect season for 3BO. You know, we talk about them as if they're on this pedestal and they're just that much better than everyone else, and it's kind of what you want them to be, right? You're kind of selling that story in a way. But I don't know, does it necessarily show in the results so far? Maybe not quite 100%. In saying that, though, it's not really going to make much of an argument for TBI. You know, these are very different teams to TBI. TBI is just kind of still in that learning phase, still in that transition phase, kind of being put in a position where they're trying to level up to be a team that's worthy of being in the CFWL. And that's easier said than done, obviously.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're going up against a team which has had a number of these sort of MVP performances as well, the likes of Snare and Slayer as well. I think yesterday, Snare was it Snare who had that incredible 1 versus 4 versus Lazarus? I think it was, right? So, yeah, it was one that was definitely slightly misplayed by Lazarus, but without a doubt, it was Snare winning it too. And that's the ability that these guys have to be able to pop off at any given moment up as well. So I believe we've got about a minute to go until we're going to get into the server. So hopefully not too long before we're going to see the outcome of this one. It is, of course, the final game of this week of matchups, of course, until next week gets underway. As you said, there's still 3 weeks, right? I think you said, of matchups to come.
Correct.
So
yep.
Lots of different changes can happen in the group. One day you could have, as we saw with unKnights, I think it was at the start of play this week, they were, I think, on 4 points, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, no, so I tell a lie, they were on 7 points. And they were, I think, 6th or 7th place in the group. They win both their games 2-0. Suddenly, they're in 3rd on 13 points, right? So it can change very quickly after just 1 week of play, let alone 3.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, look, 3 weeks to go, plus then, obviously, the playoffs week as well, or
yes.
day, I suppose. That can be a big one as well for the team that, potentially starts in like the 3rd, 4th place match in the quarterfinal. And, if you win that, you go into the semi-final. If you win that, you go into the grand final. You can make that run. And I believe that was what unKnights did last season. So you play 3 basically big games in a row. I believe they're all best of 3. No, grand final I'm pretty sure is a best of 5. So
okay, that's
even then on top of that, an extra long series as well. And you're really getting into kind of fatigue territory at that point in time. And that's, I guess, the benefit that you gain from being a team to take the higher seed out of the group stages. But either way, you'll take those opportunities if you can have them. And that'll probably be something that, maybe isn't necessarily so prevalent to the teams playing in this particular matchup. Obviously for 3BL and TBI, different sides of the same coin. But either way, we'll have to talk about that in a little bit. It looks like there's some internet problems for one of the players coming into the server. So we'll take a short break here and we'll jump back in once things are ready to go.
Apologies for the small delay as we sorted out internet problems for one of the players, but we are ready to get going on port between TBI and 3BL, and let's see if TBI can give their opponents a game.
Yeah, hoping so. And we'll have to see how things play out here on port. I mean, look, just to set the stage, let's be real, probably a tough ask for TBI. That's maybe the nice way of putting it. 3BL are generally considered to be the #1 team here in the West League. And that's for a pretty good reason. But looks like we might have some issues before getting into game once again. So take its time. You know, good things come to those who wait. We are patient.
Indeed.
But yes, see how things go. We jump straight on in. And Dirty to kick things off with the Orm here for TBI, who do get to start on GR side. That'll be favourable, one would think. And Gainer, nice initial duel onto Snare. It's a good player to take out of the picture early on, I'll tell you that.
First duels coming through on port between these two. Gainer. That's a good response towards Slayer. As you can see, the C4 hasn't committed yet, though. It is still down at the back of mid. And Snake is going to try and take an opportunity to creep his way through. And Dirty's doing a great job here up against Horus. He's already found one, but Snake is ready. And there's the second on Gainer straight away. Top will deliver two. Nowhere. It's to Bever and Dirty. Damaged between the two of them. They actually at least get a 2 versus 1 here. Snake, of course, only 12 points of health as well, and still has not found that C4. It's been on the ground for a very long time. So you might have to do this via elimination. Oh, he just sees the corner of one.
Well, trades out for the AK. Dirty might have spotted him. Has. And so first round on the board will be that of TBI, which might not have been the prediction, but see how many more they can get. They started up quite nicely, Gainer getting the initial duel onto Snare. It's basically a 4v5 for 3BL to try to negotiate, and bearing in mind they are on the BL side, so bit of a more difficult task at that point. It does sometimes take 3BL a little bit of time to warm up into the first map as well. I often see them start slow.
Yeah. They haven't exactly been completely unbeaten this season, have they? I mean, they've dropped a few maps here and there to maybe teams they shouldn't have. They obviously are unbeaten in terms of series scores. They've yet to lose 1-2-0. But a few 1-1s littered here and there. Unfortunately for TBI, I think they are down to 4 players in this round.
Oh. Well, we have seen a couple of issues getting into the server tonight for somebody. Not sure who it was actually in this matchup, but could have been potentially that on the side of TBI, which caused that little delay to start things off. And it could be a good sign if that continued throughout the rest of this series. Certainly not for TBI in a matchup where they kind of need to be all guns blazing. Slayer is going to take down Gainer. There's no mercy going to be afforded to TBI in this round, even despite the circumstances.
Yeah, Bever currently not on the server as we would have wanted. Beg is also playing today as well, by the way. I mean, I noticed he was the 6th player on the roster when I did my research on the players. Is he a coach, or is he actually a 5th or a 6th, I should say?
I actually haven't got any intel on that, no. But I'm assuming it would be a sort of stand-in situation. But
yeah,
look, either way, TBI maybe not at full strength, but still going to have a crack here against 3BL, and obviously not in this round. You know, it's going to be tough in this round when you're down a member, and the first fight goes the way of 3BL. It kind of puts you in that 3v5. Beg's going to maintain the KD, potentially, but 35 seconds is enough time to kind of go and have a crack at this one.
Yeah, because obviously... Sorry to cut across you. I just wanted to say, obviously I did quite a lot of research in terms of like the players, and there's a lot of rosters In terms of, there was, I think 3BL, obviously they have Penguin, right? He's a player and the manager, I believe, on occasion. There's nearly every single roster has a 6th or 7th man as a stand-in and or coach / manager. So it's something that I noticed, and I guess in these sort of situations it is handy to have someone on call. But as we know, with Beg on the server at the moment, do they have anyone else? You might need an extra at this point. They haven't lost. They lose more than one. That is a big issue. So we are going to go for a bit of a pause while we wait to try and sort it out.
I mean, these things do happen. 3BL, all good. And I wonder if we'll get some vision of TBI. Because that'll be where we maybe get a bit of an insight as to what's going on. But perhaps if a player is fully, properly disconnected from the internet, we won't see that because they won't be available in the boxes either.
True. Sadly, you're correct on that one. Thankfully for 3BL, at least spirits are high, of course. They'll probably will know they're in a situation here where not just one, they were heavily favoured to win the game anyway, but two, they might be in a sad situation having to play against only 4 players if this internet issue can't be resolved. Of course, we assume that the follow-up issue is still the same internet issue, but we shall see.
Yeah, I don't know what the actual solution there would be. Do you play 4v5? Do you forfeit the game? I don't know. I don't think I've ever really personally seen that.
No, I mean, I know in Apex Legends, there's been a couple of instances where a player's been lost due to visa issues or whatever, going to a LAN tournament. They have actually played as 2 against the teams of 3. Again, that's a very niche example, I suppose you could say. And in an online game, very, very rarely do you see a game being played out 4v5. Usually they use the longest amount of their tech delay they possibly can, right, to try and find a solution, find a stand-in, or wait for the issue to be fixed.
Told we should be underway fairly shortly, but as we can see on the player monitors, they haven't actually started the game just yet.
Sadly the case.
So, patience a virtue when it comes to these kinds of situations. Everybody's chilling. But
yeah, with the game, really do. True, yeah, with the game not yet open, it's going to be a bit awkward.
Yeah. It's pretty... I guess it's pretty annoying for 3BL. Obviously, you get off to a decent start there and you kind of want to keep the ball rolling, but here's what it is. You know, you can't begrudge someone for having a little disconnection issue. These things happen.
There we go.
Into it.
Feather's back.
So off we go. Yeah. That's nice. And Beg instantly loses his life at the hands of Horus, and there's not going to be any intentions of slowing down for 3BL as they just filter their way into the B site. Horus will be keen for another fight or two. He's got his teammates behind him to trade if necessary. TBI aren't slowing down on this retake. It's not even really a retake. Like, the bomb's not planted just yet, but they're going to go for it anyway. Good enough more than they can chew, and Beva, last man standing. Wasn't a very fun first round back in the server for him.
No, not at all, I'm afraid. TBI did great work to win that first round, but ever since then it's felt unfortunately messy due to a number of reasons. Let's see now they've got settled back in again, what they can get done.
Snare's not going to slow down too much. I mean, look, the smoke outside of Warehouse is going to keep him at bay for the moment, but you can even just see how he pushes up behind that. No fear at all, really. And then takes a little peek into mid, but not really seeing too much. This 3BL team happy to give some respect over to TBI and not just rush every single round. Don't know how long that'll last. You know, if this ends up being a pretty dominant display from 3BL, do they continue to show the same respect later in the half, or into the second half, or even into the second map?
Well, they've managed to keep a 5v5 intact for a little bit longer in this round, have TBI. The progress that they have, though, would be. It's about to be a big fight for King, and he can't get himself his 1 kill. Gainer will at least manage to respond, though. And there is still one more player on the site, of course, for 3BL to worry about. And that is Beg in position. But Gainer will get removed now eventually. And the rotations come through for TBI as well toward that side of the map. So if we now do go toward A, there's going to be a lot of attention on toward Dirty's position.
Yeah, and already Slayer's been able to cross quite far forward. Does lose his life for his trouble. It's going to be the info, though, over to 3BL. Tot's trying to clean up Dirty. The rest of the fight has not gone well. And so, actually, Dirty's the one that ends up surviving the longest, funnily enough. 3-1 for 3BL. They are sort of sweeping their way through these rounds with relative ease. They're not going about it too quickly, but comfortably is a good word to put it.
Quite a lot of aggressive positioning from 3BL out toward long already, but something has been stopped by Gainer. You only get, again, just a 1-for-1 there in this round, Gainer. Will be stopped. Bever back in the server. Internet sorted. Himself situated on the corner of the site. In that powerful angle we spoke about. Comes to play with a bit of utility. Push 3BL forward, big long spray, and lots of damage done, but will it be enough? That is the question. Dirty will be taken down, so will Bever, and unfortunately it's all spiraling for them, and despite the damage being done, look at that. What was it, 27, 1 HP, and maybe 10 HP on Slayer? Barely a full man standing for 3BL, but they find a way to win the round still.
Yeah, honestly, it's a pretty rough game at the moment for TBI. You sort of saw that from the way the Observer was swapping over to TBI. Every single player they would swap to would just kind of instantly die, and maybe worth just not observing TBI members anymore, because you're not going to get the kills, it seems. In this case, though, Tot goes down early, so again, we're back to a 4v5 for 3BL. I'll try to make amends for that, and they do. Horus gets Coupon in onto Bever. Dirty's just not hitting the connections with the orb. It doesn't really matter, though. The pistol gets pulled back on out, and now a second chance. So much better response from TBI, and they do get themselves their second. It seems when they do get the opening pick, TBI can play the round out, but the force that is brought to bear on them when it's a 5v5 just seems a bit much.
That is true. Dirty happily leaping down for that final frag of the round there, confidently. Fair play. It's a bit awkward there. They were caught out in the open a little while longer for Bever in that position. It would have been more awkward considering Snare, Horus and Slayer are all together. Comes the information. Dirty gets his one, and Gainer will help out as well, but it's an even trade on toward this A-bomb site once again. Gainer is forced off the edge of the building there to try and go for one more. Gets caught by Slayer. Second kill of the round for him. It's down to Beg and King. Managed to recover it into a 2 versus 2, and Slayer, of course, is walking wounded, so there's a world in which they can recover this one.
Plan has gone down, though. Timer working against TBI now. Smoke is going to fade. Slayer's going to get them both. Never mind the HP. Didn't even really come down to Tot. Really great round from Slayer. It's 4 kills in the round, I think, for him. 5 and 2. 3BL are continuing to make this Blacklist side look pretty easy. It'll be a full contest into the warehouse by the looks of things. King set up, but a bit too sharp in this instance, and Beg caught with an 8 in hand. Timings are just not working out at all for TBI. And that is 3BL straight into B. No recourse really for TBI. And I don't think that 3BL are really going to slow down all that much either. Gainer. She tries to pick the pace up and he catches one off guard. Finds 2 before falling. It's not really going to be enough to salvage it back for his team just yet, but 2v1 maybe better than what the alternative could have been.
Still a slight glimmer of hope in this one. They'll have a very strong idea of where he's coming from, and yes, as he tries to push his way forward, Top will catch him comfortably. At the moment, this is an expected result for 3BL, up 6-2 as we near the end of the first half. Sure, TBI, they've had lots against them anyway in terms of current form and current standings in the group, but had to deal with the internet issues for Bever as well. Missed a whole round because of it. Awkward for them. But at the moment, the result is pushing its way forward.
Bit of a slow start to this round. 3BL waiting to see if they can nab a kill through the smoke at Warehouse, and they've kind of seen TBI getting aggressive a couple of times, trying to exploit that, but no such luck this time around. Patience from 3BL. Are they going to be rewarded for it? Doesn't look like there's too much moving and shaking happening for TBI. But
nice shot.
Eventually, Beaver on the push, looking for some info, and is punished for that. So it is the patience that will work out nicely for 3BL. Gainer looking for a nade. Won't quite be enough to finish Horus off.
Definitely could have. Only 23 HP to spare now, but he'll be allowed to just creep away. And with that 23 HP to spare, he's in a position where he can maybe do something with it now. Beg has got a lot of work to do. Close on the angle. Got some support from King, though, and that might be enough. He will get run down, will Beg, but King does well to get a second. But unfortunately, now just down to Dirty and Gainer, and they're going to be locked away on the long-range angle. C4 planted. Nade might be good, and this smoke is definitely giving Snare some cover. Can he get away safely? I think he looks like he wants to hop up onto a better angle. He's managed to now. Tot still dancing with this while the smoke is up. Trying to catch them off, trying to catch any sort of glimmer as the smoke will then dissipate over time. And he will catch Dirty comfortably, looking for one more as well. They know that Gainer is locked in that right corner, but no reason to give him anything for free. You know, they know the round is probably done. They're going to have a full firing squad jump down to try and deal with him in the end, and it works perfectly. Gainer will be removed. Tot takes it 7-2.
Yeah, it just hasn't really been coming together for TBI as it had some good moments, there's no doubt about that. The early picks did get converted when they got the initial opening. So, you know, they're kind of winning the rounds that you're, quote-unquote, supposed to be winning. But you can really see the class differential in this matchup in a way that you don't even get in some of the other games, right? There's just really no contest in a lot of these rounds. It's kind of 3BL going through the motions, working their way into the sides, getting those picks, and not even really having to kick it into second gear necessarily. They're just sort of cruising along at the moment, and it feels a bit more like a formality than anything else for 3BL, which is, again, very much in line with the expectations. It's kind of what you want to be seeing. You want to be seeing 3BL at their peak. And also TBI, again, it's less about finding the win in this matchup and more about trying to see what they can implement that can actually potentially trouble 3BL. And they'll have a bit of a crack now on the blacklist side. So the onus is on them to make the magic happen.
Can they put that onus into practice? Playing with a sort of a buddy system at the moment are the 3BL side. 2 together in mid, 2 together in A. And that's going to work already toward Beve. He tries to push his way through the corner of that smoke and he walks into his demise.
Well, Snakehead down. Not getting up to too much at the moment. It's been a pretty slow start to the second half from TBI. They haven't really taken too much map control away from 3BL, and as soon as the fight does ensue, it is going to be Slayer to take Beg out of the equation. Got some positioning in the warehouse there for Dirty to try and have a bit of a look into the B side. Slayer gets aggressive and will be taken down by Gainer, who just goes for the double tap to make sure.
Let's confirm it. 30 seconds left in the round. 3v4 though. Certainly enough for a glimmer of hope, really. C4 needs to be picked up, and as you can see, it's still quite a long way away from the site, so they need to get a hurry on, and they're going to do that right now. Outside B is going to be the way we're going to go. Maybe that split through from King coming through that mid area to cut off a rotation, perhaps. He's going to try that right now. You can see it on the mini-map, but he's going to get removed by Snake in the end, and it's an absolute wipeout. Comfortable as you like. Top will take it. Certainly top of the pops right now.
Eight to 2. Hasn't been a difficult day at the office today for 3BL. Oh, Snake. Spam's not quite going to connect onto Beg through the box. But he has a spider sense tingling that there might be someone around the corner there. So tosses a nade in for good measure. Tags Beg down. Some response from TBI. But you sort of get the sense that TBI aren't really too confident in taking any movements on this BL side. And they only do it when they're forced to. You know, time is eventually going to make them make that push.
Yeah. Well, they're all grouped up this time, playing more of a pack-based round rather than splitting, but that might not work for them either. Slayer gets a lovely 2-man spray down. Very comfortable. And Snake, oh, he even manages to get another one as well. He'll finally get removed by Beg. That's 2 for him in this round, but playing with the angle, playing with the Orm is Snare once again. 2 kills for him. And that puts 3BL ever closer.
Yeah, 1 round away now. It's been pretty clean from them. Haven't really had to reach too far into the strat book. And on this GR side, it's going to be Tot to look to get a little bit more aggressive into the warehouse, but backs up as he gets the indication that TBI are headed on their way in, and a bit more presence shown from TBI early in the round. It's worked out perfectly. 3BL now relying on Snake and Slayer to pull off the clutch, and let's just reiterate that these guys are very good, so there's every possibility this 4v2 might go the way of 3BL. Especially with that initial kill going back, and now it's a 3-on-2, so odds are getting better for 3BL as we speak.
TBI get one more on the mark. It's been a rough game for them with internet issues, plaguing a few players. Time to see if they can keep Slayer at bay. It's now down to Bevo, who had those internet issues. Can he step up just to win one more round for his team? Sadly, the answer is no. The retake is successful in a 2v3. Impressive recovery once again. It just shows another reason why they are just playing the better team in this game. A retake that probably shouldn't have happened. They make it happen, and 3BL take the first 10-2.
Yeah, indeed. Not much of a cause for celebration, though, for 3BL. They kind of know what the situation is, and they're not really getting too far ahead of themselves. There's no, you know, no real excitement for them. They just rock up, bit of work today that they've got to get done, and, you know, in a sense, they have done a pretty good job of that. It's map 1 done, and unfortunately for TBI, that was the map that they chose. That was the map that they chose to sort of change up in this series as well. We had sub-base compound in the last matchup. It was 10-3, 10-6. They swapped compound out for port. That's a 10-2 then on port, which is now actually the worst result that TBI have had against 3BL bearing in mind that Subbase is coming up next, and that was quite dominant for 3BL last time they played again. Got to imagine that that trend's going to continue, and obviously we'll in a second get into the replays here, and it's probably just going to be a 3BL highlights reel, and it says highlights right there for you. So look, there was some moments for TBI, has to be said. They did get themselves a couple of rounds, and they were able to convert on the 2 opening picks that they got in the first half, but beyond that, it really did feel like it was very much just 3BL kind of running away with things. And look, 3BL highlights reel, that's one thing, but when we get to the scoreboard, that is probably where you're going to really be seeing the difference quite visually, quite represented, because KD numbers are going to be off the charts, and for TBI, yeah, I thought Kana had a pretty okay shout. Maybe there was a couple of moments in there from Dirty as well, but didn't really feel like anyone was even close to being on the same level as the 3BL members, and even the ease at which that final 1v2 clutch came through just kind of goes to show how it is.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, it's not just plagued by being the massive underdog, but plagued by internet issues, halting Bever in one round as well. TBI won the first round of this entire game. Then, immediately after that, sadly, it was they had to play a round 4v5, and it all just compounds itself from there, right? Talking about KDs that are off the charts, you're absolutely right. That's the biggest KD you've seen, I think, over the last 2 days of play. 3.17. For Slayer and a 2.67 for Tot as well. It was really those two who were going above and beyond. Snare didn't even really have to do anything alongside Horus. They just had to get the kills when they were presented with them. All the others seemed to nab them away, but it doesn't matter when you realise that you've got talented teammates who can do everything they need to do. There is the MVP, Mr. Slayer, indeed. Impressive performance, and more of that, of course, we're looking to see from him over the course of not just today, but over the course of the rest of the group stage as well. But anyway, that is the first map done and dusted. 3BL, the expected victor. We have, of course, one more map to come today. We're expecting a similar result. We'll see if that's the case after a quick break. Welcome back. Apologies for the extra delay. We've been figuring out, I think, a substitute for the TBI side. Of course, we saw that Bever had some internet problems in the last game. We don't know exactly what's going to be the case yet. Well, I think we'll figure it out once we actually get onto the server. But yeah, what we can tell you is that 3BL, whatever happens, should be winning this game pretty comfortably. Subbase is the map. Actually, I think it's the first time I'm seeing Subbase with you today, if I'm not mistaken, and yesterday too. So something new for me.
Yeah, I don't think we watched it yesterday. Actually, I quite like Subbase. I think it's a fun map. A little bit of a blacklist-sided map. So 3BL starting on this BL side, we'll expect them to do a pretty good job here. Already very quick down into the A site. Bever has gone charging into wood, and that's not worked out very well for him at all. Snake Snare opening the account, but King able to double down, and no further trade required just yet from 3BL as they do slow things down. Beg is very low, and it will catch him in the end. Again, we have to turn our attention toward King and what he's going to be able to do. Just ducking underneath the stairs. That C4 is going to be obviously a factor, and King continues to put in work. 3BL might have been better served actually just fully committing to that A bomb site rather than just sending two. It's ended up with Penguin now in a 1v2 himself. So substitute coming in for 3BL, and he started well.
Yeah, he is going to be the sub. It actually wasn't TBI who were looking to make that substitute. It was 3BL bringing Penguin in. I think we saw him in the chat, of course, a little bit as well, chatting away before this game got underway. I'm not going to pretend that I'm smart enough to know exactly what was being said, but I can tell you that it's very obviously he is on the server this time instead of Slayer, if I'm not mistaken, right? Not going crazy. Yes, I'm not. So let's see if Penguin can kick off his little stand-in performance today with a clutch. He's managed to find the C4. He's, of course, only
Penguin
low HP, but King is too.
He's not going to be shy to this kind of a situation. If I remember correctly, I did see him at the CFS 2023 Grand Finals playing for 3BL. Yeah, that's right. Just had a quick check. And, you know, so it hasn't been too long that he's actually been out of the server, out of the official roster as the Core 5. You know, was there as late as December 2023. Playing internationally, you know, so he's not too shabby himself, but King has had an absolute belter of a round, and it's hard to get past that one. A 4-frag start for King, and he'll let Penguin know what he thinks of that clutch attempt. So, once again, TPI do get to start with the first round of
that first kill from Penguin there was absolutely disgusting on the run to try and make it 1 versus 1. Unfortunately, that 1 versus 1 was always going to be very difficult with the health he was on. And King with a great start to the game, as you say. 4 kills. Lovely quad. He's been, without a doubt, the main man that's been super animated for this team. As we spoke about during all those player cam segments. We'll definitely give him something to shout about in the opening round, but it needs to be more than just a flash in the pan.
Yeah. That's kind of what we saw on court, wasn't it? Like TBI, they started well. We thought, oh, okay, hang on, there might be something in this one. And then very quickly, we were sort of coming crashing back to reality as 3BL went on to pretty much dominate that map. And that might be the same case for TBI. Look, I'm not going to pretend, though, that losing Slayer is obviously not ideal for 3BL. I think he's, you know, he's always going to be a key player for this 3BL roster. So it didn't really matter who you brought in. I'd consider it probably a downgrade, and obviously the fact that you don't have your core 5 is never going to be fantastic, but even with that in mind, you still think that 3BL will be the favorites into this matchup, and see how Penguin is going to be able to hang. Snare out of the picture early. Horus is going to get the entry flag, though, onto the A site, sitting behind the missile, and actually continuing the push forward up to the stairs. That has gone so well for Horus. Holy cow. He's just pulled off a massive entry run into the A site, picks up 3, and pretty much single-handedly wins the round for 3BL.
Yeah, that is something to be proud of there from Horus. That was a gorgeous... Oh, hang on a moment, though. It's back into a 2 versus 2. 24 seconds to try and get himself onto the site and get a defuse. Penguin and Tot trying to stand tall. Tot is stuck behind the site, and he'll do well to remove Gain. And now it is all down to Dirty. 60 HP to spare. He knows where both these two players are now, I believe, trying to isolate them with the pistol. He'll find one, but now not many bullets left for Penguin. 1 bullet, and he can't connect. Penguin has a second opportunity to win a clutch in this game, and he'll take it this time around.
was always going to be a difficult task there for TBI making that retake happen. 4v2. Gainer has started well, and so Dirty as well. It's a triple orm setup from TBI, and 3BL were not ready for that. So down a couple of members very early on in the piece. They're fighting to get their way back in, and they do actually kind of manage to get into A. Snake somehow's alive. He's got the C4 across. And no nade available for Beg to deny the bomb plant for the moment.
3BL will get it down, but in a man disadvantage with Snake, well, not just shed his skin, he might be about to shed his whole life on very, very low HP.
Yeah, Tot will be the key player here in the vent. He'll be found out, though, by King. It's taken a little while for TBI to sort of clear that area of the map out, though. So 18 seconds to try and get their way in. And to be honest, by the time they actually get into the site, there's probably less than 10 actually for that retake. If the first kill goes the way of TBI, it'll be okay. But Snare just needs one more.
No.
He might have done it.
He's done it.
On the defuse. Oh, I
So
don't
close.
know. I think they've just got it. Goodness me, that was very tight for TBI.
Right at the last second.
Comfort,
yeah.
Round's the round.
Round is the round. And yeah, I thought for a second there that would be a little bit too far gone, but just got it in time. As we saw, it was RBL desperately trying to stay alive for as long as possible. They know that even in a 1v3, if you can just be a nuisance and jump around the site and just try and hide, then even if you have no way of getting a kill, it might win you the round. Not on that occasion.
Certainly hasn't been quite as clean yet from 3BL, but they've been struggling to get through the early round without dropping a pick. Here into round number 4, that has sort of shifted up a little bit. They keep themselves with 5 safely, and obviously done a bit of damage to Beg, so if anything, it could be TBI that suffered the 4v5 disadvantage going forward. Pushing their way into lockers. Decent setup, though, from TBI to receive this push. And King, he was good over toward A. He's still a bit of work here over toward B. It's not quite going to go his way, but still a 2 for 2. TBI are looking more competitive here on subbase than they were on port.
Yeah, without a doubt. Nice little recovery for Tot, though. 2 quick kills on the spray down, and suddenly it leaves Dirty in a tough situation. He knows where Tot is. He's going to try and run him down, but Tot leaps his way in. Great recovery. Great quick scope there from Snare as well. And then this is the 2k from Tot, catching both as they're about to retreat. We're back at 2 apiece.
These Orms have really been quite a pest for 3BL. Again, some damage onto Snare. It doesn't seem that 3BL can get really any map control for free at the moment. It's decent pressure being put on by TBI. But they haven't managed to find the opening pick, so seems to be a pretty key difference maker in a lot of these rounds.
Be some trouble for Bever to deal with. I think he gets the information. Of course, we'll see the nades coming his way. He's been in this position once or twice already to try and deliver. But unfortunately, King has been taken down elsewhere, and 1 minute 20 still to go. The C4 can be picked up, and any decision can still be made. Dirty's going to try and force his way back in alongside Gainer, and Gainer will manage to deal with Horus. Beg on the angle, playing on top of the box, and he launches his way in for a lovely 2k, helped out by Dirty's position too. Dirty does go down though, so 2v3, round is still definitely on.
Most definitely. Penguin looking to peg the numbers back, and has done so. He's gotten that shot onto Gainer. Headshot to boot, and in the meanwhile, C4's on its way over to A. If Penguin can just buy some time, it's going to make life a bit easier for Snake. Bever's timing down the stairs, not quite perfect, but still gets the flick onto Snake, and now it's Penguin's job. He has to pull off another clutch. Essentially, could almost consider this one a 3v1 if he was able to get it done. And that might start to become a conversation because there's a clean shot onto Beg. Swaps out for the AK. He's got 30 seconds left, and we'll have a quick cursory glance out the window. It's going to go into wood. Bever moving away, has now been spotted out by Penguin, and all it takes is one quick headshot here. He's going to have to move quickly. Can't afford to be slowing down at all. With 10 seconds left on the clock, all Bever has to do is survive behind the missile, and he does enough to keep it in check. TBI maintaining the lead.
Yeah, nicely done by TBI. I can let you know that I'm keeping a little bit of a close eye on Twitch chat, of course, considering there's been some outages and stuff like that, and just double checking, see if I got any information. I'm pretty sure, unless I'm being baited, I think I'm getting a correct source here. I think Slayer is not playing because his electricity got shut down, so that is awkward, that's for sure, for 3BL. They try their best to make the best of an awkward situation, but look at this round. It's about as fast as it could have possibly be. What a reaction from Horus. It's still on, and it's another 1v1 for Bever to try and deal with.
How does it keep going down to these clutch situations? I mean, Bever, well favoured in this, considering he's got a huge HP advantage. But again, Horus is a pretty sharp fella. So, might just be able to get that headshot that he needs. All about the positioning as well, and Bever might be about to be found out if he just jiggles a little bit too far. Horus will catch him through the window. Oh, it will favour Horus. Great clutch for 3BL, and they are able to equalise.
That is a great round from Horus. And that second kill with the pistol and the reaction was super nice as well, and then just finding the timing on the last was super chill.
Early engagements. I don't think I've ever seen this many early fights, early trades on subbase. King peeking as well. Dirty's got himself another one. This is just unreal. Very, very strange game of subbase. I think that might be part of the issue here for 3BL. They're just not really sure what's coming for them.
I have another slight advantage, but 3BL are continuing to battle back in these rounds, and Tot has spotted out King. Tagged down now very, very low. That nade will not reach him. Almost catches Snare toward that position of Beg, and in the end he gets a second bite at the cherry. I'll be happy to take that every day of the week. Tot is absolutely walking wounded though, so he and King is pretty even in this sense, both being so low. King is going to be super stuck, and in the end Snare just leaps his way in with the pistol alongside Tot. It's another 1v1. That's 3 in a row, if I'm not mistaken, between these two. And Snare is going to do a great job to flick with very low HP and remove Bever from the equation. No heroics from Bever on this occasion.
Good shot from Penguin. I mean, I've never seen a game of subbase like this. This is madness.
Yeah.
You know, it's like all fundamentals are kind of thrown out the window, and it's just individuals kind of having to show their skill. That's really what this comes down to. Another faster play. It's the flash into lockers. Dirty's got the opening pick, but Horus trades it back onto Gainer. Snake as well getting in the mix. It's 2 kills for both Horus and Snake as they barrel their way into B. And Bever again in the clutch, but this one is fairly insurmountable odds, so won't really have much of a chance in that. And 3BL have the lead, so what madness. It's a super fast round, to be fair. 5-3 though. This ends up 6-3. I mean, I just don't know what to say. I don't know what to say about this half.
Yeah, it seems like it's a bit of a goofy game for many reasons, right? The fact that Slayer couldn't play this one, the fact that I think TBI also are in a situation where they kind of got nothing to lose. Playing super aggressive, both these two teams. Uh-oh. I think we know what this means.
Oh.
I'm
don't think I want to know what this means.
No, not when, what is it, 5 a.m. for you, 6 a.m. for you?
5 a.m.
5
Just
a.m.
ticked over.
There we go. Yeah, we can see the faces of the players as soon as that happened. I think we know the situation.
You're going to have to restart that game, that round. Unfortunate that happens right at the end of the half, although I suppose better than at a 9-8 scoreline. Okay, well,
Nothing you can say about this. Sadly, just going to have to be patient and wait. You can see the screen behind the players that not back in the server just yet, so just going to have to be patient.
yeah, it takes a little while. All right, well, looks like we'll take a short break here while this all gets sorted, and we'll jump back in when the game is ready to go. All right, we're jumping back in. It is the final round of the first half here. Score is 5-3. 3BL I've actually honestly had a bit of difficulty navigating this first half, but maybe they get that final round 6-3. They won't be too disappointed with that as far as a BL side is concerned.
No, not at all, especially considering the other situations that have come into play in this game. The fact that Penguins had to jump in for Slayer, of course, as well, according to Twitch chat, I believe a reliable source. Internet and electricity issues plaguing some of the players.
Yeah, it happens. It's not the worst of replacements, there's no doubt about that. Certainly a seasoned campaigner himself. And he's been putting up some decent numbers, so not be too mad about it. It's going to just be the A hit, and it's not a bad place to be. Dirty timing, just horrible for him. And Snake gets the clean entry onto Beva, which means the A side is just completely lost. Not to mention the rotation path in, though Beg will be watching for Penguin pushing his way out of the vent. End of the day, though, it's still very favorable here for 3BLs to get that plant down, and they've got the 4-on-3.
Gainer, Beg and King looking to try and find a way back in, but Beg will be stopped straight away, and Snake continues to swing off the back of it. And of course, he's going to have help from Snare as well. They do find another, do 3BL 6-3. At the moment, despite the issues.
All right, well, that's the end of the half. So back to us again. And
I can only apologise for that.
Enjoying it. Yeah, there's not much you can do. I mean, at the end of the day, everyone knows how it is at this point.
Yeah.
This game's been around long enough. People are pretty used to the usual flow of things, which, you know, sometimes takes a little while to kind of run through. But I don't know, first half there from 3BL, they kind of salvaged it towards the back end. It wasn't obviously the cleanest of halves. 6-3, it's not quite up there with what they were able to post on Port, but it's good enough, really. It was quite chaotic, quite a lot of shenanigans there. TBI, have to give them some credit for pushing 3BL almost to their limit on that map. But still, the class of 3BL is showing.
Just coming a quick check of the our production Discord quickly, just to see what exactly is happening, and it should be back underway in about a minute's time, maybe even less than that. So yeah, the last map of the day is proving to be a bit of a long one, purely due to the issues, which is a bit of a shame. But as you said, it's what comes with the game sometimes. And yeah, of course, we've had, as I said, players dropping out due to internet problems, TBI, Bever having to miss a round in the previous map, Penguin stepping in for Slayer in this map due to electricity issues as well. So thankfully, for this particular league, of course, you have all these teams. Every single one of them have at least a 6th or a 7th player, right? So we can fix these sort of problems with some subs in case of that being an issue. We're back underway now. Let's see if 3BL can close this out and get back to an even standpoint with LCK.
Snare trying to do what TBI was doing at the start of this map, but he's kind of been punished for that. He's down low, has to back off and kind of leave that job up to somebody else. It's Snake to take over the role of watching Wood, but it's been smoked off for now. And honestly, TBI have just completely backed off into BL spawn. Take a little bit of a into control room and have a bit of a look toward lockers, which is where Snare has actually ended up. That first shot not quite going to connect, so Dirty will be allowed to cross.
Tart is up so much further than perhaps Dirty is expecting. Oh, he has no idea. It's so awkward. And I think he realizes, and it's actually going to be King. He'll catch him anyway. That was amusing for a good 15 seconds there. Snare's going to try and go aggressive to recover it, and he will manage to recover something alongside Penguin. Penguin gets another double kill to add to his tally. Back into a 2v2 as the C4 gets planted.
Penguin trying to get ahead of the retake, but can't actually manage to land those shots onto King. So he's causing enough of a distraction that Horus is able to creep quite close. Wouldn't half mind seeing Penguin just fang that nade in as well. Horus gonna check the corner just in time. And King low. on HP now is going to actually get that trade back onto Penguin. Horus missing the first shot. The second and third, though, will go through. Just in time, 3BL locking it down. You can always feel confident when Horus is alive in the clutch.
Yeah, he's done such good work in this game and, of course, over the whole group stage thus far. Super consistent, reliable in every position. Now just 3 away from taking this one 2-0, and most importantly, getting you to bed.
Not far away, it would seem. But I'm sure there's another twist and turn. I'm prepared for it. Been watching CrossFire for a long time now, close to 9-10 years. So there's always a little bit of a surprise around the next corner.
I can trust you on that one, no doubt.
TBI are going to push their way toward lockers again. It's this kind of 2-1-2 split that we saw in that last round as well. Obviously didn't work out too poorly for TBI. They did get the plant down. Todd's going to take the fight to them. He's got to be careful he doesn't take this 2-on-1 too rambunctiously.
It's a great word.
But he actually won it.
I too love to be rambunctious on occasion.
I'm sure you do.
It's down to Bever and King in a 2v5 with King low HP. Gonna be pretty much impossible. There he goes. Top will find that one as well. And Tot has actually had a really good game in terms of his individual level. Fair play to Bever. He tries to get a couple in return, and he does, but no more than that.
Okay. This is going to be something different from 3BL. Aggression into wood. Does catch TBI off guard. Good spam through the wall there from Snake. M4 taken for just that job. And Horus drive by onto Gainer. 5-on-3.
This aggression as well from the 3BL side. This is just not wanting to give TBI any space to work with. Maybe a chance for King to flank, but they've got players watching both angles, and that's just too difficult to deal with. It's a complete pincer. Do about it if you're TBI side. Dirty is definitely in a dirty spot right now. Alongside Bever, trying to get a couple of kills back in response. Bever did it too. Great aplomb in the last round, but not going to be much more this time. That's a nice recovery from Dirty to get the quick scope and then the instant pistol headshot. He needs 2 more. He will somehow manage to find an extra, but only that one extra. And 3BL just 1 away from the expected 2-0.
It doesn't look like TBI are much long for this world. And it might end up being another 10-3. That was the scoreline the last time they played on this map. Snake wants to make it so. So does Penguin. They've gotten aggressive. 3BL, they want to get this one over and done with. No more shenanigans. Wow, that was about the fastest round we've seen all night. And that's 10-3. 3BL have confirmed the victory. And it looks like they're pretty happy with that.
Yeah, a little wave, a little kiss to the camera. Respect, 3BL.
Yep.
You are one of the top teams in this league for a reason, and you will manage to comfortably take down TBI as expected in 2-0 fashion. That means they equal themselves up, of course, with LCK at the top of the league once again. And it's those two teams which really feel... In general, even though LCK wasn't the cleanest win for them earlier, that could have definitely gone awry on a couple of those maps. It does feel like those two rosters are kind of, at least in the 2 days I've seen, ever so slightly a mini league above the rest.
Yeah, look, in fairness to LCK, a bit of a tougher opponent in GV.
For sure.
Obviously what TBI are typically bringing to the table. I mean, look, GV didn't have the greatest of accounting for themselves this week, I don't think, but you know, they were reasonably competitive against LCK. That was a bit more the level that I was expecting to see from them yesterday. But either way, look, yeah, you're right. LCK, 3BL, they are head and chest. At times, it seems like maybe unKnights can kind of challenge them. I don't know if that's the level that we're seeing from unKnights this week, but either way, even then, in that case, unKnights not too disappointing either. But just to zone in on this series for a second. What is there really to say, right? It was fairly straightforward. It ended up being 10-2, 10-3, 3 TBL, far and away the better team, and that's really in line with expectations. The unfortunate thing for TBI is, like, you can't really take much away from this game, especially the one on sub base. It just played out in such a weird way, like very, very aggressive early fights and lots of clutch rounds, and it's like, do you really learn from that? Do you really learn from having to take the 1v1s constantly? And yeah, you win some, you lose some. But that's kind of the nature of the beast when it comes down to those clutch rounds. These were not rounds that played out in any standard way, shape, or form. So TBI is going to have to go back to the drawing board and focus in on their matches next week, which actually kick off with a game against SG, and that potentially could be a winnable one, though SG seem to be in pretty fine form themselves. So tough ask, I suppose, going forward for TBI. But again, it is a learning experience for this team, who have, again, fairly recently sort of made some shakeups, and obviously still, as far as teams here in CFWL are concerned, quite fresh in comparison to a lot of the experience on the other rosters.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see if 3BL can continue to keep this form up, of course. But after that performance, which was a very comfortable win, that is the end of this week for the CFWL, and it's been lots and lots of games. Of course, we've had 8 total, all those best of 2s in action, and we've now found the results for all of them. So, of course, we'll be back next week for more of this league to see, of course, as you said to me earlier, 3 weeks, I believe, left of action after this one to find out who will be those playoff teams, of course. But for now, I believe that's probably us coming to an end of the broadcast. We'll of course let Jordan go and have some nice rest. He's been around for a long time, of course, overnight broadcasting through in Australia. We can have a last little look at the standings to end off today, and as a confirmation, as I said, 3BL will equal themselves up with LCK. unKnights, as you said, at the beginning of this week of play, they were on 7 points. They were actually, I think, in 6th or 7th place, if I'm not mistaken. They get 2 clean 2-0s, and that means they're propping themselves up nicely, and a bit of a gap now in that 3rd place. So good for them. Bottom of the group, Swamp got that good win, of course, their first full 2-0 of the year, of the group, I should say. But yeah, the only thing that really does for them is put them above TBI, right? So a lot of work to do for those teams still at the bottom, but that is where we're at before we go into that next week of action, of course. But for now, it's been a pleasure to bring you this, of course. I'm going to say good night. Cheers, everyone.
They're going to have to be ready to deal with this, and I just don't think they have the positioning to be aware of it, but it may not matter. Raffin gets the quad kill spray down, gets the ace on top of it.
Are you ready for mind-blowing CrossFire action? The 2nd season is here, and you better put your helmet on. A massive prize pool and spots to the regional finals are at stake. Starting from June the 1st, 8 ambitious teams will have 7 weekends, fully packed with intense fights. Who will top the leaderboard and secure spots for the playoffs?
Man, we have only one goal: win all matches.
We will do our best to secure the playoffs.
And who will be eliminated?
The last season wasn't easy for us, but we remain positive and we want to give the best show for our fans.
It's time to break the ice fast and show what we're truly capable of.
Tune in on the 1st of June and support your favorites.
Battle